der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Well, a very good morning from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Unfortunately, a very gloomy Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 7th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2024. But it hasn't put off the hardy fans here in the Eifel region who have come out in their droves to see this penultimate round of this wonderful championship held exclusively on this circuit. But when you race around a circuit like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, do you really need to go anywhere else? 25 kilometers of utter automotive nirvana. Now, will it be nirvana today? That's the question. If you like driving in the wet, then fill your boots today, because it's unfortunately very, very wet today here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We have had a qualifying session with by far and away the slowest time set in qualifying over the entire season, due to the fact that the conditions have been so tough. My name is Peter Mackay. I'll be taking you through all of the action today, alongside Peter Snowden, one of our regular voices of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Snowy, a very good morning to you. And is this one of these days where you'd rather be in the commentary box with me than in the race car?
No disrespect to you, but no, never. Morning, how are you?
I'm very well. I'm very well. This is one of these mornings where I am very glad to be in the commentary box. Not that I've had the experience of racing around here like you have. This is a fearsome place, Snowy, but in these conditions, it's going to have everybody's attention all day long.
Yes, but it's more fun when, the wetter the better, they say, and even better if it's night time as well. It raises the challenge and it increases the jeopardy, and it's great fun. Not every driver agrees. I'm aware that I'm a part of a. I would describe it as an elite band. Other people would describe it as other things, probably use other terms.
Yes, quite so. Well, the drivers are making their way round to the grid to take up their positions. It was understandably a fairly fraught qualifying session, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But a 4-hour race that lies ahead here for this penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. And it's going to be very, very exciting indeed to see who can handle these conditions. But started off in fairly gloomy conditions, it must be said, in the early morning. And unfortunately, the number 6 Hout Racing Team Advan Mercedes coming a cropper, not on the Nordschleife, but actually on the Grand Prix Strecke. And that put them a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of getting the car repaired, ready for this race. But they weren't alone. The number 520 Toyota Supra also having issues during the qualifying session. Very, very tricky under braking in these wet conditions. Quite a lot of standing water around. But I tell you what, Snowy, if you're in a qualifying situation, it's a gloomy October morning at the Nürburgring, with your Shera Sport PX, and you've got Frank Stippler in the garage, you're in a lucky position.
Yeah, you're always lucky to have Frank Stippler in your car, and of course he moved across to Porsche for a bit earlier this season, and it took us a while to get our head around the fact that he wasn't driving an Audi, and usually Frank Stippler, Shera PX Sport, Audi was rolled off the tongue, and now he went across and now he's come back again. So status quo has been re-established.
The biggest story of qualifying, though, was not Frank Stippler for a change. It was actually the Falcon Tyre team. They are 1 and 2 on the grid, but unfortunately, the pole-sitting car, the number 3 of Klaus Bachler, ending up in the barrier on the run out of the carousel up towards ADAC. And Snowy, you're definitely more qualified than I to speak about what happened there. You've had a little chance to have a look at the footage. What do you think happened to Klaus there?
Well, bizarrely, it looks like he's just been caught out by Backmarker who was on the right-hand side of the track. And I think it's always a danger of this place. It's anywhere, but it's always a danger of Nürburgring in particular. It's so narrow. You're anticipating where that car will go or stay or not, and you've got one of 3 choices there. And I think it looks like he's expecting the car to have moved over because it's sort of right centre of the track. Looks like it's going to move to the left, and so Klaus Bachler's gone to the right, waiting for that gap, the parting of the ways, as it were. And that gap didn't materialise, and therefore, to avoid contact, as you do, it is a non-contact sport, certainly with competitors, he's had to stay right, and then it's because it's on the grass, and it's wet grass, and that's it. Just kind of almost tripped over it, didn't he, really?
It was an odd one, very, very odd one.
It was a fairly heavy front right-hand impact, and there was a little bit of damage on the rear. I know they were working on that car furiously. I just wonder if that might be a pit lane starter, Peter.
I think that would be a good result at this point because it happened in the very latter stages of qualifying. Klaus Bachler was already on pole with that number 3 car.
And by some margin.
By 15 seconds, not the margin that we're used to seeing. And he was going quicker again in Sector 2, and then it all kind of came a cropper. But on the timesheets, at least after qualifying, it is the 2 Falcon Motorsports cars that sit on pole position. Now, they put a huge effort into this championship and the Nürburgring 24 Hours, Snowy. It's a huge part of the development of their tyres, and we've seen it before in the old days of the American Le Mans series, where Falcon's wet tyre was almost legendary at the time. Does that cross over here at the Nürburgring? Will they be glad that it's a wet race?
I think they will, actually. They've got, as you say, they've got a very good tyre, and that's one of the things that we like about this series so much, is that you've got such a variety of machinery from manufacturers, but also it's a free tyre series. They're not free; they've got to pay for them, but free tyre choice, shall we say? So. Obviously, some people are going to play in different hands, some people are going to have different areas. In this case, Falcon do seem to have, or certainly are known for having, a good wet weather tyre, so we'll soon find out. And Falcon, as in the team named after the tyre, they're always good around here, and they couldn't be in a better position at the moment on P1 and P2, you say the front row, provided that pole-sitting car gets to start from that position. If not, it's got some work cut out for it, starting from the pit lane, as we suspect it might well do.
If you're joining us on the radio show Limited Network of Channels, good morning, welcome. We're currently, for those joining us on the live stream, also good morning. Now, we're not being rude speaking over Tobias Müller. He's doing an interview in German at the moment. That Black Falcon car is the pole-sitting car in Cup 2 for Porsche Cup cars and 5th overall. So Snowy and I are... it's not that we've got anything more interesting to say, it's just for our English language listeners, they might find it a little bit difficult to follow what Tobias is saying. But 5th place on the grid overall, and of course with the, I'll use my words carefully here, Snowy, the calamity of the opening lap at last round, the 6th round of the championship, we saw a Porsche Cup car on the overall podium last time out.
We did. It was just literally the start of the 2nd lap. They'd just completed it, hadn't they? And the car that went on to win, the Mercedes, actually was brought into the pits, much to his dismay and chagrin. The driver did not want to do that, and drivers usually have the final say, as in engineers will tend to say to drivers, you're driving the car, you've got the, literally, you're at the coalface, you've got the feet on the ground, the tyres on the ground, you tell us. But if there's enough evidence, as there is these days, and collectively enough data, it was overruled, and they said, no, we're popping that car into the pits at the end of that 1st lap. Everything else carried on, and as I say, got onto the Nordschleife, and all of a sudden we had, I think it was 6 cars in the barriers at Hatzenbach. The likes of Stippler and co, that do not get caught out, do not make mistakes normally. It told you just how treacherous the conditions are. If ever there was a metric as to how serious it was, and it was if somebody just turned a tap on. It was incredible. And if the footage and our commentary is available out there on different platforms, and it's like somebody's big hand sort of pushed them all off the circuit. It was quite incredible. So I think they'll learn from that one, though, Peter. I don't think that'll happen on this race. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Well, I think the conditions are, shall we say, they're more stable. That's for sure. It is just full wet. It's not going to be a difficult decision for tyres. And I remember being on the grid for the 24-hour race back at the end of May. That feels like a lifetime ago. And it was very much, was it going to rain, was it not? And we saw a huge dolly mixture of tyre choices, some going on full wet, some going on full dry, some on a cut slick. Of course, cutting slick still allowed here at the Nürburgring. It must be done by the tyre manufacturer. It's not old rally style where you're out the back of the awning with a tyre knife. But it's you know, that today it won't be such a difficult decision as such. It's full wets, and I suspect, Snowy, that will be the order of the day throughout the day. We're in the middle of October, heading towards the end of October. It's cold, it's damp. It's going to be a fairly straightforward decision on tyres, you'd suspect.
100%, and I think you're absolutely right on that call, Peter, that I suspect it's going to stay this way throughout this race. Something that you did mention there as well, which is another factor often overlooked, is temperature. As you said, it's at this part of the year. It's wet and cold, and that means your tyre isn't going to get into its operating window that they like as easily, or maintain it there. And that's where you get the certain drivers, like the Frank Stippers of the world, who are known as being a bit of a tyre whisperer, where they can get the heat into the tyre, which is what we want, and get that car working. So that's an additional challenge. Quite apart from was also something that pretty fundamental. Visibility. Yeah, you're sitting behind other cars in a gaggle, as they will do to start with, and then coming across other cars. You've got that ball of spray. And we just described, haven't we, about Klaus Bachler going off and qualifying there, just because you make an interpretation, you make a decision as to where a car in front of you is going to go on track, and it doesn't, and that's no fault of that car. That's what it's all about. It's high-speed game of chess, certainly on this flowing circuit. You've got that in a ball of spray. Is there one car on there? Are there two cars? Are there three? What's in front? So it just adds to it. Love it. I wasn't supposed to add that bit, was I?
You're a special breed. You're a special breed.
I know.
I mean, when you look at
not necessarily in a good way, folks.
I think in a very good way. 126 cars. It's a fantastic entry. I mean, I think many championships are green with envy. With
I think we had 123 in qualifying, Peter.
123. Okay,
yes.
So we've got a few by
just
the
three,
wayside.
but yes.
Yeah, but I mean, to have over 120 cars at this stage of the season, because it must be remembered that yes, we've got the factory superstars at the front, but there are 95 to 99% of the grid here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series are privateers, and there's serious budget involved to, no matter what part of the grid you're on, and to be at this point of the season to still keep turning out and still keep battling away. I think that there's many series that are green with envy with the support that the Nürburgring Langstrecken series receives, and it's just wonderful to see that. But at the front group, Snowy, we've got the SP9 cars and the Cup 2 cars. When you watch an SP9 car, GT3 machine, they've got so much aero now, they throw up so much spray. When they go through standing water, so much spray comes out the back. I mean, if you're in the mid-pack there, I mean, you've been, I mean, you were always at the front of the pack, so I'm sure you didn't experience it very often. But on the rare occasions where you were in the mid-pack, what's it like? You're in the middle of that in a wet race.
Well, it becomes a guessing game, and you're very kind, and certainly wasn't always at the front, always like to be, but there is, of course, the fact that you will encounter other traffic, and we have, as you just said, 123 cars took part in qualifying. This series, by this time of the year, normally we tend to drop down a little bit to around about the 80 mark, so it's wonderful to see that we've got 126 entered and 123 took part in qualifying. But that is, as you say, you've got your batches of approximately 40 cars each, roughly, 3 batch starting groups. The lead group, the GT3s primarily, there's only 8 of those cars, by the way, actually in GT3 category, SP9 it's called here. They will have about a lap clear on the track themselves, so they'll be amongst one another, so they're working with and driving with their peers, no more than that. That's fine, so you know what's about you, everything's all relative. It's about a lap and a half in that they'll suddenly start to catch starting group 3. And obviously there's a massive speed differential. Now those guys and girls are having their race as well. So you've got difference in closing speeds and the spray and the narrowness of the circuit. Why wouldn't you want to be out there doing this? You want to sit in a studio, Peter, with me.
I'm very yes, I do.
Are you saying I'm a strange breed?
No, I think I would like to see you out there in the car, and I would sit and drink coffee and watch your exploits from the garage. I think that would be quite pleasing.
It can be arranged. It can be arranged.
Well, actually, if it was maybe having a glass of Bollinger, maybe for nice breakfast for a proper gentleman's racing team. That was why I wouldn't drive. There's a few giant killing performances, particularly when you see in these conditions the Mark 8 TCR Golf for Max Cruiser Racing, top of the shop in the Old Tournament fuel class, but all but very in the top 15 overall. So we could well see some giant killing performances today in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, just those starting groups. It's something I tend to run through anyway. Start group 1 is the red group, so the red, yellow, and black. And start group 1 has exactly that, 40 cars in it. So we have 3 from SP7, the 8 we have from SP9, SP10 has 10 conveniently, SP8T, which is the turbocharged cars, 4, SP Pro just the 1, and the Cup 2s are 14 there. Now that's in the start group 1, so they're all going together. And you mentioned that giant slaying performance last time out on August the 3rd, the last round we had of this NLS. We had a Cup 2 car right up there on the podium. Of course, they will work a little bit better today. We've seen those cars in a straight line because the GT3 cars, the SP9s, have so much aero. The Cup 2 cars have quite a bit less, but are very powerful now. Some of the GT3 cars have struggles getting past the Cup 2 cars in a straight line, dotting a hoa. In the wet, that's only going to be highlighted. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see some those Cup 2 cars getting up that order on that first starting group. Starting group 2, Peter, has 45 cars in it. That's at the SP4s, 3Ts, 80s, TCRs, the BMW M240i, which is normally quite a popular class, but that has 8 in it this time. There's only a single M2 CS in its class. Cup 3 has by far the most 16 entries and a single SP4T. And our final group starting has 39 cars in it with V4, V5, V6, the V2 front-wheel drive, rear and four-wheel drive, the VT3s and the hybrid 4 with 2 cars in it, as you mentioned, 14 cars being in the VT2 rear and four-wheel drive group in there. So a good set in each, to say 40, 45 and 39 apiece.
A good mix, as there always is here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And of course, with the way that the Nürburgring 24-hour played out, we got sort of 8 or 9 hours of racing, and unfortunately a very foggy day paid to that race running to its full length. So it's going to put in almost a bit more attention on the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for to really see the depth of competition here at this wonderful circuit. Falcon starting qualifying on the front row of the grid. It's unlikely, we say that slowly, that the number 3 will make it to its grid spot, but the number 4 will do. It was, as were both the Falcon cars involved in that second lap crash last time out. But Joel Eriksson and Tim Heinemann will be hoping to put that to bed. And Falcon have had a great season, Snowy. 3 wins out of 6 rounds. They've got to be delighted with that.
Well, yeah, it's 50% record, isn't it? You can't argue with that. So send up the average. It'd be great to see. I think they'll be hard pushed to put betting money against Falcon, but I wouldn't discount Stifler back in an Audi with that team that he's synonymous with. It's a good setup, that is.
Yeah, the world is back on its correct axis now.
That's a good way of putting it.
Well, of course, Frank did make his name in the Porsche Super Cup, so he did come through the kind of Porsche one-make pyramid, or what it was like at the time. But yeah, he really is an Audi man, and of course, I'll never forget the emotion from Frank, particularly, to win that 24 Hours of Nürburgring back in May. And of course, for Sherisport PHX, they've now equalled Manti Racing, the record number of wins at that race. So they're very much on a high. There's been changes there over the last couple of years in that team, and we're getting word from the pits, Snowy, the number 3, and you can never write off a race team. The number 3 Falcon Porsche, it's repaired.
Of course it is, yeah. And that and its sister car, the 004, or number 4, will have those two cars have onboard cameras, so we'll be able to relay some of that, we ought to describe what that happens like driving around the circuit. So it'd be great. That means that number 3 car is out on pole position and not starting with the pit lane as we surmised it might well do. So look forward to that, where it should be hard earned. The damage to the front right when it hit the barrier, it was quite a thump. To say the least. Then it just kissed the rear as well, as they often do. So that was a pretty superficial, the rear damage. I think just looking down at the grid, Peter, I think the Falcon cars are coming through. I think this is the pole position car that's coming, being wheeled through.
Yeah,
yes,
the number 4.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, the number 4 has already made its way, so that you've got 5 very proud Falcon Tyre team personnel pushing showroom fresh ish number 3 Falcon Motorsport.
Don't look too close. What's it say? Squint and it's mint.
That's right. Yeah. So there's a second-hand car dealer if I've ever heard one. Yeah. So that's fantastic to see, because I mean, well, put us in Klaus Bachler's shoes, Snowy, because the car was on pole and comfortably so. Klaus was flying, he was going to go even quicker, and then it's in the barrier, and the whole event is really in jeopardy. Put us in his shoes. What's he going through when he gets back to the garage?
Well, you never want to damage a racing car. It's never fun, because the whole purpose of the exercise is then stopped. It's embarrassing depending on the situation. If you really can't avoid it, or obviously something mechanical fails or whatever, there's nothing to do about that, and you're exonerated. That's fine. You still feel terrible about it, and I always felt it was the work you then created for the already hard-working technicians, engineers up and down throughout the team. They've got a lot of work to do. They always knuckle down and do it, and that's great. And I think it's absolutely fitting that they've put Klaus back in that car straight away and said, well, you've set the time, you get out there. And the worst thing you can do is, for drivers, have mind games. Should I have called it the other way? You have that self-doubt, because we always say, it's not, all the results are remembered, and that's that. But you have an incident, and people remember you for it, and we've got to remember what they're doing and what pace they're driving at and what conditions, and it's going to happen. The law of averages, things are going to happen, like it did to Klaus Bachler in qualifying, and there's a fine line mentally, I always used to find, of you want to move on. The team are usually pretty good if they're supportive of you, which they are, and they love you. You're all part of the team. You've established so much. When you're new is a problem. They will just say, move on. That's fine. We'll fix it. Things happen, provided you weren't ridiculously stupid. But you always have those sort of gremlins of, yeah, but I've damaged the car. I've got it wrong. It's not perfect, and created a load of work. And that's why get him back in the car, put him on pole position, refocus him, get on with it, and that's what he'll just do now. He won't be that'll be parked and done now, literally, that incident, and it's just now, right, focus on the race. We're on pole position. Teammate leaning in through the window there, having a chat with him, and just, it happens. Move on. It's racing.
Well, Klaus already installed behind the wheel, smiling, handshakes with the team. Alessio Piccarello smiling. Everyone's happy. I think exactly what you've just described there, Snowy, is that atmosphere in that Falcon team, and they're a tight-knit unit as well. I'll never forget us last year going into the Falcon guys. They had an issue in qualifying, and I think you inquired with one of the mechanics of what do you know what the issue was? Yes. What is it? Silence.
Exactly.
So they're a tight ship. They don't let us outsiders in, and rightly so. And well, I
was trying to get a journalistic scoop, and it was as you said, it was absolute German efficiency. I was like, do you know what the problem is? Yes. What is it? Anyway, we'll move down to a different garage, shall we, Peter?
Yeah, let's go and try someone else. But, we haven't had a call
that'll
from
be the tumbleweed interview
from The Economist or the Time magazine or anything like that. But, since then, and thank goodness for that. Well, I think there was a grand total of about 4 or 5 minutes from pushing that number 3 Falcon car to its pole position and the grid being cleared. So amazing work from the Falcon crew to do that under pressure, and all of a sudden they're looking very ominous with both of their cars up on the front of the grid. And the Porsche 911 safety car will lead them around. One full pace lap here, all 25 kilometers, and I think they'll be the drivers in these conditions, particularly snowy, they've got to be delighted to have that. All of that time to be able to get everything up to temperature, get used to the conditions. I'm sure they'll have evolved even since qualifying an hour or so ago.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the grid there. They've just focused on the Audi of Frank Stippler with Frank at the wheel. So that's we obviously know Klaus Bachler and Stippler are 2 of our starting drivers there, which is good to see. A little bit of footage of an Aston. First time I've got to mention an Aston.
You've been very restricted.
I know.
So, yeah, you were driving one yesterday, weren't? Oh no, 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no. I went different old school yesterday. Back to Lotus Cortina. Back to my roots.
Wonderful stuff. Yeah, it's great to see Aston Martin here competing at the Nürburgring. It's good to see a bit of competition from the international brands. Of course, the German brands obviously super successful. Although I looked down the entry list and not one single BMW. That's a rarity here in this championship. It
is a very good point. You know, I hadn't realised that, but well spotted, Peter. Yeah, incredible. Not a single one. I mean, we'd say we've got 8 cars in the. Nearly had 7. We have got the 8 now with the pole sitting car in the top category, or the front row, which is the SP9 cars. Only 4 of those are pro, so that's obviously the P1 and P2 positions of the 2 Falcon boys. Frank Stippler, we mentioned, that's a pro with Nico Bastian at the wheel. That's number 15 Audi. And then we've got an AM entry for Arno Klaassen and Lorenzo Rocca de Torre Padula in the number 50 Equipe Vitesse, my apologies, Audi R8. Dynamic GT entry Porsche is 10th. And then we've got Pro-Am, the Aston Martin we mentioned just there, of Pro Sport Racing with Maxime Dumouriez and Marek Brockman, who become a bit of a pairing, those two. They've become quite regular at it as the field is led away by the safety car, Peter, to you can't even call it a warm-up lap. It's you know, they are getting heat into the tyres now, and it must be one of the longest warm-up laps or formation laps in motorsport, because they do the entire Nordschleife, which takes, you say, approximately 15 odd minutes to go. We are 18 minutes off race start, so there's your time in the wet.
I think they'll be quite delighted about that, to be able to get that temperature and pressure into the tyres, get the brakes up to temperature, get themselves up to running speed. Also, it's going to be fascinating to watch this battle in SP9. Like you said, Snowy, Frank Stippler and Klaus Bachler, I'm sure we'll go toe to toe alongside. I didn't see who was going to start the number 4 car, whether it was Joel Eriksson or Tim Heinemann. We'll confirm that as soon as we have that information. Nico Bastian, believe it or not, this is his first race in an R8 GT3 car, which I found quite puzzling. But I guess if you're going to learn from anyone, have Frank Stippler as your teammate to learn the tricks of that car.
Well, he's been around a bit, hasn't he?
He has. He's also made himself to be a bit of a social media sensation. There's a clip going around of him during the Nürburgring 24-hour race under I think it's a code 60 or maybe code 90, and the car in front, you can't overtake in those situations, but the car in front has got, shall we say, a cautious speed limit on it, so it's maybe running at, say, 86, 87 instead of 90, and Frank's displeased by that.
It just triggered me straight away, just like to go down to their pits and tell them to put another 4K on it.
Yes, yes. If you speak German, you might need to make this maybe just for adult viewing, possibly. But if not, then it's fine. All you hear is a very, very angry Frank Slipler. But it came good in the end. They won the race in the end. So the cars leading on, big mixture of machinery. The dynamic SP9 Porsche is going to have a bit of work to do in that opening gambit.
Just a couple quick of penalties for us on that first group as the second batch just start to make their way off the line, Peter. But the number 54 dynamic GT entry Porsche, which is 10th on the grid. No, my apologies, it's got a 10-second penalty, would you believe? That's for Matthew Jaminet, not for pit lane speed limiting. Pit lane speeding, my apologies, not putting the limiter on, we're just talking about that. So they get a 10-place slot on there. But the one that's of interest is actually, it hasn't affected the position on it, clearly, because it's the pole position car, Klaus Bachler, number 3 Falcon Porsche, has received a €300 fine, yeah? And for the reason, Peter, is not wearing protective equipment at all time in the car.
Oh, that's so. Has Klaus maybe taken his gloves off or something?
No, it's even better than that. When he had that incident, was being towed back, he hadn't got his helmet on. And if you're in the car, you need to have. And it's simple things like that that you can get caught on this occasion. Obviously, you know, a €300 fine isn't, and it's personal to him. No, it's not to the team. It doesn't cost him any. There's no performance loss, but it's just those daft little things of, you know, from a safety point of view, you're being towed at potentially a reasonable speed. Should something happen, you need, if you're in the car, you need to have the correct bits of kit on. As you say, you were quite right to go for gloves. I'd have gone for that. And I would have thought to put the lid back on because I know how hot they are on those sorts of things. But as you said, I might not have bothered with the gloves. And it is the requirement of the equipment, protective equipment, as it said.
That's going to put a dent in the kitty, isn't it? €300. That's a little bit of rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? After that, but that's a very correct penalty, no question about it. So hopefully Klaus will. For him, he'll be able to bounce back from it, and I'm sure, well, he might not be aware of that. It may be a good idea for the team not to tell him.
Well, exactly, and I'm sure they have a whip round, can't they, for him? By the way, just to clarify, the number 54 dynamic Porsche Jaminet, for that pit lane speeding, it's a 10-place grid penalty, not a 10-second addition, so it is 10 places on the grid. My apologies, just to clarify.
That puts, and of course, as we talked about, that puts them deeper in the pack and more spray to get through, maybe more slower cars to get through. But Mathieu Jaminet, of course, the majority of his season this year is spent in the Porsche 963 prototype in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. So he's certainly used to getting through traffic in a hurry.
Well, in that note, exactly, because they qualified 14th. Which I'm guessing is their actual position, just looking back to my screenshot of the end of the timing. So they were 14th, so that puts them 24th, which, as you say, it's a 40-car pack, that opening pack, so that puts them, a little bit, say, further down, over halfway down the pack. So they've got some work to do, that one.
They do. But if anyone can, Mathieu Jaminet can. And running in the dynamic car, he'll be running on Pirelli tyres. Of course, we've got the 2 Falcon Motorsports cars at the front of the grid. The number 6 Team Advan with HRT Mercedes, the black and red machine, it runs on Advan tyres, or Yokohama, whichever you prefer. The Share Sport PHX Audi running on Michelin's as well, and then a mixture throughout the rest of the SP9 field. A lot of the classes, like the Cup 2 class, for example, have a control tyre. So the Cup 2 class for Porsche Cup cars, you're on a Michelin for that. So, but I think it was at the Nürburgring 24 Hour, we had 11 different tyre brands taking part. Of course, this circuit, even when we're not in competitive conditions, a hugely popular venue for tyre development, and of course road car development. Many manufacturers have test facilities here. and use them to quite good effect in many cases.
Well, you mentioned, of course, Aston Martin, the Pro Sport car, because they're based just the other side, in the Technopark on the Dottinger Höhe.
They are, yes, yeah. Have you ever done any work with any road car work around here, Snowy, apart from your racing exploits?
No, but I know who has. Who's a good friend, Darren Turner, a good friend of Radio Show. Darren's done an awful lot, and one of his. I mean, can you imagine this as a job? Just while we do with these cars, I'm just looking at the tracker, by the way, and the cars are just getting up to Callenholz. We've got a long way to go yet. Yeah, so you're a professional racing driver for Aston Martin. Even that just sounds brilliant in itself. I mean, that's a business card to have, isn't it? You've won the class at Le Mans for your brand, Aston Martin. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Yeah. You are perhaps not quite in the twilight of your career, but heading that way, shall we say, age-wise, which Darren will admit only too openly. And then one of your jobs is developing things like, the safety car for Formula One, and you're just like, sorry, well, this is your brief. You're an Aston Martin driver. You're paid to drive Aston Martins. That doesn't mean race them all the time. It means you're driving them. So what do you have to do? The Formula One drivers are complaining that the Aston, and certainly the medical car at the back, is the DBX that they use, that they share with Mercedes, isn't quick enough. Yeah. It's only got 550 brake horsepower anyway. So you get given the job as a works race driver to spend hours and hours and days and weeks and months at the Nürburgring making the DBX a better car, taking a 550 horsepower SUV and making it better, which Darren has done, and that is now what we call the 707.
Der für die allermeisten
and you really want one.
I've driven both, and I've got to say, it's the first SUV I've driven. I haven't driven a Urus, to be fair, Lamborghini. The first SUV I've driven of high-power things that doesn't feel like an SUV. It feels like a car. And it's got, guess what, it's clues in the name. Guess how much horsepower it's got?
707.
Correct. Spot on. Top of the class, guy.
Well, probably the closest I'll get is driving one of those on Gran Turismo. And of course, Gran Turismo has been a huge part of how people know the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In fact, it was, for many believed, it was actually a fictional track. But it is absolutely real, I can assure you. And in terms of, particularly for learning the circuit, even for me as a commentator, Snowy, I found the simulator very helpful for learning the track, and also having a free damage build too.
Well, that's one of the great advantages of what simulators do. And of course, you've just mentioned Darren, of course, who set up and founded his company, Base Performance Simulators, which he got from part of his McLaren Autosport BODC winning title, I think, back in 95, off the top of my head, thereabouts. And he was one of the early adopters of simulators, which was kind of his brief with McLaren at the time as part of that award, was to develop simulators, and he invested in it personally and emotionally 100%, and turned it into a great company now that sells worldwide. But the big thing with the simulator is that you can driving racing cars is expensive. They're expensive to run, whether it be fuel, tyres, whatever, just even to run it. There's life in the parts and hours on engine, etc. So they're inherently an expensive product to work. So putting drivers in them, you've then got the risk strategy. So certainly testing new drivers, the risk is even greater. A lot of teams.
schönes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
So this kind of second part of Metzgersfeld, the slower left-hander, it appears from the pictures we've got in the Global Broadcast Centre that the number 8 Juta car is slowly and carefully making its way through the pack to retake its position, which is good to see. So no harm.
Yeah, 2 wheels on the grass there, just doing that.
Yeah, no harms, no harm, no foul. Will be Manuel Metzger, who is it now? Manuel Metzger? Actually, no, it will be Steve Alvarez Brown who starts the 150 Bilstein Black Falcon BMW. Definitely a fan favourite with Jimmy Broadbent, very popular sim racing and YouTube star. Likewise for Steve Alvarez Brown, also known as Super GT, and they've got an absolutely top-class teammate in Manuel Metzger, who really knows this circuit absolutely inside and out. But they are on pole in their class, in their BMW M4 GT4, the SP8T class. They're one of 4 cars in that class, up against another BMW M4 GT4, a BMW M2 CS Racing, and an Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4. So the cars have already made their way out of Galgenkopf. They're furiously weaving back and forward with the wet tires on, so they're still trying to generate enough temperature for the start of this race. And our number 3 pole sitter, Klaus Bachler, right behind the Porsche 911. And I think the amount of weaving we're seeing back and forth in wet conditions, Snowy, says to me just how cold it is out there.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is obviously the treaded tyres. You want to get some heat into that, but it's also getting the tyre compliant, getting the heat into the shoulders and the sidewalls, so the tyres are compliant and flexible. That's what you really want to do, otherwise it doesn't work, and that's just going to compromise it enormously. Certainly, given the nature of this circuit, when we start with a rolling start, we come up through Tiergarten, a good straight, very fast, very high speed, well over 100 miles an hour into turn 1, and then it's a massive break and turn, and you're going to lean on those front tyres enormously. The amount of lock they'll put into turn 1, sweeps into a left-hander, change of direction. So both front tyres are going to have to work very hard straight away, and of course, and the rears as they get onto power. So you want everything, as supple as possible, ready for the race start, so you're not losing places.
So, ready for the start of this 55th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy, the penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2024. It's been an exciting season, it's been a fraught season, and certainly dramatic in the last round. Let's hope we get through a little bit cleaner than we did. Consistent conditions, at least full wet conditions for our drivers as they make their way up the hill through Tiergarten, ready for the start of what I'm sure will be a thrilling encounter. The first starting group bunching up now into a 2x2 formation, ready for the start of this one. A whole bunch of Porsche Cup cars right in there behind the SP9 cars, ready to pounce should there be any delays. But it's a Falcon 1 and 2 ready to lead us away into racing. Klaus Bachler had that car on pole position. The car's been in the barrier, it's been repaired, a miraculous effort from the Falcon Motorsports team. And waiting for those lights to go off on the BMW M-Power bridge as they go past the Dorrant Hotel on the left-hand side. I'm sure there'll be a few watching at the window there as this huge field of 123 cars comes through, and it's green flag in the air. We're racing for the 55th Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. The cars rush down the hill towards turn 1 now, and it's a great start from Klaus Bachler, and already Frank Stippler making a move for second position as they break 3 wide down the hill into turn 1 and 2, and it's side by side between the number 4 Falcon Porsche of Joel Eriksson and Stippler. Looks like Eriksson's just held off Stippler for now as they come through the very slow arena section, as we've already got one of the Audis off on the exit of turn 3, but the 2 Falcon Porsches make it through clean. But where is Stippler? He's actually lost the position.
Yeah, he's dropped behind
to the Aston. The Aston, the Dunbury Aston's come through.
Yeah, well, Stippler showed his intent coming out of Tiergarten and moved across to the right-hand side. Pole position man Klaus Bachler covered that off immediately and saw that coming, so he was able to get a scarper away. What Joel Eriksson in the second Porsche then had to do was come across and cover that off, and that's one of the Müller Motorsport Porsches off on the loop, on Mercedes Arena loop. That's just done a rotation and rejoining. The Aston dropped down to 5th position at one point and then got back ahead again. So elbows out in the Cup 2 section, certainly, Peter.
It is, yeah. Carrera Cup race breaking out in the middle of an endurance race. That was Moritz Krantz making an error there, the quite uncharacteristic error there for Moritz, but he managed to get that going again. Just had to be very careful on the absolutely soaking wet grass. Start Group 2 being led by a VW Beetle pace car. Very cool indeed. We saw one of them competing in the Nürburgring 24-hour this year.
I can see you in one of those.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Max Kruse Racing on the front row of the grid with their Golf TCR machine, waiting for their exclusive green flag and the red lights to extinguish. There it is. Start Group 2 underway with a real mixture of machinery. One of the Cup 2 Porsches leading away with several Porsche Caymans, TCR machines in there as well. They can be quite handy today in these wet conditions, in the Max Kruse Racing GTI Club Sport there in second of this second group as grip certainly at a premium right now at this early stage.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I was looking at the tracker there. We had a bit of I think it was just an incident for that spinner on the outlap, which was. You did say who it was. Sorry, Peter.
Moritz Krantz.
Moritz Krantz. Thank you. But I think we're all clean on that. So the second group is now away. It is still leader. It is number. It is 4. Now, according to the track, we've got. Number 4 Falcon Motorsport, that's Joel Eriksson in the lead with the Aston Pro Sport in second place. I think that's an error on the tracker. I think we're just missing, saying 4 and 17. I think we're just missing number 3. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a quick look and just go on to number 3 in particular and just see if that's actually highlighted. So yeah, I think it's a tracker error, Peter.
I think so. Yeah, it might be
GPS.
The car coming to
exactly.
late. Yeah, car 320. Also the Ford Motors Bioconcept Porsche Cup car. That's running in the alternative fuel class. It had a little issue on the Grand Prix Strecke, so a few having issues as well. The Tour Group Aston Martin SP10 having a big moment at Arenberg, nearly ending up in the gravel on the outside of the corner as the number 170 Porsche, number 170 Toyota, excuse me, trying to struggle for grip there as they come through down the hill, down through the foxhole. Very, very tricky indeed. The number 3 Falcon car showing is setting a very strong sector time in sector 2, so I think it's running pretty well. Unfortunately, a delayed start though for car number 310, still in the pits sadly.
Yeah, that's the FK Performance Motorsport M2 BMW with Max Hesse and Jens Klingmann driving that car. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that in the pits, but it's not gone out yet. It's not being released. It sits in the 3rd starting group, so they've got to wait until that start group goes past the pitch before it can be released.
And that, of course, is the latest version of the M2.
Yeah.
So very much a test for those two BMW affiliated and factory drivers to evaluate that car. We see this often at the end part of a Nürburgring Langstrecken season, new cars being tested in competition conditions for homologation and release the following year. So start group 3 ready to go, and then we will be fully underway for this 4-hour encounter here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and many competitors in this group competing for the overall NLS championship. Of course, it's not always the SP9s that get the glory. It depends on points scored. Green flag then for the third group, and we are fully underway here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with 3 hours and 54 minutes left on the clock, with the black and orange BMW 3 Series, almost in completely standard road trim. A real stalwart machine of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series leads away of that third group as they all try to make their way through cleanly and try not make any mistakes on this opening lap. With a 4-hour race in these conditions, it's a long way, so you've got to be super careful in at these early stages. As the leaders, according to my timing screened, the number 3 car of Klaus Bachler is just pulling away with some really strong sector times, but we're getting reports, unfortunately, the number 150, that's the Team Bilstein car driven by Steve Alvarez Brown. It's made it into the barrier at the exit of Metzgesfeld.
Well, that was one of the, I think it was one of the Audis there, just behind. That's our championship winners from the last couple of years. The number 1 car with the Audi right behind it. That's the BMW there with the Audi right behind it coming up. A lovely power drift coming out of whichever turn. Could you see in the spray there? But held on to it. So there is a drift event going on here, but shouldn't be in this race.
I didn't expect a 4-wheel drive Audi to be in the reckoning for it, but it was well held nonetheless from the driver of the number 510 Audi.
Maybe he's gone through the dash menus and put it into drift mode.
Possibly. That seems to be the fashion nowadays, isn't it? Yes,
it is fun.
Yeah, running in the V2T rear and 4-wheel drive class, that Audi S3, very much close to its standard road trim. Of course, there's several classes to run in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, both for SPs, special 24-hour special cars, but also the V classes, which are for very close to production cars. They have, of course, safety seats, safety shell, roll cage, etc. But in general, their kind of performance elements, if you like, are very close to the standard road car, and you've got to try and mix in with the other cars, both in around your class. But if you're in one of the slower class cars, you've always got to have an eye on the mirror for the SP9s coming through. And it's a good job, actually, Snowy, that those Falcons are quite brightly painted at the front, because they're going to appear in your mirror pretty quick.
Yes, a lot of work going on. We're getting a little bit of an onboard here from 410 Porsche Cayman GTS, which I've just got to describe to you, which is quite extraordinary. This is the MSC Adenauer ADAC entry, and I'm not sure who's at the wheel. We've either got Alberto Patelli, Stefano Patelli, is it? Okay. Well, he's just shown some on board, and as ever we get a camera pointing forward and one pointing at the driver. Typical touring car style, very much the forearm work, very close to the wheel, and from the outside you could see virtually nothing happening. It was like the serene swan. At the inside, I cannot tell you how much steering angle inputs were going on as he was fighting it, and the facial expressions were fantastic, because he's got an open face helmet as well, obviously with a balaclava and a mic, but you could see he was having to work really hard, and it caught him by surprise, shall we say, by the look on his eyes as he was fighting that Audi, actually, that we were just talking about.
Falcon Motorsports definitely have their photograph for their Christmas calendar, because both of their cars are leading down the Dottinger hole with no sign at all for their competitors. Their wet weather tyre working incredibly well, and those two cars do it really strong. The number 3 of Klaus Bachler leading from the number 4 of Joel Eriksson as they come up through Tiergarten for the first time then. Won't be an absolutely full flying lap, but won't be far away from it. Obviously, but not quite on the power straight out of the final corner. So we'll have to wait another one to get a full look at a flying lap. But this is just dreamland for Falcon Motorsports. Klaus Bachler over the line then to start the second lap of the race with a 4.5 second gap back to Joel Eriksson. And we have to wait quite a while for the third place car to come through, which looks like it's going to be the 17 of Marek Botman. It is, Marek Botman in that Aston Martin Vantage, right there in the mix for Pro Sport Racing.
Yeah, I don't want to peak too early though. So more to point there, where is Stippler? And just very quickly on that note, Bachler, Picarello car, number 3, does have a slight issue with its GPS. So I've just got a message from race control saying if it's not fixed, then that could end up with being forced to come into the pits. Now, Bachman's through, Christa Dula's through. Where is Stippler?
Stippler's pitting. Stippler's pitting.
Right.
So number 15 car, big story then, the winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours back in May. Well, it's Frank Stippler has had to bring in the Audi R8 for Sherasport PHX into the pit lane. Now, surely there can't be anything with a wrong tyre choice. It was full wet. They'll always be on.
It was declared a wet race, wasn't it? So
it was declared a wet race. Yeah, everything. There's no way we would have gone out on anything else other than wet tyres, because there's standing water all over the circuit. It's got to be some sort of technical issue or damage, surely.
Yeah, I just want you, obviously, technically, then let's hope not. I hope it hasn't had any contact with anything. But I just looking, I can't actually see it, but I've just followed it on the tracker, and that isn't always 100% reliable. But that number 15 Stippler driven Audi has indeed made its way down the pit lane and stopped at a box, so it's that's definitely accurate. So we've now got Porsche's 1, 2 and 4, 5, 6, etc. 7th at the moment. Which say just so rare not to have a BMW. I couldn't believe it. I'd completely missed that, Peter. So that was a great spot. But I'm going to say it while I can. But currently, P3 is an Aston Martin.
That's no bias. That's just the.
So the wheels off Stippler's car already. So that I think this is good. I think this is potentially game over. There's no activity or no dynamic activity. No pun intended. There isn't. Now they're looking at the left rear of Stippler's car. I think he's in it still. Are they changing tyres? They're sure. Now there's some bodywork damage to the left rear, as in it's slightly loose. So you've got a very open set of bodywork on that car. We've got a German interview going on there. We can't get to hear, unfortunately, with Frank Stippler. So he's staying in the car. I wonder if he's just had a little tap or something, because they're changing the tyres. Why would they change tyres on that car so soon?
It is odd.
It is
unless they were worried that one was losing pressure after the incident.
Well, no, they changed all 4, and it was it was up on the edge straight away, and all 4 tyres were off. They were looking at the left rear bodywork after the rear wheel, which is, when I say open, it's vented, as in it's got slats, and that was slightly loose at the bottom, indicating you could have just run wide down the grass, and that would just break the bottom bracket or something. It could be as simple as that. But there didn't look to be any sense of urgency, which slightly surprised me, Peter. I'm not sure whether they wouldn't have surely put it onto an intermediate tyre. They didn't look heavily treaded, that which I could see. It hasn't got any lock on, so I can't really see that well. But that's there's something a bit strange going on there with that number 15 Audi, but so early on.
I mean, I think going for an intermediate or a cut slick would be highly brave, to say the
intermediate
least.
Maybe, but not a cut slick, not a home.
One thing I spotted there, Snowy, was now, of course, Sherasport PHX have run Michelin tyres for many, many years. They won the Nürburgring 24 hour on a Michelin tyre. They're running Yokohamas today. So, and it looks like it's wet tyres that have come off that car, full wets. So maybe they're just trying a different type of wet. Maybe this is very much a test session for them, and there isn't anything, so to speak. But it's very odd.
You could be right. It could be right, Peter, that it could be something as simple as they've trying maybe a different compound or whatever, and they've rolled the dice, and Frank's done, with all this experience, done a lap and just said no, it's impossible, or don't bother, or whatever, and he will know, if anybody does, whether it's safe or not to drive around there or competitive. So it might be something quite as simple as that.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll wait for more information. The car is back going now. It's just coming around the the Grand Prix Strecke. We're getting a confirmation from the pits. Thank you very much to the team down there. They're doing a tyre test. The quote, this is translated, they're doing a tyre test for the next race. Now, of course, they have switched tyre brands from Michelin to Yokohama, so that would make sense. However, amongst our team, there's maybe some doubt whether that is actually the case or not. I wonder.
I'm not buying into that, sorry.
Yeah, well, let's see how it goes. I mean, it's certainly Falcon Motorsports with their Porsche, they seem to be in a really strong position right now with both of their cars out there, P1 and 2, and a great opening lap from Adam Christodoulou, who usually comes up to join us in the Global Broadcast Centre, but he's a bit busy right now because he's in 4th position. And with a 3.1 second gap back to the pole-sitting Cup 2 car of Tobias Müller for the Black Falcon team. So great job early on from Adam Christodoulou in the Porsche Cup car, a machine that he's actually getting quite a lot of experience in now. He's of course well known as an AMG affiliated driver, but is in a Porsche Cup car fairly regularly these days.
Indeed. Now, just looking at some of the track conditions, because the rain was heavy during qualifying. That ceased. The fog cleared, great. So we've got racing conditions. I wouldn't say we've gone to a blue sky, but it's not as bad as it could be. Now, with 123 cars going around the circuit and no further rain, there is a possibility of going the opposite of that which we said on the warm-up lap, Peter. That we may end up with maybe not a dry circuit, but maybe a dry line. Which will be interesting. So I just wonder if Stippler and co, with this tyre test, I'm doing metaphorically inverted, apostrophe marks, as you can see, Peter. I can hear you laughing, I know. And I just wonder if they're like, with his experience, and say this could dry out. It's a 4-hour race with 3 hours 43 to go. So we're only just scraping the surface of it, literally. And I just wonder if they've thought of, let's get in now and get onto those tyres early. I just wonder. Well, it's... Because there's not huge plume, just watching the cars coming down the Dottinger Peter, up to Tiergarten. Yes, there's spray, but the sprays are coming, I know this is going to sound really stupid, the sprays are coming off the wheels and stopping. It's there. There's only that much water having to disperse. There's not a ball of spray aero style behind the car, if you're with me. I know that makes sense in my head.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, who was it who said that this is going to be wet all the race long? Oh, it might have been me.
Well, I think I agreed as well. So there you go. Yes.
Well, there's one thing that we have in common with Marcus Kronholm. We are not meteorologists. Now, problem for the GT tyre, BMW 3 Series,
which 562?
Bizarrely stopped.
Well, it looked like it was going to come into the pits.
And it didn't. It's gone to the left-hand side, and it's got back going again. That's the number
502, yeah.
Yeah, BMW F30 for GT tyre.
Oh, Control Delete, wasn't it, almost?
Take the plug out and put it back in again. Yeah, so to speak. So that's the kind of last stragglers in Group 3 making their way through now. So we are fully through into the second lap of running, which is good to see. So at the moment, looking at the sector times, we'll get a full confirmation of gap when the two leaders come through, but the sector times are utterly dominant in the favour of the two Falcon Motorsports Porsches. I mean, at this stage, it is their race. It's their race to lose, but. And it's a big but. If we have that transitioning from wet to dry, if it stays dry for the next 3 hours and 41 minutes, it's going to be then how good is your wet to dry tyre, and then how good is your dry tyre, and how that transition works, and making that transition at the right time. That's what's going to be really interesting to see over the course of the race. Good news for fans of the 150 Black Falcon Bilstein car, it's going at full racing speed, so despite that contact with the barrier at Metzgesfeld, it's carried on. So Klaus Bachler over the line then to start lap 3, and 9 minutes and 23 seconds. That's pretty much exactly the same as his lap in qualifying to put the car on pole, a 9:25.2 for Joel Eriksson. So the gap is up to 6.6 seconds at the front of the field. Mark Bachmann should come through in third place, but a pretty big gap back to that Aston Martin Vantage. There's battling going on amongst the Cup 2 cars, drafting away with one another up and down the Dottinger Ho. And that is our two class leaders, I'm pretty sure, Snowy, those two Cup 2 machines.
Yeah, you're right, it is.
It's Chris Dudulu in the gold and red machine is a little bit deep there for Tobias Müller, but holds on to it for now. So there's a great battle going on here for the honours in Cup 2, and depending on what happens to the SP9 cars, you never know. We could see a Cup 2 car up on the top of the up on the podium overall again, and it is indeed Tobias Müller who goes through to take the lead of Cup 2. He's managed to get by Adam Christodoulou, so our pole-sitting car up into the lead in class.
Yeah, and Adam Christodoulou taking a hesitant line behind the 145 car that's just taken the lead into Tiergaard and just keeping out of his way, because he was taking slightly strange lines. Very quick eyes on for, we've just had a car, now see running wide again, you see, Christodoulou is doing the right thing there, just sitting there letting the car ahead make its mistakes, and it's so early in the race, don't worry about it, just sit and watch and let them make the mistakes, because it's almost as if he's overdriving it.
It does look a bit ragged for Tobias Müller. He's clearly wanting to make his way forward and happy to take the risk.
It's got no front end, that's the problem.
Yeah, and that's where you're really pushing the...
it's just understeering off everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And do you... Of course, we have the combination of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the Northern Loop, and the Grand Prix Strecke. The consequences of mistake in those two places are quite different. Do you take more risk in the Grand Prix Strecke?
Do you per se? Probably not. It's just that you can do. So if the opportunity arises in terms of getting a place for somebody and it's place important, then yes, you can do. But you have to be mindful of that, yes, because it is so different on the Nordschleife. What is interesting is the Grand Prix circuit, perhaps because it's perhaps there's a newer surface or a different surface, or I don't know what the tarmacs are, but it looks already to be significantly drier than the rest of the circuit.
It does, yeah. That's that's what's so challenging here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife is to be able to judge with the different conditions and the weather. So the big Audi, the 510 Audi that had that quite large moment, is in the garage. I wonder if maybe there's something wrong with it, because it kicked into a slide that you just wouldn't quite expect from a four-wheel drive road car. But anyway, it's back in the garage nonetheless, sadly. So the gap 6.6 seconds at the front of the field, and Klaus Bachler and Joel Eriksson looking very, very strong indeed. But a little bit of consternation here. And
yeah, I said that was a warning, didn't I? Yeah.
Yep. The number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, the race leader, has been given a black flag with orange disc. That is the mechanical warning flag. It has no GPS signal, which means it has to pit immediately for that to be rectified.
Yes, so that's just what they don't need. Now, I thought it was my tracking system, because we have different systems here. We have the one that the race control does, so it's appearing on the official timesheets, and then I've got the GPS tracker for watching the cars, which occasionally has a glitch because it's not an official system, shall we say, but it's incredibly useful, and I would say 99.89% of the time it's absolutely fine. When I mentioned that first lap, didn't I, that it said that the number 4 car was leading and that the Aston number 17 were first and second, and I thought, well, where's number 3 car gone? And as I said, it's probably just a glitch. Well, it wasn't. It is an issue with that GPS, and that's gonna cost them dearly now, because they're going to have to pit that. So if they can't fix it, it is incumbent. The onus is upon the team to have working equipment. So they've got to get that fixed, and race control will be pretty clear about that. You've got to do that ASAP. So they have been given an amount of time to say, you have this time to get this fixed. You haven't. Well, sorry, you've got to come in and fix it then. It's hands on the car.
So that will mean then that the opening pit stop for that Falcon Motorsport crew will be 104 seconds. So we have a sliding scale of minimum pit stop times here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and the longer you go into that opening stint, the longer your opening pit stop is. However, it comes back to you at the end, where if you have theoretically need to pit closer to the end of the race, at the end you will have a shorter pit stop time. So it does kind of even itself out, it balances itself out. The question is, Snowy, when you've got that shorter minimum pit stop time of 104 seconds, that's a very tight time frame to get that issue fixed and get the car out without losing any additional time, surely.
Yes, it can completely scupper your chances, and you know, given what they've been through with this already, with this car going off, with Klaus Bachler going off in qualifying, despite being on pole by 14-15 seconds, getting it all rebuilt, it's nothing if not dramatic for them. And I just wonder if, you know, the GPS or something was damaged perhaps in that instance, just a shock through the car, and it just hasn't quite, you know, it's fluctuating or it's intermittent or something. But that's going to cause all sorts of problems for them, and they're going to have to pit this car this lap, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Immediately they'll need to come in to get that sorted out. It may be just a very, very quick fix. It could just be a wires come loose or whatever, but the Falcon crew will jump into action, and that will then put Joel Eriksson into the lead, who is already, as will his teammate, a couple of corners up the road, already coming across the first bit of traffic. And this is what the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series is all about. It is a constant conveyor belt of traffic, always. And if you're in an SP9 FIA GT3 car, these are enormously fast cars, you know, 500 horsepower, but you think, well, that's not that much. It's the aerodynamics. You think, well, now you get a hypercar with, you know, all sorts of power, but it's not the power that's the thing. It's the cornering speed, the aerodynamics, the braking, everything, the systems on the car is just remarkable. So the difference in speed between that and a very much a standard road car is quite dramatic, and that's a skill for both in the lower classes and the front running classes. Unfortunately, Snowy, one of our Seat TCR machines in for an unplanned pit stop, sadly.
Yeah, well, that's drivers taking aboard, and they're just closing the bonnet. Looks like they're going back out again. That's the 322 entry. Just going back to what you were saying about the GT3 cars and how they operate and whatever. They've got another consideration is they have a very small operating window, or fairly narrow operating window. All those elements you described so well there have to work together, have to work in harmony. So if you slow down too much because of the conditions, or you're too cautious, or you slow down too much because of traffic, and i.e. indecisive, the car's out of its operating window, which then becomes, you know, a double problem, because it doesn't react the way you want it to, the way it works. So you want to maintain that momentum, not because you've got a right to get through traffic any more than anybody else, but you need to keep the car in its working window. And when it doesn't, it's horrible, and that's what can catch you out. And it can be literally slowing for somebody for a decision in front of, let's say, 2 or 3 cars of a different pace, as we're seeing on the Dottinger Hohe now. There's 1, 2, 3, is it 3 Hyundais there in a row? And there's the lead Porsche coming through, flashing his lights, saying exactly that. Now, it's going to be a slow part of the circuit as they get up to Tiergarten now, but I'm on the way, I'm coming through, or you need to be aware of me. So flashing the lights yet again, right up with them. One keeps out of the way for you. That's fine. On a faster part of the circuit, he's all slotted through nice and neatly there. Faster part of the circuit, like Foxhole and those bits, you need those people to make decisions and stay where they are, and you get past them and not slow down, because you can't be afford to be lifting at high speed in these things. So black and orange flag now as it's just gone past our race leader. Hasn't pitted, Peter, so at number 3 it has gone past and taken that flag yet again. I'm sure there'll be radio communications, assuming, unlike the GPS, all the radio's working.
Well, that might be the next question. Now, how many laps do you have? Is it pit immediately and then straight away it's a penalty, or do you have to, or do you have a leeway? Well,
that's entirely down to a race director decision, and they will have a scale and an understanding of that. But the pit man has just been standing in the pit lane. We've just seen him with the board for the car to come to, and Klaus Bachler has not pitted and gone round for another lap. So this might well now be a penalty. Now it depends on what will happen now is race control will now be inquiring of the team of Falcon prove to us what communications you've attempted with your driver. If they've said you need to pit and that communication hasn't reached the driver through a comms issue, electronics, etc., that's one thing. If the driver's ignored it, I'm not suggesting he has, but if he has ignored it, that's another thing that can lead to a penalty. So there will now be, like anything else, a mini investigation quite quickly to say, right, the flag was out, why didn't you pit? Why did your driver not pit? And that'll be the question.
I wonder if this is something to do with the incredible job the Falcon Motorsport team to get the car repaired. But there's a repair and there's a repair. Maybe there's a few things that have had to be missed off the bottom of the job list potentially to get the car on the grid. And knowing that this maybe would happen.
Yeah, but just looking at that car going past the pits now, you can see that they're further around the lap. You can see down the centre line of the roof that there's a main aerial at the back, and it's not so they can get Spotify up and things like that. Don't laugh, or radio, whatever it may be. There's a whole series of little antennas down the centre of the Porsche. It's actually more prolific than most, and some of those are just not working. And as you say, Peter, I just wonder in that impact whether a multi-block, as it were, electrically has been dislodged and there are more than one system apart from the GPS not working, because I'm not sure. The team are highly unlikely, let alone somebody of Falcon's experience, they're highly unlikely to say don't pit or not give that communication.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Well, hopefully for Klaus Bachler and the team, he's seen that black and orange flag and he'll pit at the end of the next lap. Because if he goes through once more, he will be in. I think then it's difficult to defend then, isn't it? So a little bit of early drama and controversy then for the Falcon Motorsport team, the leader in class, or leader overall, of course, by 12.5 seconds last time they went across the line, and increasing that gap as they head on to the Nordschleife. Marit Botman for Pro Sport Aston Martin sits in third. Then is Tobias Müller, the first of the Porsche Cup cars in Cup 2, your class leader there in fourth, just ahead of Adam Christodoulou, both running for Black Falcon, 148 leading from 103. In SP9 AM, it's Equipe Vitesse Audi that lead, and they are sixth overall. SP9 Pro, the third car in SP9 Pro, and sitting in eighth overall is Michele Beretta. That, Snowy, was the Team Advan car that was in the barrier in qualifying. They've got that repair, so that's another good job from that team. And I think there's going to be a big opportunity here in this race if this weather stays dry. If you could be brave, if you just get that switchover point just right, you could gain a whole lot of time.
That's what I'm thinking about Shearer. I still think they've got something up their sleeve. They're too experienced to just pit after that, after one. I know it's a new tyre to them, but I just, as I said, the cynical side of me, I've done a bit of this on both sides of the fence, and I don't buy into that. We're doing a tyre test after one lap.
Then there didn't seem to be any, how should we say, any kind of agitated body language. It all seemed very planned. Yeah. Likewise, the body language of the number 3 Falcon team was very much one of slight confusion that why their driver hadn't come in. So that would, to me, that would hint to a communication issue. That they seemed perplexed that Klaus hadn't brought the car in. So it could well be that they've got an issue with radio to the car. But
but there's a protocol for that, and as we all know, and decent comms are two-way. So if there's an issue communicating to the car, whilst you give a driver an instruction, which in this case is race control, therefore very important, you would confirm that and say copy or confirm you've heard or understand this the instruction. So if it's not being received by Klaus Bachler and he's unable to respond because he doesn't know the question, then they'll know they're not getting a response. So again, they'll have to relay that to race control and say, well, we've told our driver, but it appears that he's not getting the message. If that's the case, it could be, there are occasions, apparently, I've heard tell, I've never experienced it myself, but of drivers ignoring their pit crew.
You wouldn't do anything like that, so I'm
just going to leave that out there.
Yes. Well, we're getting news there's a slow zone appeared at Bergwerk, and also yellow flags being shown around Brünchen and Exmüller.
Yeah, well, the Bergwerk one is for car 801, which is the first car in our TCR class. You did say them with the Audi RS3, that's the 801 Bill Motorsport entry. And that's the all-Norwegian team. So that has stopped on the exit of Bergwerk. 801 RS3 Audi LMS.
Well, at least it's close to the pits. Not.
What exactly? I was going to say, hang on, which circuit are you at?
Yes, that's quite far away.
Put the kettle on for him now, Peter, when he gets here.
Yes.
Hot chocolate.
Well, Timo Bernhard, who of course has the unofficial overall lap record here of 5:19, just for the Nordschleife, but nevertheless pretty eye-popping with the Porsche 919 Evo, and of course 5-time winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour. He told me the very first time he drove the Nordschleife as a very young Porsche factory driver at the time, his boss at the time, Hartmut Christen, said, take the fastest road car we have, which was at the time was a 996 GT2, and he only made it as far as Bergwerk and actually pulled over and phoned his boss and said, I can't do it, and he said, well, where did you crash? What's wrong? Where did you crash? He goes, no, I've not crashed. He says, yes, you have. And he says, no, I haven't, I promise. He says, I'm just terrified. I says, I'm just really scared. And he says, well, that's good. That's a good place to start. You have always keep that respect, and it just shows you, even with that, fairly cautious and difficult start, you can go on to be one of the best drivers ever around here. But it's that kind of place.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in a situation where we had a Spa 24-hour many years ago. I know of a driver who, in a GT1 car, did not like the night element and went through it enough to qualify, to make, because everybody had to. You have to cycle all your drivers through. But basically, just said, do not put me in the car at night. It just scares the whatsits out of me. I just don't want to drive that car at night. So it does happen, and that was a successful driver that was actually, when I say a runner-up, probably should have won the British GT Championship. So around about that time. So we're not talking somebody, a club racer. No disrespect to club racers. It was somebody that was very experienced and capable, and yet it still just spooked them, because somewhere like Spa at night is pitch black, absolutely pitch black.
Well, we've got a code 60 at Esbach, so that's kind of been upgraded. We had a yellow flag at Brünchen, and Esbach now code 60 there, which is, by the split times, the leaders have just come through there. In fact, they're already coming down the Dottinger Hose, so they've gone through that area. So that's sort of around the kind of front sharp end of the Cup 2 category, around that code 60 at the moment. So the number 3, the race leading car, making its way now. Is it going to pit here as it comes up towards? Yes, keeps to the right hand side. So now Klaus Bachler has got the message, whether that be from just simply seeing the black and orange flag, gets through. I do like that as you come down to the 60-kilometre limit, that there's a sign there telling you what your speed is, a bit like when you're coming into a village. That's very handy. Into the pits then comes Klaus Bachler, pulls up, so after 4 laps of running then, they have a minimum pit time of 123 seconds, so just a shade over 2 minutes to do all of their pit work, fill the car up with fuel. Now, if you're Falcon team manager here, do you take the risk? Do you go on to a slightly more aggressive tyre here, Snowy?
Potentially so, yes. Obviously, just refuel the car straight away, and they can look on the inside. They can't work on the car yet. So they're just having a look on the inside, and they can open the door and chat to the driver and just say, right, get now communications. Now that is interesting. They are putting slicks on the leading car. So as I said there, it is starting to dry out, and that's a very, very brave choice, going on slicks this early. I would say the GP circuit is probably ready for that. It'll be tippy toe. It'll be a bit like an older AC Cobra or E-Type on crossbars at Goodwood Revival or something. That will be now for Klaus Bachler. Klaus Bachler stayed in the car, didn't he? There's no driver change.
Yes. Didn't see any driver change. Yeah. So That is very, very
But
brave.
there's a drive that we're just getting a great helicam shot now of the GP circuit of the sister car, and that's of Joel Eriksson. And there's a dry line around the GP circuit. Never mind it being dry yet. There's definitely a dry line just said would appear. That's going to be less so when we get onto the Nordschleife though. So that you can be fooled by that one.
The only thing, I mean, it's you'd hope that then that slick is the softest compound they have in the truck.
Well, yes and no, because
it's got to generate the temperature, surely.
Yes, but then you got that overheats too quickly. So in
these conditions.
Well, that's what it can be. That's the danger. You don't want it to. So what you want to do is have a tyre now. At this stage, you're taking quite a risk going on to a slick tyre. So you want to get the maximum time you can out of that tyre. I don't mean lap time. I mean duration time in the stint. You want that car to be on that tyre for as long as possible to maximize, because they've also had an additional pit stop now they didn't want, of course.
Yes, true.
So you've got to incorporate. You've got to change your strategy to incorporate what they want into that pit stop to rectify that GPS thing, which obviously wasn't that much of a problem, because they obviously went in and flicked a switch or pushed a multi-block or pressed a fuse button or something, which I exaggerate for clarity, and they probably won't thank me for that, but I wasn't a major get it all out and sort out what's going on. They obviously got to the bottom of that quite quickly, so the GPS should now be working.
We've also got a code 60 at Ruhr-Pokal, so that's there's already started to be issues around the circuit, and if you're on a dry tyre in changeable at best and certainly wet in other places, the last thing you want is a code 60, unfortunately, because then you lose the tyre temperature, you lose the grip. It's a very, very brave call. I mean, Falcon, they know the tyres that they've got very well. They know the range that they've got. I mean, for me, it's so brave. Would you put a cut slick on, Snowy? Do you think that was maybe the better call, or have they got to really roll the dice now?
Well, they know what they're doing. Unfortunately, we're getting an interview now with somebody down at one of the engineers down at Falcon. That would be unfortunate. It's in German. I'm just going to see if I can try and pick up the gist of it. Yeah, just talking about the GPS problem, which we knew about anyway, but I think the sort of gist of it there was a little bit of a... we haven't got a lot to lose because we've got to fix that GPS system, so...
roll the dice.
Roll the dice and adapt and see if we can, and you know, it's so early in the race that you can afford to do that. Time is on their side at the moment.
Okay, well, it might prove to be inspired. You never know. I mean, it's going to be so tricky for Klaus Bachler. We'll get we'll get a comparison of sector time briefly, and well, sector 2 he's 8 seconds slower than Joel Eriksson, so 1 minute and 17 seconds to 1 minute and 25 seconds. And they're now, Joel Eriksson is just coming through sector 3 right now. It'll take us a couple of minutes to get a comparison time, but that'll give us that's very much out onto the Nordschleife at the moment. Joel Eriksson, now your race leader, is coming out of Bergwerk onto the Kesselchen, which is from about the furthest part away from the pits.
Now then, Peter.
Yes.
Little update for you. Car 003, GPS still not working as it left the pits.
Oh dear.
I know. Not what anybody wants to hear. So I said it was quickly fixed, and they didn't appear to have done a lot. So I don't know whether it's. I mean, it's against. I don't know what the situation is. It's against regulation to run the car without GPS, whether it's intentionally or otherwise. I'm not suggesting it is intentional, but it's what you do when the system isn't working. It depends why it's not working. Is the big thing. Is if they've showed due diligence and every effort to make it work, then I don't know what the regulations are with the team, with the officials.
That's a tough one.
It is a very, very tough one. And of course, at the moment, it's the lead car as well. Now, sunshine is coming through at various parts of on the autumnal golds of the Nordschleife up in the Eifel Mountains there, and there's a very dry line from our helicam shot down onto the Nordschleife parts. Now, so the bits I thought weren't going to dry up particularly, there's starting to emerge, and some parts of it look even look completely light and dry, which is wonderful. We didn't think this was going to happen, Peter.
No, we didn't, but still.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
So the drama continues then at the front of the field. Our timing still showing the number 3 car in the lead, but it is not after that pit stop. It's the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car that is now into the lead after that untimely pit stop for the number 3 machine of Klaus Bachler, having to pit to try to repair a GPS issue. That issue does not appear to have been repaired, and Klaus Bachler right now is struggling for grip on fully slick tyres on a very much still a damp and patchy racetrack. It may well come to him in time, but how long is it going to take for those dry tyres to come to him? I mean, Snowy, what on earth is this experience like, trying to drive in these sorts of conditions on a slick tyre?
Well, it's where you earn your money, and as you can see, there's a definite dry line at parts of it now, that lovely light colour ribbon, and from a driver point of view, you're watching the circuit all the time. Light is dry, dark is still damp, and you're reading it, and it's changing and evolving. So having to go offline is something where you're careful. Are you offline on braking or power, whatever? So you try and use as much of the dry as you can. Obviously, it doesn't always go that way, but it's seat of the pan stuff, Peter. It's feel. It depends how well you know your car. As to what it's doing, and sometimes it feels so painfully slow to drive, and you think, I'll just kind of go a little bit quicker, and you put a little bit more of a throttle application and the thing sideways, and you have to catch and go, no I can't. And it's training yourself actually, and being disciplined to say, I can't do this. I can't drive this the way I do normally, because you've got to think of the big picture. And as we say, in a nanosecond, it can swap ends, and you've taken a corner off, or damaged it, or done a toe link or something, and it's out of the race. And you know, literally, there's a phrase, hero to zero, for a very good reason. Dottingerhoe now looking is really quite dark still in terms of the track surface, most of it, in terms of therefore it's dry, damp, and then getting up towards, so the kink, it dries out a bit, it's, yeah, then it's wetter again. Tiergarten not looking brilliant, but looks quite greasy through Tiergarten.
That was the word that came to mind for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's holding the water, quite a bit of water there. Pitch, oh yes, there moment for our race leader, Klaus Bachler, just coming through the last left-hand part of the Tiergarten, and it's the car flicking all over the place there and losing the front end completely. Now he's weaving down the pit straight, and the pit straight is totally dry. Now, why is he weaving the car quite so much in the dry there? He's still trying to get heat into those tyres, because they are slicks on this, so I would suggest they're not up to temperature yet, even despite doing a lap around. But not also, bearing in mind, this car has a GPS issue still recorded that hasn't come into the pits. So back there it is, it's still out there. What was his best lap? That last lap was a 9:41. His best lap's a 9:25.
So we're getting word from the brilliant work from the team in the pits. So the Vulcan team manager Sven Schnabel said, technically everything is okay with the car, but the GPS transponder has electrical problems. That's why we got the black flag. We added a second GPS unit or power cable and need to clarify now if the signal is working now. The change now on slicks will be a little bit tricky, but we need to solve the GPS problem first. So it could be something that can actually, with the new unit, could be solved sort of on the fly kind of idea. So let's see. We're getting, and it seems that for Klaus Bachler on those drier parts, he's trying to generate as much tyre temperature as he possibly could while he's on the dry part. But when he's on the greasy wet part, it's so difficult. And in fact, he's had a little bit of an off on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah.
He held it well, but the grip's still not there at all.
No, you can see it's struggling. It's not just front end, it's struggling with turn end, it's struggling with power, which is always going to be the case if you're going early. As I said, we're trying to get as much of a run out of these tyres as you possibly can. Just going back to the GPS thing, I said it was quite quick, didn't I, that they resolved it. It's quick because what they've done is they've tried not to investigate it. It isn't working, so the simplest solution is to save time, plug in a second one with its own power cable to resolve the problem. Now that obviously creates a different problem, because that in turn is now not working, as Sven Schnabel's told us. So you got to wonder, what is that? Is it a signal issue then? So it's got power, it's got a new unit, it's got power. Must be a signal issue. But the point is, what they're doing here is the team are showing due diligence. They are following the race director's requests of sort this out, and they're doing that which they can. So I'm not saying it's not for us to say, but whether the race directors are benevolent or not is entirely up to them. But they are certainly, from a team point of view, doing everything possible to get that car compliant with the rules, whilst leading on slicks in the damp. Just saying that. Yeah.
Klaus Bachler is doing his very best. He dropped 8 seconds in the first sector. That's pretty much the kind of Grand Prix from the start finish towards the end of the Grand Prix loop. Of course, we cut quite a bit of it out. We used more of it in the 24-hour race. It's sort of a slightly different route for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. At the opening corner of the Grand Prix circuit, you take a very hard right and then into the kind of stadium section, whereas in the 24-hour layout, you're taking a left and then heading down towards the what was the Goodyear's banker. It is the Goodyear's banker now.
It is now, yes.
It changed, yeah. So yeah, slightly different layout, but right now, Klaus Bachler struggling to run anywhere near the pace of the wet-shod cars. Yes, there might be parts where the wet tyres are starting to overheat a little, but I think on balance that's still the tyre to have on. What I'm fascinated to see, Snowy, is what the teams that come into pit, shall we say, on schedule, what do they fit? Do they go straight to the slick, or do they go for the cut slick?
Well, I think at this stage, there's no point in the cut slick. It's too late. That window's gone. So it's now a slick.
Okay.
and get on with it. I just think I think Battler was just an early adopter of that, shall we say?
Well,
and quite brave with it.
Yeah, quite brave, but yeah, quite brave with it. But and I think it was almost forced to make that decision slightly too early by having to pit for the GPS issue. I think in an ideal world they would rather have had a few more laps on a wet weather tyre of some description. Many of the other class cars having issues of their own trying to manage it. The 170 Toyota Supra slipping and sliding all over the place, trying to look for grip. It looks so greasy out there. That's the pole sitting car in SP10, a car that's had 3 class wins so far this year in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Now they at the moment are running second in class with Andreas Gulden at the wheel, and he's having to do a fair bit of sawing at that wheel, Snowy, to keep this Toyo Tires Supra on the black stuff.
Yeah, it's got a lot of torque, hasn't it, that engine? You can hear it working, but he's staying at fairly low gearing, but it's almost if you could use the torque a bit more, but you've got a lot of traffic in front of you there, but quite a lot of opposite lock coming out of most of the corners, flashing the lights specifically at the 502 GT Tires BMW right in front. And again, just looking at that onboard footage, it's come out of Hatzenbach and now powers by in the Supra. But again, another driver sitting very, very close to the wheel in what I call touring car style.
Oh, so, rally car style, French
absolutely, yeah.
Style. Yeah, really sawing back and forth.
I'm not suggesting we all got to have the Fanjo Moss straight arm of the 50s type look, which I think was equally as uncomfortable, but that does look very close.
Yeah, I guess it's always a driver preference.
Yeah.
Of what they feel comfortable with. Sometimes it can be that the kind of dimensions of the car and the way it fits as well, of how you fit in the car and your body shape, etc. So, but a great job from the driver of the 170 Toyota Supra, Andreas Gulden, keeping it clean. And you know, if you're taking this opening stint, not keeping it clean is one of the GT Tires BMWs. That is
148, 149, I think.
146. I'm going to go for.
Okay. Just have to be different, don't you?
Well, I'm going to be right or wrong. I don't know. It's from the lead of the class. Oh, yeah. Dearie me. Oh no, that's Patricia Stalidzan, who's ended up in the gravel trap. That looked down at turn 1 in the gravel.
I think it did. I think you're right. I'm just going to put up on the GPS, Peter, while you do that. But I think you're absolutely right.
That's such a.
It is. It's 146. Yeah, good call. So yeah, you were right. Just for clarification, I can be humble, you see.
You are very humble.
It is off, as you say, turn 1. It looks almost as if it just outbraked itself into the gravel there.
Very easy to do.
Did you say race class leader though? Class
leader, yeah, in SP8T. So that's the GT Tire team. That's really frustrating, and then you've got to get the recovery and get back to the pits. Super battle going on in the BMW M235 Cup class. Was very closely contested between the 650 and the 651, but we've just seen a pit stop for one of them, and it's the 651 that's now. 651 has pitted, 650 has carried on as my timing screen's decided to freeze. Very, very timely. Excellent. But it's all going on, Snowy. Several classes up and down. You're trying to keep on top of everything in a Nürburgring Langstrecken race. It's not always easy. No, there's always a lot going on, and it's as I say, it's great to have so many out on track this stage of the season, which is which is our penultimate round. There's been a little bit of a gap because we did have some NES rounds that we're going to split between NLS and NES this year, which didn't actually come to fruition in the end. Hence the slightly longer gap. We don't normally have a gap of 3rd of August to this late in October in the season. There is a summer gap, but that's caused that. But we're also quite familiar with the early part of the season, i.e. building up to the 24-hour race. Whilst the 24-hour race
isn't part of this series, it is something that everybody aspires to, and all the teams, whether it be drivers or whatever, they do want to take part in that and gather data before that race. So we tend to see big entries, and then it just there's a different, it doesn't tail off, but there's quite a few less, normally about 80 this time of year. So to see 120 plus cars out on this race this late in the year is fabulous, absolutely fabulous. So we've just got 191 BMW into the pits just to make sure we get some BMW action in here, and with a front right tyre delamination. I think it's Earl at the wheel of that, is it? 191. That's a Valkenhorst car. Yes, Bennett Earl at the wheel. That he should be sharing that with Jean-Christophe David, but I think it's just Bennett Earl at the wheel of it. They won't need to rotate it into the box. I'll be surprised. It's just a front right, which is an odd one to go. I mean, it's not like most circuits this place. There's lots of mostly clockwise circuits, therefore our front lefts tend to wear it. But it's the inner side wall that's completely delaminated, and the tyre has moved out across over them. The tread is all there intact, as it were, but it's all moved all the way out. So. And of course, these cars in this category, they're going to refuel the car first. They can look at that tyre. They can't do anything work on the car yet. But these cars are not on centre studs, so they'll have 5-stud fixings. So they'll have to get electric drills to those, as they're not normally air guns, if I'm right at this level. So when I say electric, it's a battery-powered pack. Refueling it first, taking that time. It should be no more. It's always, of course, having a look at the technicians as to what damage it's done. That's always a danger of a tyre flailing around there. What damage it's done to it. Everything else in there, in that wheel arch.
We saw that the year that Friccadelli won the 24-hour race, with a little puncture, having to drag the car back, and they changed the whole rear section just in case there was any damage. Now, word coming through from the pits, our hard-working pit lane crew, the number 6 car, which has had a eventful day, to say the least. It's been in the barrier, it's been repaired, it's got back in the race. Well, they've just got a drive-through penalty. This is the Yokohama Team Advan AMG Mercedes for pushing another car. I wonder if that's maybe it's either on a race start or during a code 60, but either way, they've been given a drive-through penalty. At the moment, that car is being piloted by Michele Beretta. Never backwards and coming forwards is Michele. So, but yes, a drive-through penalty, quite frustrating then for that crew, and will put them a little bit further behind the 8 ball. I would love to update you on pace of how this is playing out in terms of the wet tyre car versus the dry tyre car of Klaus Bachler, but it appears my timing screen is frozen. I don't know if yours has, Snowy, but it's a little bit tricky to judge the pace without one.
Not currently, no. My screen is fine. What information was it you're wanting, Peter?
Sort of how the sectors are comparing between the wet tyre Falcon Porsche of Joel Eriksson and the dry tyre Falcon Porsche of Klaus Bachler, to see where we are in pace, whether it is at that switchover point yet.
Well, Eriksson on the number 4 car currently, sector 1 time was a 1:14, and Bachler was a 1:22. In sector 1.
That was quite a while ago.
That's quite.
I think we've got a timing.
So maybe we have mine's frozen as well then. Yeah. Okay.
It's gone no further than sector 3, whereas Heinemann is.
You agree. So sorry. So I thought it hadn't, but it had. So I'm misinforming you again. So I'm going to refresh that and just see if that comes up again.
So coming around Carousel now is Joel Eriksson. I just said Tim Heinemann. It's not. It's Joel Eriksson who's driving up towards Hoa Act, where his teammate Kay McCropper. And interestingly, on the left-hand side of the road, on the way up to Hoa Act, there is a lot of cement ducts, gypsum to clear up. So I wonder if maybe Klaus Bachler in that incident in qualifying, he hit a bit of fluid or coolant or something like that, or oil even, and went straight off, because he did just go straight off. So I wonder, or maybe after the incident, some coolant came out the car, fluid came out the car, and that's why they've had to put some cement dust down. So but no problem for Joel Eriksson, making his way now down through towards Esbach and Brunchen, a very popular area of the circuit for fans, and of course over on the left-hand side of the road today, lots of fans there enjoying the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series atmosphere. And some slightly cooler, damp temperatures, it doesn't get them down, doesn't put their spirits back.
Yeah, I've just gone on to the live timing from ADAC rather than the one that's frozen, and I'm still waiting for sector times to come up and update us on that at the moment.
We do have a timing issue getting information. Now let's talk about this entry, the number 310 BMW Snowy, the new BMW M2, or the latest model BMW M2 with its what should we say, dazzle camouflage on it, a new machine for next season, you'd imagine, and Jens Klingmann and Max Hesse putting it through its paces in competition conditions.
Yeah, I mean, we say Max Hesse just so casually. Part of the BMW now disbanded, but part of the BMW Junior team with Dan Harp and Neil Verhagen very successfully only the last couple of years or so ago in the M4. And as we've often said, they're BMW drivers. I talked about Darren Turner earlier being an Aston Martin driver, and some of your job can be, they all want to go and race in glory, and winning class at Le Mans 3 times is fantastic, but your day job can be, developing the company's new SUV, or making it better, or improving it, advancing it, evolving it, etc. And Max Hesse here in this car, that's your job. Use all the intel that we've given you and all that seat time and experience you've had at the wheel of an M4, one of our products, and go and sort this car out. Which I have to say at the moment looks like he's taking very steady. Is Max Hesse at the wheel of this right now?
Oh well, I think either if it's Hesse or Klingmann, it's kind of the same ability-wise, you would think.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, just looking very, very cautious with it.
The thing is, it will be a pretty much standard road car underneath. So the latest M2 was stripped out, it seems, run by the FK Performance team. It's running at the moment 4th in class. In the SP3T class. So the regulations for an SP3T car are, as I shuffle my papers, something between 1.75 litres and 2 litres. Now, yes. So that's strange, because that is a BMW M2's road car's engine is bigger than that. So it's actually not a BMW M2. It must be a 235i or a 240i.
Okay.
So it can't be an M2 if it's running in that class, because M2's got a bigger engine than that.
What number is it again? It is
310.
310.
It's running in. Jens Klingmann is driving it at the moment, but it's definitely not a BMW M2 if it's running an SP3T, unless it's an M2 chassis with a smaller engine in it.
I was going to say, unless it's 1750 to 2 litre, isn't it, with a turbocharger? So it's listed on the entry because it's got the Dacia Logan in there. The two got a Golf and Porsche and a Seat. This is an M2, isn't it?
That M2's got a 3 litre straight 6. So yeah, interesting one there.
I should do some research in the background whilst my timing screen hopefully refreshes soon.
Hopefully. Falcon Tyres in for a pit stop car number 4. Joel Eriksson, it would appear Joel Eriksson is staying in the car. Fuel going in at the moment, of course, from the supermarket pump, at 155 euros and counting so far. Going into that car. This is where we have the minimum pit stop times that play into things. So this will be 6 laps complete then for Joel Eriksson, and that will then mean that this minimum pit time is 163 seconds. So they've got over 2.5 minutes to do the work. The mechanics cleaning the tail lights at the moment as it comes back off. Now, I didn't see any tyres being changed there, Snowy. The fuel's still going in. That's interesting. I'm with you. So are they going to leave the same wet tyres on?
Looks like they are.
Wow, okay. I mean, certainly from the last timing information we had, the wet tyres were still by far and away the faster tyre over the dry tyre. But that was a good 10 minutes ago when we last had timing information. So, very interesting here for the Falcon team, because they put the fuel in, then do the tyres.
Yeah, and it's left the pit, so it's out.
Okay, so, well, let's see then how this plays out, and whether this is a good call for the Falcon team or not. Out they go back into racing action. Car number 4. Oh, it's unless they, because are you allowed to fuel and put tyres on at the same time? I don't think you are.
No.
Oh, okay. So the fuel was going in, but the way that this number 4 Porsche is moving around, it does seem a little bit squirrely, Snowy. That's an unusual one.
Well, we both missed a tyre change. Not to say it didn't happen, but it's you would say that he's definitely struggling with that, and so it suggests it has got slicks on it, but we didn't see that, so it didn't say it didn't happen.
So they maybe put tyres on first and then put the fuel in, which would be odd. That is a strange one. That is a very, very strange one, because you would put the tyres on at the last minute, because they'll sit in ovens out the back of the garage. That's very unusual. Very, very unusual if they've left the same wet tyres on. Very strange. I mean, is there any? What do you think the play is there, Snowy? If they have left those wet tyres on, what do we think?
I can't see why you would. I'm not saying they haven't. I just can't see why you wouldn't. Why you would at this point, given the way the track is dry and so much of it, and continuing to do so. It stopped raining some time ago. So I'll just very, very quickly, whilst we're on to that, Peter, I have got a press release from BMW yesterday, actually, which is the 18th, isn't it? Yes, yesterday. That the BMW that we've been talking about is for 2026. Hence it's being run by Max Hesse at the moment, or that car driving it, as a development car, and it is called BMW M2 Racing. That's its title. So it is an M2 Racing, but it is a new entry level. So basically it's now superseding and replacing the 235i, 240, and it's now, and the CS is now becoming one car called, long live the new M2 Racing.
Okay.
It's a track only car, second generation. Yeah, so that's what that is.
Okay, I'm with you. So okay, so it's basically it's an M2 chassis, but with a smaller engine in it. It's got the same engine then as that's in my 1 Series then.
Yeah, I'm just going to get some
race
more.
red engine. I can tell my mates down the pub if I had any. Falcon number 3, the very NASCAR style paint the number on the roof, which is very good for Nürburgring helicopter shots. The number 3 car running very strongly now with those dry tyres. Of course, it's going to keep coming back to them as things progress, because of course the track is getting drier and drier all the time. Still don't have any timing information, unfortunately. Blame it on the water getting into the cables this morning.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the M2 there. It's potentially the first ever X-Drive, as in 4-wheel drive one, but they might say they might do a rear-wheel drive version of it just to keep the tradition alive.
Oh, a 4-wheel drive single mate race car. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
that is very interesting. Yeah.
There's our winter reading sorted out.
That is a very interesting thing. So very good, and good when perfect Nürburgring car, particularly for if you're earning your stripes at the Nürburgring to have the.
Well, that's exactly the point. So it's an entry level. It's a cheaper entry level into GT4 and then GT3, should you wish to.
Yeah, yeah. So Joel Eriksson coming down through Westfalenfahrt now and down the hill towards Adenauer and up towards Exmüller. It was a little squirrely on the brakes there. We're trying to get a word on what tyres are fitted to that number 4 Falcon car at the moment, because it did seem odd that as the fuel was still going in, there was no tyre change done after that. So we're all a little bit perplexed here. I mean, from your point of view, Snowy, looking at that Falcon car, it does seem to be running fairly well. It's so hard to tell what tyres are on it right now. Anything you can tell from that point?
Not easy. What I can say is that there's a very, very slow Aston coming in on the Dottinger Her with looks like another puncture front left. So as another puncture in a car in this race, it just happens to be an Aston this time. That's the can't be 25, can it? Number 25? That wouldn't be right.
150.
No, it's just some legend written down the bonnet. Sorry, it just caught my eye and thought that's not right.
No,
yeah,
so
it's a critical phase of this race right now, and we honestly thought this rain was in for the day, and it was going to be, you know, one of those. It was going to be a wet one. It was declared. The officials agreed and declared it a wet race before the start. That's to make it compulsory. Everybody's onto those tyres, the wet tyres, obviously for safety. But that, as ever with the Nürburgring, we always say there's only ever one winner at the Nürburgring, and that's the weather and the nature. Always has that capacity to throw in a curveball, and very much so today, because it's dried out. Not only has it stopped raining, but the circuit's dried far quicker than I anticipated it would do, and I think that's sent all the strategists running around headless chickens, to want of a description, as to what to do. And I'm just wondering whether these two Falcon cars are running an alternative strategy to one another at the moment, each car, just to get some data.
Well, it's they do have. I mean, one thing's for sure is they do have a huge amount of pace up their sleeve. I mean, they've clearly proven that they're very quick, particularly in the wet conditions. Of both Falcon cars, they were in a massive advantage early on. So yeah, maybe they're just they're playing two different cars. I mean, that's the advantage you have when you enter two cars. You can play when you're in these changeable conditions. You needn't play the same strategy. The same strategy for each. So yeah, really good position to be in as far as that's concerned. A battle going on as well in the Cup 2 category. The Black Falcon car of Adam Christodoulou being chased down by the Avia WNS Motorsports car, the white, red and black machine, the golden red of Christodoulou, holding on to that second position for now as Tobias Müller out into the lead. But and the dry line is just getting bigger and bigger, and of course with 123 cars, Snowy, I mean, that's one way to get the place dried up, is send 123 roasting hot racing cars around.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work like that. But today it certainly has. And so I wouldn't have and didn't predict it, but that has changed it dramatically. So it's, as you said about they've got the option, Falcon. They've got a lot of pace up the sleeve if they need to. They're running first and second still, 3 and 4 as they qualified. So they can almost afford to play a little bit, can't they?
Yeah, they definitely can. They definitely can. Apologies, at the moment we're running with, we do not have access to timing information. So we were with the team at the Nürburgring working very hard to get that sorted right now. So thank you for your patience. We'll call it as best as we can, but unfortunately timing information is absent right now as the two Porsche Cup machines come through. Galgenkopf having gone through a brief code 60 at Schwalben-Schwanz, and then on the power as Christodoulou gets a little bit of a jump. Now these cars are on wet tyres right now, but trying to find any damp patches on the Dottinger Hoe. Why are they doing that, Snowy?
You know why. You know exactly why.
For the benefit of our listeners, since you're our GT1 legend expert racing driver, I thought I'd tee that one up for you.
Well, I don't know where he is today, but I've stood in for him, which is fine. So your question is?
why are the drivers on wet tyres going off the dry line and onto the wet track?
Tyres overheat, and that's the problem. You've got to keep them cool. The wet tyre obviously normally runs when it's completely wet, therefore the water obviously cools it enormously. All our two porters splitting there, one coming into the pits. So they've got, as we said before, an operating window. And they don't like running in the dry. They're not designed to run that because it's a wet tyre. It's pretty obvious what it says on the tin or what it says on the tyre. So they've got to keep it cool. And it's this crossover point you were just talking about there. If you can do that still, that's great. If you can't, you've got a problem. And what will happen is not only the performance, but the tyre will chunk and delaminate and throw treads off because it doesn't like what it's doing. It doesn't like what it's been asked to do.
So, an hour, beautifully explained, Snowy, beautifully explained. An hour and 20 minutes into this race, Steve Alvarez-Brown is still at the wheel of the 150 BMW M4 GT4. That's the Team Bilstein entry, a very, very popular entry, this car, running with Manuel Metzger and Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy and Steve, two drivers who come from the world of virtual motorsports and YouTube, and acquitting themselves very, very well in this Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series season, and really couldn't ask for a more experienced teammate to learn from in Manuel Metzger. Now, the Wolf Oil alternatively fueled Porsche Cup car running on Goodyear Eagle tyres is into the pits, car number 320. This is one of the cars where, again, very unique part of the Nürburgring. We've got some unusual names in there, and Smudo, very much a well-known name at the Nürburgring, Snowy.
Absolutely. I was just seeing, is that the Shearer Sport Audi? Just popped in. It is number 15, the Audi. That was one of those early. Now, was that end of lap 1 or 2 that came in and changed tyres, and they said it was a tyre test which threw us, and as I said, I didn't quite didn't quite buy into that. I don't know whether my timing screen hasn't updated yet, so I can't get that to where that car is at the moment. We're still stuck with times from a while ago. Yeah, so the Shearer Sport Audi in for, I think, its first driver change, which means Frank Stipler will exit that car and Nico Bastian will take over.
Yeah, a little bit of a baptism of fire for Nico Bastian, an experienced driver, but his first time in an Audi R8 GT3, and different. I would imagine it'll be a different tyre as well to what he's used to. So it's kind of all new for Nico Bastian, and you're going out onto a partially wet, partially dry track. That certainly is a baptism of fire.
Yeah, I don't feel too sorry for him. It's his job.
You're so harsh. You're so harsh.
Well, Nick Damon always says that for him when we start talking about how eulogising how wonderful and what the conditions are and what these drivers have to do, and go, it's their job. So I just thought I'd get in there for thinking of you, Nick.
Yes.
You weren't convinced by that, were you?
All I would say is if you've seen Nick Damon driving on iRacing before, I think maybe you should keep quiet on such matters.
I've been on the road with him, and that was enough.
Yeah, quite. So the Wolf Oil number 320 car it's had its pit stop, back out and going. Of course, that crew won their class last time out in that fractious 6th round of the championship. Of course, we've had it's a little bit confusing. We've had 4 pure Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series rounds and 2 Nürburgring 24-hour qualifying races, but both of those qualifying races counted as Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series rounds. Clear? Hope so. So we have in total 7 rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, which just runs here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Now, getting some word down from the pit lane, trying to glean a little bit of info on what happened with Falcon. It seems that they had done some tyres while they'd done the tyres before the fueling was finished, but I thought you couldn't put tyres on at the same time as fuel was going in. Anyway, we believe the number 4 Vulcan car, the race leader, has switched tyres. Now what we can tell you, problem for the 127 Porsche Cup 2 Machine the Mascot workwear car. This is a car with Tom Coronel in the driver lineup. It's gone off on the exit of turn 1, the very tight.
Must be coming out the pit, surely.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. Maybe on slick tyres, you would.
Yeah, I just wanted to call them out. I think there's a bit of front right damage as well, I think.
Oh, so maybe made the way into the barrier there, possibly. So yeah, that's 2 Dutch drivers. Tom Coronel, a very, very well-known driver here, and Jan-Jaap van Roon. We don't know who's in the car at the moment. Another car we've got to keep a watchful eye on is the Dynamic GT Porsche, which had a 10 grid penalty, 10 place grid penalty for speeding during qualifying. And Mathieu Jaminet started the car, that Pirelli-shod car, and trying to drag it up through the order. At the last timing point, it was up into the top 15, and 2 hours 35 minutes to go. Still got work to do, but interesting to see that we've got a much bigger mix of tyre manufacturers in this round, Snowy, in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, because when we go to the 24-hour race, most of the top teams, I mean, it's Michelin have really had the edge over the last 10 years, really. They've won the race every year of the last 10 years, and a lot of their cars are up on the podium, but it seems that there's a lot of other tyre brands here who are really putting in the prep to try and close that gap next year.
Indeed so. Just seen there's a yellow Cayman just pulled off there, as we're just seeing a bit of an aerial shot. I'll come back to them, but yes they do, and that's often the way. It's like you know, motor manufacturers or engine manufacturers or tyre manufacturers, they're cyclical. They have a time and they have a season almost where it's their time, and after a while, for whatever reasons, usually commercially, obviously, good to sell them at the end of the day, is other manufacturers go, well, actually, we want to slice the action, but there's a huge investment to be able to do that. So it's good to see there's nothing wrong with a particular tyre. In this case, you just mentioned Michelin for the last 10 years dominating. That's fine, but you know, there's the age-old phrase: competition improves the breed, and that's good to see.
It's so true. Yeah, it's so true. I mean, we see it's quite unusual nowadays to have an open tyre formula. Most series run with a control tyre, but here at the Nürburgring, it's totally open. You can bring whichever brand you like. There are very strict rules to what the tyre manufacturers have to follow, but it is an open tyre formula. We see it as well in the European Rally Championship. It's 4 tyre manufacturers to choose from there, and each have their own. It's interesting. You look at the conditions and you think, this brand are going to do quite well in these conditions because that's really where they have the edge. But then in another type of condition, then another brand has the edge. I mean, look at qualifying. Just look how much of an advantage Vulcan had in qualifying. It was huge in the full wet.
Yeah. I'm just trying to read through the regulations about that thing we're talking about, as to whether refueling and tyres can be done at the same time or not.
I initially thought it could be, but possibly not. But we've got the team on it down in the pits to get a word on what the number 4 Vulcan tyre Porsche went for. So we've got quite a few cars running in the alternative fuel class. It's something that's been very much pioneered and driven forward here at the Nürburgring and in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The number 105 Porsche Cup car running on E20 gasoline. So a mixture of ethanol and regular fuel. This is the Max Kruse racing car with Dominic Fugel and Marcel Fugel from Chemnitz. That's where Jürgen Bart came from, I'm pretty sure. And Benjamin Leuchter from Duisburg are piloting this one, and we've got one of the Fugels on board at the moment in that alternatively fueled car.
I'm still struggling to get a time screen to update to give us latest information.
We're a bit in the dark, aren't we?
we are a little bit at the moment, yes.
We're without our commentary, without our timing screen. We are a little bit hands tied, as the Müllner Porsche coming through Schwalben-Schwanz.
I'm going to take a huge risk here and just do a complete reboot of everything and just see if that resolves it. Much like the GPS on the leading.
Maybe that's
Porsche.
what's throwing it off.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what's throwing it off is the issue with the GPS, perhaps. So we thank you for your patience, folks. The number 4 Porsche for Falcon Motorsports, your race leader, and Joel Eriksson took the opening stint there, did the Swedish driver, and stayed on board. So he'll be handing over to Tim Heinemann a little bit later on. Of course, Joel, a 4-time winner in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series and former champion of the Masters of Formula 3 8 years ago. So came through single-seaters, but like many drivers do, after single-seaters they go into sports car racing. Tim Heinemann also a winner in the past in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series back in round 3 of the championship.
They always learn the error of their ways and come back to proper racing. It's not racing if it hasn't got a roof.
Not even an open-top sports car.
Shh. damn you and your accuracies.
Such a pedant. So Carno also in the alternative fuel class, the number 10 Golf. This is a Mark 7 Golf TCR spec machine being driven by Matthias Fasel, Thibaut Hochwind and Heiko Hamel. 2 class wins so far for them in their Golf, and I love the fact that just the sheer variety in the alternatively fueled class. That is effectively the rule. If it's alternatively fueled, so not regular race gasoline, you can run in it. We've got a few TCR spec machines, a couple of Porsche Cup cars, etc., a couple of Cayman GT4s in there as well. So there's lots of different ways that you can enter into that alternatively fueled class. And I mean, without getting too political, Snowy, and it's very difficult with this topic, with the sheer level of vehicles that will remain part of the global fleet, an alternative fuel, I think, is very much an important part of our, what they call it, future mobility solution.
Totally so. I'm not going to go in that rabbit hole because opinions are divided and it's early days. But we do need to change the outlook and have more sustainable fuels, whatever that solution may be. Little spin there for one of our BWs, 313. Just rotating and rejoining cleanly out of the way. So much so, driving down the grass to give out the way of the BMW, which is very considerate. That's the MSC Zinzig Golf TCR SB3T class.
What looks like a Colombian flag on the wing end plate, but there are no Colombian drivers in that car. It's R2. No, it's not. It's an Armenian flag because Artur Goroyan is Armenia.
Yeah.
There you go. And then Nathaniel Berton and Danny Brink. And of course, Danny Brink, a very, very well-known driver here. Kind of a local legend here at the Nürburgring. Many-time Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series champion. It is. Well, of course, it says we race for Armenia on the car. My apologies. Very similar colours to the Colombian national flag in my defence, but I never was good at flags at school, amongst other things.
The days that you were there.
Too busy sitting reading Autosport magazine in the back of class. My dad actually said to me,
this is why we're friends.
Well, exactly. He said to me, he said, Peter, if you could remember things for your school exams like you do for things from Autosport magazine, you'd be dangerous. Well, look at me now, Dad.
Yeah. We've also had a code 120 at the Carousel, which has now just been increased to a code 60 for, this is car 122, which is the Müller Motorsport Cup 2 GT3 Porsche that started P8 and got right up into the order there at the start. That was Moritz Krantz at the wheel of that to start with, wasn't it? I think that's been handed over to Ben Brunagel. Which is where it stopped now, but that's an issue at the Carousel entry. You'd be pleased to hear my reboot has achieved absolutely nothing. Oh, and there's the 101 Krone Racing Porsche facing the wrong way. that'll be, is that Tracy Crone at the wheel of that now? Now he's got the problem is on the wet grass, and he's just trying to get some traction slightly uphill facing the wrong way. Looks like he's missed all the tyres. There's nothing there. Just getting wheel spin because he can't get the car moving forward. Now that is going to be a problem for him.
That is really unlucky there, yes.
Yeah, Tracy Crone or Nicholas Johnson. I think it's probably, so there's an intervention vehicle around now. He's got the hazards on. It looks like, unless there's any marks further down the tyres, we've got the tyre stacks, and the stacks of 5 or 6 put together, bolted together and painted. And there's no that. I think he's just rotated and facing the wrong way. So they're giving him a tow out because it's facing uphill, and he literally cannot get the car moving. Such is the traction. So he must be on slicks.
Well, no problem for the 4Motion Volkswagen Tiguan, long wheelbase Volkswagen Tiguan that's come to the rescue with the tow hook. And one car is running in the field is a Volkswagen Golf, looks like a Golf R, running 4-wheel drive Golf R. That would be I think that would be my NLS car of choice, actually, Snowy. I think that would be a great car for this kind of championship.
Yellow and red flags waved on the Dottinger, just on the clip up to Tiergarten on the rise there, the crest. It's actually, it used to be in the old days, the red and yellow stripe flag used to be called the oil flag when I first started racing, because that's what was usually dropped by cars at the time. Then, because as I say, it became sort of fluid, and it's now actually known as a change of surface flag. And it can be if there's gravel, debris, etc. And in this case, it looks like there's a splitter off the front of a Cup 2 Porsche sitting on the track. So, because it's just the other side of the crest, what the officials and marshals there are trying to do is just warn people that be aware and try not to be on that side of the track and run over a splitter, which, whilst it's only a thin little bit of rubber, whatever, you'd be amazed that gets wrapped around something or damages a connection or something underneath, and it can create a bigger problem. So you try not to run over things on the track if possible. You just try and pass people.
That's the idea, isn't it? So
allegedly.
Well, allegedly. Getting confirmation then from the pit. So again, we apologise that there is an issue that's being worked on by the hard-working team at the Nürburgring to try and get on top of this. But the number 3 car, driven by Klaus Bachler, last time by was an 8-minute 31.6. That's significantly faster than the wet weather pace. That's 50 seconds faster over a lap. So the dry tyre is clearly coming into its own now. The number 4 car was a 9-minute and 4 seconds 0.8 minute lap. Now, it was coming out the pits though, so that we will need another lap to get a good idea on what the exact differences between those two. But we believe the number 4 has gone on to dry tyres anyway, but to see how they're getting on. So even despite that GPS issue, Snowy, that number 3 Falcon Porsche is not out of this yet, and we haven't seen a black and orange flag for it either, so it could be that race control are happy with the efforts that have been made to fix it.
Yes, indeed, not anything else, though. Of course, our timing screens are not currently live, and therefore we can't tell where that car is, but there's certainly no message coming up. I'm just looking at this. There's a code 60 at turn 1 now, which is for the 101 RPM Racing Tracy Crone car. Not sure whether Tracy was at the wheel of that or not, or whether it was Nicholas Johnson. I'll go through my screen and find that in a minute for you, assuming that's updated. But that car, it had an outside toe, which is absolutely fine to get it back on the track. You say it was just swapped ends, but it's still got a code 60 down there for that car, and it doesn't appear though it's actually got itself going. It's back into the pits now, so there is damage to the. It was facing the opposite way, as I said. It didn't look like it connected with the wall. What it had, if it was your road car, you'd be mortified. From a race point of view, it's a light greys that will polish out.
That was Nick Johnson who was driving.
Yeah, and a headlamp cover. So
it wasn't Tracy Crone.
No,
it was Nick Johnson. A very, very, very experienced driver. Just shows you if you're on cold, slick tyres, it doesn't matter who you are. It's an issue. The Crone team going to work trying to
or trying to clip that splitter back on. Yeah, the anti-dive plane's all nice and bent, which proves it's made of metal at least.
Unfortunately, the headlamp has been broken. I don't think
it's the fairing, the cover, the actual bulbs are intact, or the xenon LED, it's in there. That's fine. That's not an issue for this. So it will have connected with those tyre stacks I was describing. That's what's done the damage there. So hopefully it's not a hard impact, is my point. It's a soft impact. So hopefully it'll be okay.
Just a little brush. They were wonderful. I mean, getting in the global broadcast end of the year a close-up shot of those Porsche front headlamps, and they're even more impressive on the GT3R. And I was visiting Richard Tuthill's warehouse and workshop in Oxfordshire, who makes amazing custom-built Porsches and old racing cars, Porsche racing cars, etc. And he's built this what looks like a Porsche 959 Safari car for a one-off customer, and he's put Porsche 911 RSR headlights on it. They're €5,000 each, and you can't just simply put them on. They've got to be plugged into a Porsche Motorsport laptop and have a certain code to get them to switch on.
Well, that is quite standard in automotive nowadays. If you do that, and it's which is why insurance costs so much across the world. I'm sure we're used to it back in the UK, but it is exactly that. You get a head unit, a light, and put it into any brand. I talked to somebody the other day about this to do with the Mercedes or an Audi, I think it was, and they were saying that you can't now just plug in a headlamp. You have to then put the laptop in, and the laptop and the system and the car has to recognize that it's an official part or not, and then basically accept it. And if it's not an official part, it won't accept it and it won't work. It's like transplant. It rejects it and says no. So doing doing TV in that way, it's very, very different. My television's now about to turn off. That'd be even brilliant, wouldn't it? My screen. That'd be cool. No timing and no pictures.
No, that's not ideal. Well, what I can do, thanks to the team in the pit lane who are getting information as we can. The number 3 car, the Falcon Porsche of Klaus Bachler, he's flying. He's just done a 942.156, which is nearly a minute quicker than the number 4. Or his teammate Joel Eriksson at 1040.845. Now that can be interrupted with code 60. Yes, we do have a bit of code 60 and stuff. So there is that is definitely played in the favour then of the number 3 car across that. So it's this race is very, very much well and truly on. The question is, Snowy, do we think can Klaus Bachler in that number 3 car and that number 3 crew, can they get through this race? They had to pit early, they had to pit after 4 laps. Can they get through this race without having to take an extra stop, do you think?
To do that, and did they predict that and have that change in conditions that play into their hands? Can they do that? If it stays dry now, I'm just going to have a quick look at what the weather forecast is. I still haven't got I've got television, I've got a screen, that's not a problem, and that piece, just looking on the dotting of that piece of debris is still there. So the flags have been, I was talking about that a few minutes ago. This is between Marshall's Post 197, 198. I mentioned about the splitter. It looks like it is on the track. The marshals were indicated to people to keep out of the way of, and that's still on the track and no flags now. So I guess they've all been past it once and let them know it's there. But you don't really want to send a marshal out to get that removed, do you? I'm going to have a quick look at the weather, see what that's going to do for us. Is the rain going to come back or not? What's your thoughts, Peter?
Well, I don't know. We've in the couple of times I've had the great fortune to visit the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's always, there's been twice out of 2 out of 2. Klaus Abelin of Fricadelli Racing's got it absolutely spot on.
Well, phone him then.
Do you have his number? That'd be a cool guy to have in your phone book, wouldn't it? The team owner of Fricadelli Racing.
So the weather
normally would be competing in this. Normally would be competing in this championship, but running a slightly more limited program this year. Although we did have Bella, the Ferrari, out at an event on the Nürburgring Grand Prix track last weekend, which I think went quite successfully.
Okay, just watching our number 15 Shearer Sport Audi having a little excursion on the GP circuit there, just onto the grass and back again. All good. Weather. Okay, so this morning it was 95% chance of rain up until around about 8 o'clock, 70% chance at the start of the race, which is exactly what we saw. It is currently 30% lessening to 10 by race end. So it's going to continue. The current forecast is the trend will continue, that it's going to dry out. So if that's accurate, that's some indication.
Well, I think that's a very positive look at it continuing to stay dry over the next 2 and a bit hours or so. Now we do have confirmation again. Thank you very much to the team in the pit lane. The number 3 Falcon Tire Motorsport Porsche has gone into the lead. It has gone past its team car, with the number 4 dropping back to second. The 54, which is the Dynamic GT Porsche, is in third. So it's making its way up the order. The 148, that is the pole-sitting leader in Cup 2, sits in 4th overall, so right there with a sniff of a podium position, just ahead of the 112 running in the Porsche Cup category for K. Kramer Racing. So that's how things stand at the moment as our race leader comes over the line. Car number 3, Klaus Bachler, has been on board that car since the very start of the race. And I mean, apart from the little whoopsie on the run-up to ADAC, he's been very, very quick today, has Klaus Bachler, really reveling in these conditions. And of course, a newly crowned FIA WEC GTE, or sorry, that's a blast from the past, LMGT3 champion with Manthey Racing. Now, are we getting an interview here in German or in English? I can't quite tell from my point of view. Apologies if it's in English, but we shall push on. Usually the interviews here down in the pit lane are in German, and I'm sure there's lots of chat going on of how the weather is going to develop, how the track is developing, what the right tyre to be on is. It seems that you want to be on dry tyres now. So 2 hours and 14 minutes left, approaching the halfway point, and it can't be too long, Snowy, before that number 3 Falcon Tire Motorsport Porsche is actually going to need some fuel, because it's been out for a wee while.
Yeah, it has. I'm just going to see if I can. I know the certain part of my time screen doesn't work. I just wonder if the analysis is working. I can see what the car's done. How many laps are into it? It says loading data. Bear with me, and we'll have a look at that. It's just a quite handy little thing to see where we are.
It's well, it last pitted with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, so it's been on track for 1 hour and 5 minutes. So I think that's, by my reckoning, that will definitely be needing fuel at some stage. 8 laps is going to take you near enough. I felt it's going to be 54 minutes. So yes, it's going to be lighter in the wet conditions, but I think we'll see Klaus Bachler in at the end of this lap, actually.
Yeah, I've got nothing updating at all on my screen, not working at all.
So we've got so just over 2 hours to go then, and it will be Tim Heinemann looking, well, he'll be preparing to get into the number 4 car, but Alessio Piccarello, I would imagine, will have helmet on, hands on, ready to go. As Joel Eriksson clattering down the Dottinger hole, absolutely flat out at the moment, reaching close to 270 kilometers an hour, and then underneath the Antonius Bucher bridge, totally flat out there, just on absolutely, barely registers as a corner, but then you get through the compression up the hill towards Tiergarten then, and going down the gearbox, braking smoothly, slowly, and then clipping the curbs, and then up the hill to the start of the Grand Prix Strecker once again to start another lap. There is a big gap between the number 3 and the number 4 car. We don't have a confirmation of what that time is, but that is a big gap between the 3 and the 4. But of course, the number 3 Falcon Porsche does need to pit, we believe, at the end of this lap. So it's going to switch back and forth. It's going to be one of those classic NLS races, isn't it, Snowy, where it just sort of unfolds as we head further and further towards the checkered flag.
Well, indeed, we did surmise, did we not, so a little bit earlier, that were they running, because of the changeable conditions, we thought it was going to be wet all the way through. Perhaps they had more intel than we did, but that was certainly our supposition, that they run alternative strategies on these two cars. And why wouldn't you? You said the key thing was, as you said, Peter, they've got pace in hand, so they can afford to do that. They can afford to be a little bit more flexible and see what they can do. And the overall outcome is they're still running 1 and 2. So let's see how it evolves, and why wouldn't you? And as ever, it's just more data for them, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and of course the development of the tyre is so important. Where we're at towards the latter point of the season. This is the penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and this is a crucial time for Falken, particularly because their factory, of course, is over in Japan. So all that information and data very, very important to send back for constructing the tyres for next year's season and to have the best possible range. Of course, because here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the range of weather you can get is quite remarkable, and that's just across one lap, let alone across different days. So it's yeah, you're right. It's very, very important, very, very important information to have.
That's exactly the point again, Peter, that you, as you say, over one lap, and you can be, you know, a certain part, such as the vast scale of this circuit, that you can be one part of the circuit and a tyre, whether it's a wet or dry and intermediate or whatever it may be, or hand cut slick or whatever compound is, might be absolutely perfectly suited to one element of the circuit, and 2-3 corners later it could be totally different and the wrong thing to have, and you have to be adaptable to that as from a driving point of view, and you've got to want the car that will cover the most of the lap in the best of its ability.
So getting towards the halfway point then of this 55th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. 123 cars qualified for this race this morning in very dark, damp conditions, and we really did think that that was going to be it for the day. But the Nürburgring is always full of surprises, and they're now not a fully dry racetrack by any means at all, but definitely a track that's dry enough to run on slick tyres. Falken Motorsport lead 1 and 2 at the moment, and looking to add a 4th win of the season. They've had 3 out of 6 so far. To add another one would certainly cement their position as the dominant teams this season in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. And of course, particularly in the races leading up to the Nürburgring 24-hour race, they've got huge competition from other teams as well, like Manthey, Porsche, etc., Fricadelli, Ferrari, and so on. So there's lots of competition out there, and they saw off the best of them at the early part of the season, are continuing that winning habit. And I guess once you get in that groove, you just get these purple patches, don't you, Snowy, where teams they just get in the habit of winning and just keep on doing it.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen by accident, does it? You know, there's a reason that, you know, it's the same. It's the usual suspects at the top all the time, isn't it? Because they do their research, they analyse it, they process it, they adapt, and they know how to change. And it's everything's an opportunity, as we said today. It's the weather has. It hasn't really brightened up, but it has stopped raining, which we didn't expect. So that's helped enormously, and it's suddenly another opportunity. Okay, another set of conditions, and it's all in the data bank, all in the knowledge base, isn't it, for these guys for another time.
Yeah, there's never a mile wasted at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's for sure. That's why so many of them.
Never a meter wasted.
No, definitely not. And of course, since we were last here, a driver who's very well known in Nürburgring racing, Maro Engel, broke the production car lap record in the AMG 1 hypercar. Have you seen the onboard footage of it, Snowy? The AMG 1.
No, I haven't yet. No,
it's well worth a look. Actually, it's strange because you sort of see the hybrid system working, and it's certain things you think, oh, it's backing off here, and then you get the big harvest of energy and the boost out of the next corner. It's quite remarkable to to watch, and of course is where a lot of the manufacturers come to prove the ultimate capability and performance of their vehicles.
So we've had a little off at Galbenkopf, which I think is it's car 125, I think it was. I think it's kept going. That'll be if it is, that's the Huber Motorsport 911 GT3 from the Cup 2 category. Hans Wehrmann and Jochen Thiessen at the wheel of that. We're driving that today, but I think it has kept going.
Well, that's good. That's good, because Galbenkopf, that's pretty quick out of there. Well, we've just got confirmation from the pits that both Falcon cars are on slick tyres, and the number 3, the race leader, has come in. Klaus Bachler finishes his work for the day. He qualified the car earlier on. He's jumping out. So Alessio Picariello is getting into that number 3 Falcon tyre. This is really an important point of the race. They were the first car to go onto dry tyres. Those dry Falcons have been taken off. They'll be putting another set on, and well, has that early decision to go onto dry tyres, has it been the right one? We'll see.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
So, into the second half of the race we go then, here at the Nürburgring, and into the business end of proceedings. So it's Peter Mackay and Peter Snowden here in the commentary booth, taking you through the action here for this penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2024. Snowy, your thoughts so far? It's been an odd little race so far.
It has, and as we mentioned earlier, that Mother Nature, weather always has the final word, and that prediction of rain continuously, which it just looked so much going to be the case of in the air. It looked like it was just going to continue. We looked at that stuff after qualifying, and I honestly thought, Peter, that qualifying might end up having being red flagged, but it didn't. We got to the end of that, but it's definitely going to dry out. Looking at the forecast, it's going to reduce and reduce, so it's going to get drier and drier. I was quite surprised when we got that confirmation a few minutes ago that both Falcon cars are on the same strategy. They couldn't possibly have gone on to left that second car, the number 4 car on slicks for on wets for that long, so that was obvious, but we didn't see that chart change. But I did think they were trying something a little bit alternative there, just to see what they can do. But they're both cars on slicks, and it's kind of theirs to lose at the moment, isn't it?
It is. It doesn't appear that they've been.
I'm going to regret saying that now.
Well, I think. Well, I said that very early on in the race, and really the real banana skin was being on the wrong tyre for too long. But they seem to have done that quite well, and in a funny way, they might well look back as they're sitting in the restaurant tonight debriefing the race. They might actually look back, going, do you know, getting called in after lap 4 to put dry tyre. Well, getting called in after lap 4 to fix a GPS, and then having to take the risk on dry tyres. That might have actually helped them in the long run. And again, the benefit of having 2 cars and 2 cars of the same brand certainly helps for information on how the track is developing and what tyre works best. Because it used to be in times gone by, of course, that Falcon had 2 cars but 2 different brands. They had a BMW and a Porsche, if my memory serves, but they've now, for quite a while now, have had 2 Porsches. So one of the Porsches out there, the alternatively fueled Max Kruse Racing Porsche Cup car, running on E20 gasoline, so 20% ethanol content. One of many different solutions to an alternative fuel to traditional gasoline that you pour out of your supermarket pump. So I think we're E10 in the UK, so 10% ethanol. You can get super unleaded, which is 5% ethanol, but that car running 20% ethanol content. Very, very cool to see that, and one of many alternative fueled cars. Of course, diesel for quite a while was seen as an alternative performance fuel, and it's still very much part of the mix, not necessarily on the racetrack, but still on the road.
Yeah, these things are cyclical, and you know, we've obviously got electric and hybrid. I do think hybrid is probably the future, what form that might take in terms of, you know, a bit of petrol, hydrogen, or whatever. I think hydrogen's certainly it's coming to the fore again, but it's a movable feast. It's all evolving, isn't it?
It is, yeah, movable feast. I like that. That's a good one. It is, yeah, one of the most what would you say, strange and uncertain times in the future of the automobile and how the path forward goes. And motorsport's been a part of that story since the very beginning, really, and how technologies are used. Of course, you know, the introduction of anti-lock braking systems, motorsport played a big part in that. Traction control, dual clutch gearboxes, you name it. It's been tested in a competition capacity, usually before it makes its way onto a road car. It tends not to come the other way from road car to race car. Usually it's on a race car first.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we've got to remember, especially in this field here of GT racing, and the same in Formula One to a slightly different manner, but it is that old adage of, you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. It's manufacturers are participating in this for a reason, and that is to sell their product to the man on the street, you know, commercially on the road. That's what they're doing. They're in the business to make money. And that's what they're doing. So the whole reason we see it in GT racing so much is that, you know, what we call customer cars, and we've just talked about the new BMW M2 Racing, as it's called, just being tested in this race, basically. ready for 2026. I think it's going to come out, they said. And it's being evolved for customers as an entry level into that tier of racing, of getting into that entry level. That's exactly the phrase that BMW are using. Then you can then go on to GT4, GT3, etc., etc. So there's that ladder, and it's all about making the brand successful.
Well, we wondered what the bright yellow Porsche Cayman that a little while ago that it parked up at the side of the road. Well, we've got a little bit more of a colour on that now. Unfortunately, it's the number 962 Avia WNS Motorsport car, which they've won. They've won 5 out of 6 of the rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series this year. They will not be winning today, though, because their Porsche Cayman is in the garage with the big damage to the front left corner of it. So it will not be going any further, unfortunately, for Moritz Oberheim, Lukas Deugaard and Joshua Bednarski in a hugely competitive Cup 3 class for those Porsche Cayman GT4 CS machines. In fact, you can also enter in a 718 GT4 Club Sport as well. There's a few different, slightly different iterations of Porsche GT4 Club Sport that you can use for that. But ouch, Noy, that's going to be a bit of an expensive repair bill for that team, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not going to polish out, is it? I'm just looking at our interview there. The front wing, the trailing edge of the front wing by the door is badly damaged as well, where the wheel's gone back in the tub and hit the wing and damaged that even further. So yeah, that's a shame, because what you said, won every single race so far this year. They're definitely not winning that one, and I'd be surprised if they don't take a winter solace now and get that car ready for next year rather than come out in the last one.
Yeah, that's it could be a difficult one to get repaired. Although, if you're going to get a Porsche Cayman repaired, this is the place to get it repaired. Manthey Racing, where most of the parts will be kept, just at the end of the Dottinger Hole there. So not an issue at all. Now, many fans of the Nürburgring Nordschleife always ask, is the Dacia Logan in the race? It is, and it is running at full speed right now, coming through flat out through Antonius Bucher, running in the SP3. Now, I think it's in the SP3T class now. It's got a turbocharged engine now, I'm pretty sure, Snowy, but correct me if I'm wrong. I can hear you shuffling your papers as much as I am. With all these entries, as well, fit the ball on one big piece of paper. I tell you what would be good for an entry list would be like a Jenk scroll. Like in the Mille Miglia car.
55 mm, yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
So we've got just on the timing. I've got a different screen available to me now. Picarello, it's the number 3 Falcon car leading, 12 laps completed, and the fastest lap that car has achieved, would you believe? Sorry, no, its last lap. My apologies. Was a hang on, that's just updated. It's a 12-minute 30 because I was just looking at it. That's just updated because that's had a pit stop, has it not? Ericsson is second in the number 4 Falcon, 9:33 is its last lap. Interestingly, though, in third place is the 54 entry we mentioned. That was a dynamic car, wasn't it? That's a car that had the 10 place, not 10 second, 10 place grid penalty for speeding in the pit lane in qualifying. This is the dynamic GT Porsche, and that's got that Jarmy at the wheel of it. Yeah, Jaminet, sorry, Matthew Jaminet, sorry, it's short and abbreviated on my screen, my apologies. 9:01.3 for that. Ericsson, the number 4 car, into the pits now, so 1 lap after its sister car. 4th place is the 105 entry, which helps me, I haven't got on my entry list. That's good, isn't it?
A little bit interesting, a little bit of battle scarring on the front left of the number 4 Falcon Porsche, and it's it is a driver change then. So Joel Eriksson has got out after just over 2 hours of competitive action, but he'll have been sat in that car for quite a while, for about 2.5 hours.
That's had a big off-pit. That's filthy down the left-hand side, and if you notice, the rear PU is actually loose as well. That's going to have to be taped or done something. Yeah, they're working on that on the right rear now. There's been that's either run wide or been hit up the back. Right, there's no damage to the back of it. Clearly, we can, looking around the camera screen there. So there's, yeah, that's run wide and tapped the bodywork there. So the rear wing and PU, it's all the hold the catch and retaining mechanism, where they're obviously built to be worked on very, very easily, and disconnect that rear end to get into the engine exhaust system, etc. There, that's all now strained. So I'm guessing it's going to need blue gaffer tape on it. It's a proper race car then, isn't it?
Oh, only is it a proper race car when you get that on. That's yeah. I think it's classic down the. It's certainly been off onto the grass at the very least. I wonder if they've got Falcon Blue and both shades of Falcon Blue gaffer tape in the garage. You'd hope so.
I'm sure they have. Yeah. Blue and
damaged the rear clip as well.
It's not the clip, it's actually the bodywork, isn't it? It's torn around it. The clip's intact. Damaged the wing. So the fastest lap of the race, by the way, so far is the teammate's car, Alessio Piccarella, with an 8:31.6. So that's how much the times have dropped. I'm not sure which lap that was on.
That's a couple of laps ago.
Yeah,
about 2 or 3 laps ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely coming into its own.
Dynamic at 54, Jaminet into the pits as well.
Okay. So it's Jaminet. He's just been quietly creeping up, hasn't he? Just to get, yeah, just quietly moving up the order, having had a difficult start to the day with that 10th place grid penalty. But yeah, Jaminet's, I mean, he's a class act, really a class act. Has been a Porsche Works driver for quite a long time now, actually. And has made absolutely full use of that opportunity.
Yeah, top 6 cars being Porsches now. It takes until P7 for the number 15 Shearer Sport Audi of Nico Bastian to break the Porsche deadlock, and then we do have actually Audi, Mercedes, Audi, and then we're back to Porsches again. So it's 3, 4, 54, 148, 120, 15, and the top 6 there are our race numbers. And the dynamic Porsche has just left the. No, that's in the pits. It's number 4, isn't it? The Ericsson Heinemann Falcon car that's just left the pits on its out lap.
So the gap, last gap then, 48.7 seconds. Piccarello leads from Heinemann, car 3 from car 4 for Porsche Falcon Motorsport. With now, in terms of pit timing, I would imagine then that Piccarello will not have to take any additional pit stops to the number 4 car of Heinemann. But the thing is, Snowy, is that because that number 3 Falcon Porsche will have to come in that little bit earlier, it will have a slightly longer minimum pit time that it's got to serve in that last stop. So that's worth bearing in mind then, is that the last pit stop for Tim Heinemann for that number 4 car is going to be shorter. So that 48.77 gap at the moment is not as big as that, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the race control messages. Nothing, I'm just catching up a little bit of here. There's obviously got that black and white disc for the number 3 car to check the GPS system, and no signal or no permanent signal. That was salty. We know that's they seem to have resolved that problem, whatever it was. A couple of noise violations. 605 got a 100-second penalty added onto its race distance for failing to manage the code 60, as did 146. But That's all pretty well up to date there.
Okay, so Mathieu Jaminet then is handed over the number 54 Dynamic GT Porsche to Adrien Delena, who comes out in third position. The gap is to the leader 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Though, if they can run as long as possible into this stint and pit that little bit later than the rest, they can gain a lot of time back with the minimum pit stop time, because basically the closer you pit for your last stop towards the end of the race, the closer it is to the end of the race, the shorter your minimum pit stop time is. When we get to that point, we'll tell you what that is. Now we might get an interview in English here with Joel Eriksson. Let's see. No, apologies for that, folks. Yeah, Joel Eriksson giving an interview to German TV at the moment, having kicked off proceedings in that number 4 Falcon Porsche. I'd imagine it would have been a pretty dicey stint, off in those full wet conditions, then with the wet tyre kind of slightly starting to overheat, switching to the slick when it's still not fully dry. Yeah, very challenging indeed. But as usual, Snowy, the pro racing drivers, they have this way of just looking very relaxed, and Joel appears to be relaxed, even though of course he's had some sort of moment very late on in his stint, because the car is filthy, it's covered in mud.
It's all part of their media training.
So you wouldn't be dripping in sweat at all, would you, Snowy, after that?
Or maybe now, maybe not 20 years ago, but possibly now, doing perhaps not being quite the same as I was, but yes. Yes, I have more, I class it as success ballast. That's what I tell myself anyway. Success at what? I don't know, but don't go into that. It's just
success ballast. I know all about that one. Yeah, I do remember that the night before the Daytona 24-hour this year, which Joseph Newgarden and his teammates went on to win. And I saw Joseph Newgarden in the catering the night before, and it was fried chicken was one of the options. And you could just see him staring at this fried chicken with his plate in his hand going, and you could just see the calculation going, that's balance of performance on a plate.
Exactly,
right
salivating versus lap time, yes.
And he very politely asked the chef, he says, do you have any non-fried chicken? And he said, yeah, no problem, we can grill you some chicken. He says, he was very polite, and he went on to win the race. So
yeah, there you go, see,
yeah,
that's
the only difference, Snowy. We just like fried chicken too much.
Well, indeed. I'm going back to the Dorrent again, aren't we? I know.
I love the food in the Torrent. Yeah, we're always very well looked after. Whenever we come to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the hospitality is just fantastic. It's a wonderful place to go. If you're listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels or watching on the live stream and you haven't been, I'm sure you've heard this before, just go, book your tickets, go to, I mean, the Nürburgring 24 is an amazing event to go to, huge number of people, great atmosphere, but actually if you really wanted to get very close to the action, I think an NLS race is the hidden gem of motorsport events, I'd say, Snowy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's worth going for the 24-hour just to watch your mini Mars by inhalation rate. It's quite extraordinary.
Just mine.
It's a team effort. Move on.
But apart from that, I mean, you'll see things at the Nürburgring 24-hour you won't see anywhere else in the world. Some of the speaker systems, the parties, the camping, it's just huge excitement.
Well, it's a festival atmosphere, isn't it? That's the point.
That's right.
It's fantastic, and you've only got to walk around and see it. And I think it was last year that Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer, and myself, we walked out down the outside of Hatzenbach, and it's some of the setups some of the spectators have are just quite incredible, with you know, I mean, layers and tiers and levels with, you know, hot tubs or a pool or things on to be able they can sit around and watch the race till at Hatzenbach, and they must take a while to get them in and get them to build up. No, I don't think it takes to build up a studio and take it down again. You know, and these you know, hot and cold running water and all stuff, and it's all mobile. It's there for, you know, let's say a week at best. It's quite extraordinary. They certainly do enjoy it, and that. If you know, everybody talks about Le Mans 24-hour, which we cover as well on RSL, but 24-hour Nürburgring, fantastic! What a race!
And what always astounds me is how clean the place is left.
Yeah.
300,000 people descend and 300,000 people leave, and
take their rubbish with them.
Yeah, exactly. So and don't think they've partied any less hard. Definitely not.
Oh no,
definitely not. No, definitely not. There is a potential, depending how things shake out, there is a potential for us to see a Porsche Cup car on the overall podium again for the second time in a row. Now, last time out there was, I would say, fairly extreme circumstances where six SP9 cars went off at the same corner, basically all collapsed on top of each other. With just they were on dry tyres. There was a quick burst of rain. There was nothing that anyone could.
Yeah, because we had two others. Well, I think we had 9 of the top 11 cars out or something like that in one lap, as you say, and that was the race that was a 6-hour race. That then they stopped for barrier repairs, etc., and that became foreshortened to a 4-hour race.
And rightly so. But because of that, we saw a Porsche Cup car get up onto the overall podium. I think we could see the same again today, still. Just with I think there's still a twist in the tail here with an hour and 40 minutes to go. The number 148 car of Tobias Müller that was on pole position in the Cup 2 category for those Porsche Cup cars, all being co-driven by Noah Nagelstiek, who this season they've had an amazing year. Tobias Müller's had 3 class wins. Noah has had 2. So and that is. Could you argue that's the toughest class, the Cup 2 class? There's certainly enough numbers in it and some seriously good teams.
Yeah, it's a very, very competitive class, and you've only got to have, you say, changeable conditions like this, and you know you're in with the shout. As I mentioned earlier in the show, we've seen some of the SP9 class GT3 cars struggling in a straight line power-wise because of the area they run to get past a Cup 2 car, which tells you how competitive. So you change the conditions, and that car, it'll bring that class car into play all the more. And it'd be fantastic to see one on the podium again. Absolutely brilliant. Slightly helped by the fact there's only 8 entries in our SP9 class this race, but all the same, fantastic effort.
It shows you how impressive a package it is too. A really, really impressive package. Now, by our reckoning now, that number 4 Falcon tired Porsche, getting that repair, spent a little bit longer in the pits than it perhaps should have. I'm trying to find out how long. Yeah, it was to be in the pit stop for a bit too long there. So we'll wait till it comes back round through. But
better that it's in there longer than shorter.
Yeah, I think it's been in that last pit stop to get that damage repair took longer than it perhaps should have done. We'll wait till the number 4 car comes through, because again we've had a lot of difficulties with timing today. So we'll wait till the number 4 comes through. But it appears that it has dropped time, which would then mean that we'll see. Yeah, we could see some Porsche Cup cars up there up in the fight for the podium. But of course, they run on quite a different fuel program to what the SP9 cars do. They run longer on a stint, so they've still got to do. Now we've still got to do some extra pit stops, I think, perhaps for the Porsche Cup cars. So we'll wait till that shakes out. But they're definitely in there in the mix, and yeah, it shows you how amazing a package it is for. A fraction. I mean, around half the cost of running a GT3 car. Maybe even a third of the cost.
Yeah, I think you'd be lucky to get away with a third, but it shouldn't be a half. So yeah, you're probably about right. Right, Peter. It's running a GT3 car is phenomenally expensive, and it's the performance gain from GT4 to 3. It's exponential in terms of the financials. Totally different sort of thing. Worthwhile? I don't know. It's the glory of being at the possibility of being at the front, though, isn't it? It's and it is competition. That's what it's all about. So you want to be running at the front. But as you say, pragmatically, a GT4 car. This is why TCR and all the other classes are so well populated. You don't have to. It's going to cost a set amount to go racing. You accept that. It doesn't have to be stratospherically silly for you to have a great time. And if you get a like-minded group of people around you that go enjoy racing, to 3-4 of you gentlemen, if you like, go and enjoy racing together and have an absolute hoot and be competitive. And of course, you look at adrenaline. You can win the championship from further down the class. It isn't an SP9 GT3 car carrying number 1 on it, is it? It's a BMW, way down the class with 4 doors. That's where the championship's won.
Yeah, and that's where the slightly unique way that the points work out for the overall Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series Championship. You're basically, it's how numerate your class is and how tough your class is to win. So if you keep winning your class and you're in a very highly populated class, you score more points. So it's very rare that you see a SP9 car winning the overall championship. They might win the SP9 championship for GT3 cars, but they're very unlikely to win the overall because they've not got enough cars to beat in their class, if that makes sense. Can you imagine us trying to work out the points for that, Snowy?
It would take a while, wouldn't it? But
we need a help.
That's why we come into our element in 24-hour races. We have a bit more time
to figure it all out.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, I think with the number 3 car, with that GPS issue, we're only getting splits for it in around the Grand Prix track. So we get split data in Sector 1, Sector 2, and then it goes dark until it comes back round again, which I could only presume is due to the GPS issue.
So, sorry, Peter, which car was that?
The number 3, the race leader, the Vulcan Motorsport Porsche.
Well, I've got a split for it on Sector 1 at the moment.
Yes, yeah, so Sector 1 and 2 is on the Grand Prix track, so I think we're seeing from what I can understand, we're seeing sectors of it while it's on the Grand Prix track, and then it goes dark until it comes back round again.
I'm with you, yes.
Basically, the Nordschleife, it's when it's out of contact, which could well be to do with that GPS issue. We speculate, of course. It's just actually, Alessio Piccarello has just set the best Sector 2 time that of the race. I
was just going to say that, 1:04.2, hasn't he? Yeah.
So he's looking really strong, as Alessio Piccarello.
And look at the times as well, because it's coming down now. Because an 8:18.301 is the best time of the race set by that man in that car.
Yeah, that's getting stronger. I mean, the best qualifying time we've seen of the year is a 7:56. So we're still a ways away from that, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer all the time, and the conditions are far from ideal.
But we're over a minute quicker than we were at the start of the race.
Exactly, that is the point, isn't it? Oh, yeah, well over a minute quicker. Friend of the show, Marcel Duke, on the. He's in the pits with Müllner Motorsport. German TV are down there at the moment. Again, apologies. You'll just have to put up with Peter Snowden and I while the German TV go to work. So they've got a little bit of chat to do. Of course, the Müllner Motorsport team, they run in the very competitive Cup 2 category. Now, believe it or not, this goes to our point of how fast the Porsche Cup car is down the Dottinger Hole. The number 148 pole-sitting Porsche of Tobias Müller has just set the best sector of any car in the whole field in Sector 5, the last sector of the lap.
And it's currently with pit stops. Isn't that car lying second overall?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, if anything goes wrong for the number 3 Falcon Porsche,
exactly.
could we see a Porsche Cup car winning the whole race overall?
Shh, whisper it. Don't say it. There's
I know
just over an hour and a half to go. Don't say such things yet.
You're not superstitious. I hope you
Move on, Mackay.
But I mean, what a
There's
story!
your answer.
What a story for the number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. You know, to having had to come in early after 4 laps to fix an issue with the GPS, and then taking really what was a little bit of a sort of forced into a gamble.
I was going to say the hand was forced with that GPS issue, wasn't it? They'd got to pit to sort that out. So, as you say, opportunity knocks, and this is what I love about all sorts of racing, but especially GT endurance racing. And this is not that long a race at 4 hours. It's still twice a Grand Prix, roughly, and a bit more. Is the way teams they adapt, and I think adaptability is the key to it all. They don't get their heads down. They don't say, "Oh, we've got a GPS problem. It's going to whatever." So, okay, fine. How can we turn this to our advantage? What can we do? What can we do with it? And I love that up and down the pit lane throughout the paddocks of motorsport. That's what they do. Right, turn it to our advantage. How can they? Look at the moment. I mean, as you say, wouldn't that be a fairy tale if the result continued as it was? As would also a Cup 2 car. So our cup overfloweth with possibilities.
It is, and I think we both used the same word when Falcon put those dry tyres on the number 3 car, when the conditions were challenging, to say the least. And we both said, that's brave, that's very brave. And fortune appears to favour the brave. I mean, they're leading very strongly at the moment from the number 148 car of Tobias Müller, which runs in the Cup 2 class, Porsche GT3 Cup, and then it's the 120 of Avia WNS Motorsports, who the crew that won the first round of the season in their class. Then it's the next of the SP9 cars, which sits in 4th right now, which is the number 4 car of Tim Heinemann for Falcon Motorsport. So they're, I think that previous pit stop for Falcon number 4 has really cost them dear, and that whatever that issue was, it has cost them dearly. Nico Bastian. Now remember that we've almost forgot about Scherer Sport. We sort of, when they pitted after lap 1 to change tyres, sitting there in the pitch, you think, well, we could write them off. Well, Nico Bastian's just put in the absolute best in sector 2 at the wheel of that Audi. They're still a ways, don't get too excited, they're still over 4 minutes behind, but they look like they were done for at that point, but not quite just yet.
Yeah, because they're 5th overall again now, aren't they? So 15 laps completed by the top, I was going to say top 10, but the one car's in the pit there, the Fugel 105, that's in the pits, wasn't it? We're just coming out, I think. Yeah. That's a Cup 2 car. But 6th, 7th and 8th places are in the pits now.
So that's we've got 2
number 8, the Uta Racing, Racing Audi.
The Advan Mercedes and the Fugel Porsche.
Correct.
As you mentioned.
Yeah. But the Fugel Porsche just gone out, Peter. Just exited. Yeah.
In Cup 2. Yeah.
Yes. In 8th overall.
Yes, you've got to be well up on your Porsche nomenclature to watch Nürburgring racing, don't you? We've got a GT3R, a GT3 992 Cup. We've got a 718 Club Sport GT4, and so on and so on and so on. It's unsurprising to see Porsche so well represented.
Well, you caught my attention when you were talking about that one that was in the box that had won 5 rounds so far and wasn't going to complete, and you said it's Porsche 962. Because that was its entry number. Now, is this how?
Versiphen for number 4. Tim Heinemann in
It's coming to a halt, isn't it?
Previously race leading Falcon Motorsport Porsche is going very, very slowly, and it's not a code 60 because cars have gone flying past him, and he might have to pull this over at the Adenauer Bridge. Oh, poor old Tim Heinemann. He's not long in the car. He took over about 25 minutes ago, and the car is just grinding along at a very, very slow pace.
Now, this is the car that had that little tap on the outlap, didn't it? Well, actually, it wasn't its outlap, it was its second lap. Got on the GP circuit at the hairpin back, where it just ran in a little bit deep, and we saw it from one angle. I've seen it now from another on a replay, and we saw it just rejoin it, like it just understeered off. But what it did was it tapped the front on the tyre barriers and then the rear, and that's where we saw that damage in the pits, didn't we? You were talking about the clip and the bodywork damage there, and we've always said, haven't we, it's the collateral. What else has it done? So I wonder, has it done anything on a drive shaft, sent anything down the line, and it's caused a problem, gearbox or something, because the car, they're not changing gear with it at all, and it's pottering around slowly. So I wonder if it's a transmission issue.
I think it could be a puncture.
It could be as simple as that. Yes.
Sorry, tyre damage as well.
Yeah. No, it's fine. No. I'm going massive mechanical, and you're just going, tyre. And you're probably right.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see if it makes its way back. Now, the GPS tracker, not the timing, Peter, that I mentioned earlier, that's got that car stationary, but on that GPS tracker, there happens to be an onboard as well, and it's showing the car rolling still. Oh, no. That's as if by magic, the moment I said that, without touching the iPad at all, the tracker updated, and it is now up to Kesselchen, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be.
Yes, it is. That's exactly where it is now. So that really was quite incredible. The moment I said that, it suddenly moved across the screen, literally like it's like your sat nav when it's got that road that doesn't exist. You've got a new road, and the sat nav hasn't updated, and it suddenly goes across a field. It's like, oh, hang on, it's over at Kesselchen.
It's puncture. It's got to be. Just as Tim Heinemann was coming in at a normal speed there to Metzgersfeld 2, and the car just let go. I think he's got a puncture, and then into the barrier. Luckily got the soft barrier, not the hard barrier.
Did it connect?
Oh yes, big time, because once it was off, it was just mud and into the soft barrier. So we just had a replay in our global broadcast centre. So it looked like, just as he was turning in, bang, looked like a puncture to me. I mean, the fact he's driven the car away shows you how tough these machines are built. They're proper endurance racing cars. So, that's just the longest drive in the world, back all the way up the Kesselchen. It's as far away as you can be, really, in terms of, as the crow flies anyway. About half of the track left to make the way up. And
now you have the reverse psychology for Tim Heinemann here, where he's got to keep out of the way of everybody else and keep off their racing line where possible. But obviously you can't jink from one side of the track to the traverse. You've got to try and just keep out of the way, and sometimes you are going to be on the apex, but you're better going around there slowly where everybody can see. Marsh is doing a brilliant job with the flags, of course, and just warning all the vehicles approaching that there's a slow-moving vehicle on the track, white flag for that. Quite often we have at the Nürburgring here at the Nordschleife, we see it's intervention vehicles being around, so the white flag will let you know that's a slow-moving vehicle. In this case, it's an actual race car.
We're getting word from the pits that it was in fact just a hit. He hit a damp patch there to Tim Heinemann.
Yeah,
coming into Metzgersfeld
I did wonder, because it just, I'm not sure a puncture would have caused it to snap quite like that. It's just as if it's, yeah.
Well, so it just shows you that we've felt like we've kind of been under dry conditions-ish for a while, but it just shows you if you just touch a jump patch in the wrong place, and I guess then, it's the inside left wheel, you touch the damp patch and it's got the least amount of temperature in it. I don't know. It seemed to go away from him very, very quickly for Heinemann, but then that also wouldn't explain him driving it back very, very closely. Very, very slowly, excuse me, unless it's damaged having gone into the wall. Very odd. One
of the bits of jeopardy that's been removed in this day and age is because years ago when you're driving in these conditions, gear changes and neatness of that, and driveline snatch and heel and towing, etc., was critical part of your driver's armoury to make sure that in these conditions you could, certainly on a rear-wheel drive car, that you didn't have exactly that as you've just described, Peter, locking the transmission and just catching it. Even just a slightly imperfect gear change could cause that problem. Of course, that's taken away these days with technology because they're all paddle shift and it's done for you in that sense. So revs are matched perfectly, so every gear change should be seamless, which is why I wondered if there was a gear issue with it and what caused it to go around in the first place. But it did just snap, and it's a bit of an odd one, that. You almost want to see, you've seen a replay of it from, you said in the centre from inside. I'd love to see one from an aerial shot of it to see what happened. You could read the track surface at the same time then.
Yeah, very true, very true.
See, a typical driver always wanting more.
More. It's like, you're 2 seconds a lap faster. Yeah, I want to be 3.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't laugh. We had that once in a particular race where it was admittedly an E-type and historic, but FIA historics, and we were about a second off the pace of this particular venue, and my engineer was saying to me, he said, I was looking at the car overnight thinking about what we could do and so, and he said, we only need a second. I said, no, we need 2. He went, no, we're only a second off the pace. I said, that's why we need 2. And he's like, what? And I said, we need them to be thinking that tomorrow. Why are they a second quicker than us? And he was like, you're just never happy, are you? Like, no, that's what drivers do. I always want more. They want a second another day as well.
So we're getting some more information about this incident with Tim Heinemann. He's now making his way up, just coming up towards Ice Curve. And Tim Heinemann had said over the radio at the time it was a wet spot. However, he now has a puncture at the right front. Now, read into that what you want. He did, the car did go in right front, so that could be possible, but I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of well, let's see what the story is there. But we believe now that that number 4 Falcon Porsche has a front right puncture.
Well, it's kind of irrelevant in some ways because it's going to get its when it gets there eventually. It's going to come in if it have tyre change anyway. But it's I'm just wondering about cause and effect on it. I think there's different layers to this at the moment. So it's at Schwalbenspons now, isn't it? Yeah, and sticking to the right in the lovely bright autumn sunshine, but not going the pace it would like to be going at.
No, this is it just shows you nothing's ever guaranteed. And
yeah, it's dropped it down to 8th already, Peter.
Yeah, nothing's ever guaranteed in motorsport, and Falcon looked so strong. Before Klaus Bacher went out for his second qualifying run, they were on pole by an absolute mile in the wet, and then of course Klaus went off the road. The team did a great job to get the car back to the start. Then they had this GPS issue, but the number 3 car is now driven by Alessio Piccarello, who took over from Klaus Bacher, is looking very, very strong, with a gap of over 3 minutes back to the Porsche Cup leader, or the number 148 of Tobias Müller. And Piccarello is setting personal best sectors, pretty much every sector right now. So the track is getting better and better with every lap. Piccarello is flying. The thing for now for Piccarello is this is one for you, Snowy. How do you handle that? Because now he's got a fairly big lead with not much threat from behind, but of course we're in a situation where if the temperature goes out the tyre, you could end up in big trouble here. How are you going to handle this situation if you're Alessio Piccarello?
We've just got this time management. You've got to be careful on your turn in, on your acceleration, not getting too much heat into it. Just really, really gentle inputs and just almost Sunday driver sort of attitude whilst leading the race, which is not an easy thing to do. You just got to try and just be as careful as you can with it. So we've just got an overhead shot for the handicap of that right front puncture on that. Decidedly, I've never seen a Porsche in NLS looking quite so rally spec in terms of dirt on it, but there is, as you say, damage to the front right there. The splitter and everything's all a bit loose around there, so I wonder if that's what's caused the puncture as well on the right front. But managing well, the tyre staying intact at the moment, and it's on the Dottinger Hohe now, isn't it, Tim Heinemann?
Yeah.
Keeping it all to the right-hand side, which is the logical thing to do. You've got a left-hand curve through the Dottinger Hohe. It's a very visual, very easily visible car, the colour scheme on that. So just keeping to the right-hand side, out of the way, past the bit where you start the tourist laps, and in. So it'll be up over the rise and soon into a long, arduous, painful, agonising journey back for Tim Heinemann to return that number 4 Falcon Porsche to the pits. What would be interesting to see if we, when we get to look down on it, is just what they need to do to that to get it back out into the race. Because what caused it to go round in the first place, and obviously it's got a front right puncture. Now a little bit of damage on the front right of the car as well. That's going to need repairing. How long is it going to be in the pits now? So this was running in, was it 3rd or 4th? It was 4th, wasn't it?
Yeah, they'd already had a delay.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so it's been a pretty fractious, you know,
it's now 14th, so. Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of.
So they're going to be lucky. Really. Yeah, they are. But they're going to be lucky to stay in the top 20, aren't they, at this race? By the time they get back, serve that pit stop and get the car back out again. I'm surprised if it's in the top 20.
Yeah, particularly when you've got so many competitive Cup 2 cars there.
Yeah.
Together, it's not as if you're going to pull huge amounts of time out of them. So we might well even see the car getting pushed into the garage and put away.
Well, it's hit in the pits now. So just notice the right front, the driver's, sorry, it was right-hand drive. The passenger with the right-hand side mirror is folded back as well. Just notice that on the shot.
That'll be from the impact.
Yeah.
So it went into sort of front right corner. So it's hard to tell whether it was puncture and then into the barrier, or into the barrier and then puncture afterwards. We don't know. It doesn't necessarily.
Well, I think the front right is definitely from the barrier context. What caused it to be there in the first place? It's sister car, by the way. Number 3, Alessio Piccarella, is his fastest lap is an 8:07.069 now. So yes, the front wings loose. They're pulling, and then the catch. They've got these quick release catches on these bodywork, and they're literally just pulling the whole front end apart, and just they're going to try and get that out of the way. Now I'm surprised they're taking it off. So they're lifting the front wing, so it's all loose on the right-hand side. Headlamps all on top, but there's a lot of mud over there. Do you know what, Peter? I've got a gut feeling that this car may not rejoin the race.
Quite possibly, yeah, quite possibly, as the Falcon crew go to work. They've had a busy day, both of the number 3 car and their number 4, sorry. The number 3 is out front, but the number 4 car being worked on in the pit lane here with just over an hour left in this race. So it's more just a case of get the car to the end now, and yeah, put it down to experience. I mean, in terms of a job from a pit crew, we've seen it many times here at the Nürburgring where pit work can win and lose a race. And Fricadelli last year in the Nürburgring 24-hour, they had a puncture just as they came out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger hole, luckily not too far from the pits, and they lost about a minute coming back, driving slowly back to the pits, but they lost no extra time in the pits. They got all of the pit work done, all of the repair work done to the rear of the car in the time, in their minimum pit stop time anyway. So the pit crew, had they panicked, they wouldn't have been able to do that. But it just shows you they are really some of the best of the best here at the Nürburgring, because the damage that can be inflicted on a car here is massive, and the unpredictability is huge. So I mean, to basically repair the entire front end of that car in what, 90 seconds, 2 minutes tops?
Yeah, it wasn't long at all, was it? So predictions, what do you think, Peter? I said that would be lucky to be in the top 20, thinking that's about where it was going to rejoin. Well, it isn't. It's rejoined in 16th. So do you think they can get back into the top 10 with just over an hour and 10 to go?
Well, I think it's more where they are in their class, I suppose. And yeah, I think, well, they've got an hour and 10 minutes of running. It seems like they've got a healthy car there. Hopefully everything's driving straight. That's the only thing, if anything's got bent when they've gone into the barrier. It's definitely not a showroom perfect job, but it needn't be. Aesthetics are definitely second behind speed and
yeah, functionality. Not quite fitting perfectly on the offside, is it?
No, not quite. We've got
panel gaps.
Panel gaps, yes. Definitely not acceptable panel gap. Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport going slow, coming through Tiergarten with the hazard warning lights going. That's car 953. That's quite fitting today, is because some of the cars look like rally cars now after the wet weather. That's the Smirlis racing car of Nicholas and Alex Koch coming in for service, and there's something wrong with it because it was going slowly with the hazard warning lights going. Not a mechanic, but that's normally not good. So they go to the solace of the pit lane. At the front of the field, it's really now in the hands of the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Alessio Piccarello, leading by a comfortable margin right now. But is anything ever comfortable at the Nürburgring? They will just be hoping to get through clean, every little piece of traffic, just getting through nice and clean and tidy. And at the moment, we have 2 Porsche Cup 2 cars on the overall podium. Quite remarkable for them.
Well, as you said, Peter, it was the number 3 car. What dramas that had pre-race, post-qualifying, or during qualifying, post-qualifying, pre-race, and dramas, then the GPS issue, and everything was focused on that. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, what seemed to be a seamless run for its sister car has turned into effectively a nightmare for it, hasn't it? And dropped it right out of the running.
Yes, it has. It has. Now, the fan favourite, car number 150. BMW GT4 leading its class, having with Steve Brown on board earlier on, ended up in the barrier on lap 1 at Metzgesfeld, but they've fought back. Jimmy Broadbent at the wheel right now, leading in category in SP8T and 20th overall, and they continue their very strong season. They've had 2 class wins so far this season, and they're in a good spot to make it 3. So car number 3 marching on then at the front of the field with Alessio Picariello driving, and the speed of the circuit getting better all the time. But it's amazing actually how much muck gets on the road, Snowy, in certain areas of the track.
Yeah, you've only got to have a few cars run wide, and it just brings it back on, isn't it? It has completely dried out. Just looking at our helicam shot down across onto our lead car at the moment. I think that's the lead Falcon, isn't it? That one they're showing now, not the one catching up. I think this is the number 3 car.
Yeah,
and it's a completely dry track, apart from those bits where all sorts of detritus being brought onto it.
When we logged in this morning, and
who'd have thought? Yeah.
Look, who would have believed this? I mean, when we logged in this morning, we just caught the last bits of qualifying before coming on air, and it was, I mean, almost to the point where you couldn't run qualifying because there was so much standing water, and it just dried and dried and dried, and you know, fortune favours the brave. They both were maybe slightly unfortunate, then fortunate, then very brave. The number 3 crew having to pit to fix a GPS issue, and they thought, oh, while we're here, we might as well roll the dice and put some dry tyres on, and that's what they did, and that has proven to be very, very effective indeed. And Klaus Bachler and Alessio Piccarello have just over an hour between them and a Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series victory, but given what's happened in just over the last 3 hours, anything can happen. So do not go anywhere here. More action from the Nürburgring coming up very, very soon.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
So we're at the business end of this race then, and the number 148 crew are looking very, very strong right now in the Cup 2 category. They sit second overall right now. Tobias Müller had a fantastic stint there, a marathon stint. He was in that car for nearly 3 hours, and does not look tired at all. He's just having a quick chat with our colleagues in German TV at the moment. But he's looking in a really, really strong place right now. Is that crew, and they've been the benchmark in that Cup 2 category, having won 3 times, well, certainly for Tobias Müller, 3 times so far this season, and looking good for another one. Now, we've just seen the best lap of the race set by Nico Bastian on his Audi debut in fairly challenging conditions, it must be said, an 8:04.9. We're now only, we're now only 8 seconds off dry qualifying pace. Quite remarkable to see that. Snowy, I mean, 8 seconds off a qualifying time. We're getting now to kind of regular race pace.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ADAC want to keep this to 8 minutes being the sort of the halo figure. Don't really want it going under that. We know it has been done, and it's been done by quite a few things. Nicky Thiem famously in the Aston Martin in one race, but that's what they want to do. So I would not have bet your house on earlier today that we'd have times of approaching 8.0s or under 8.10s. I really wouldn't have done. Not even yours.
Not even mine.
No.
Wow. That says a lot. That says a lot. That you wouldn't have bet, or yours. I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, it is remarkable how this place can evolve. And the local knowledge and of what the weather does, how the surface changes. And the thing is, the bit that confuses me, Snowy, is that it's not actually even that warm for the track to dry out. It's a phenomenon.
Yeah, well, we mentioned that earlier, didn't we? That it was, I mentioned about temperature, and that it won't do the very thing it has. So it shows how much I know, because there isn't sufficient temperature in the air, even if it stops raining, which we didn't think it was going to at that point. That stopped. The temperature didn't rise, and yet it still dried out remarkably. And it isn't just a matter of 120 something cars going round. They have an effect to some extent, but they create a dry line which appeared really quite quickly, but it's nearly the whole place is dry now.
And the bit also that is just astounding is that there's large parts of it, particularly the Kesselchen, the long drag up the hill in between the trees, Kesselchen, little valley, 100, at the moment the 148 leading Porsche Cup cars heading up there, and it's when you've got so much tree cover around, that's another impediment to the track drying out also. Really, really amazing how that's developed. Well, we're into the final hour now, and Alessio Piccarello, the race leader, has done 7 laps on his stint, so you'd suspect that he will need to come in at the end of this lap. He's due in just over 5 minutes' time. Just coming on, he's heading on to the main part of the Nordschleife at the moment. Last time by did an 8 minute and 8 second .235, so pretty strong pace as well. Not quite to the dizzying heights of Nico Bastian with an 8:04, but strong nonetheless for Alessio Piccarello. So if he comes into pit in just over 4 minutes time, 54 minutes, that would mean roughly he has 174 seconds of minimum pit time. However, somebody coming in 2 laps later would be about 135 seconds. So there's just 2 laps of difference, and it can be 40 odd seconds of minimum pit time difference. So that is the unique rules we have here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. How the later you pit in the first stop, you have to stop longer. And therefore, when you get to the end, you're likely to stop later into the race, and you have a shorter pit stop. So basically, everyone has the same minimum pit time. It's just depending on when your first and last stop is taken. But as we discussed, that number 3 Vulcan Motorsport Porsche, the race leader, had to pit early, much earlier than planned, 4 laps after it had to come in and check and fix a GPS issue. Now, problem here, Snowy, car going slow, number 123 in the Porsche Cup category.
That's a Müller car.
Oh.
Also, we've got 604 stopped as well, which is the Herfer Racing BMW M3 in the H4 class. There's only 2 cars now, 604 and 605, both Herfer Racing cars, and that stopped at Mercedes Arena.
Well, if your car is going to grind to a halt, that's a good place for it to grind to a halt. Every cloud. That is, and then you think that's a proper historic car now. It's well over 20 years old, the E46 M3. What? It is in the HH class.
Yes, yeah. I just love the idea of something being 20 years old and being historic. I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's more than that. I'd say it's yeah, no, it is about 20 years old, an E46.
So when you were at school?
I was at school at that point, yes. Yeah. That was you were in your pub in those days, Toy.
Don't go there.
You were a factory superstar.
That's going to light up Twitter, isn't it? Sorry, X. Snowy in his pomp.
Oh dear.
So I was just looking back at the Muller car, thinking that's got going again very quickly, because that's the 124 car, numbered car. It's a 123 that was having the issue. So I was going to see where that's got to, if that's continuing. It did slow down. It seemed to having a moment. It was almost as if they had a, you know, when a car's low on fuel and you get drivers sort of moving it from side to side, almost get that last little bits of fuel up. It was almost like it was doing that for a minute. So, but quite often you can do that when there's a fuel issue or stuff as well, other issues, electrical and stuff. So, so 124's off, and has it connected with the barriers? No, but it's stuck in the gravel now. So just as I was saying that, the 124. Oh, has got himself out of the gravel, so that's
the 124. So there's two different.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, both the Muller cars having issues. Yes, exactly.
So that's Martin Rump. That's an unusual mistake for him to make.
That's just going onto the Green-Smits curve, isn't it?
It is. It went onto the Nordschleife, yes. Yeah. And then the 123. That car was on the 9th lap of its stint, so I wonder, you know how you were saying wiggling about trying to get fuel? I wonder if he's run out of fuel.
And the 940 now had a similar issue just on turn 2 of the GP circuit.
Yes, that's one of the Cayman GT4s.
Wipers are on again now. 148's got his wipers on.
Surely rain coming in?
Surely not with having rain, are we now?
No way.
Just to spice up the last hour, that would just be extraordinary. But I'm just wondering, with these cars running wide everywhere and off the, I wonder if we've just got totally treacherous conditions all of a sudden.
There's a lot of the cars have put the wipers on.
Yes.
Oh, great.
And this is on the GP circuit as well, Peter, which we said to be in the driest part of the track, the whole arena area. That was the last bit the first bit to dry out. And everybody's got the wipers on now. So much for that rain not coming in till 5 o'clock local time, where our race had finished already. It looks like we might have an even more exciting last hour finish to this race.
Just when you think it's all looking very nice and established, and you cut yourself a nice extra big case.
Yeah, heavy rain on the GP loop has just been confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah, a nice extra big piece of lemon drizzle cake, and then no.
Which I have bought, by the way, but Tim's keeping it to himself.
Oh, that's a bit unfair. What you expected to run on thin air? So one of the Falcon. Here's time for another gutsy tyre decision. There's different tyres coming out of the garage now for
slicks.
Falcon now. Are those slicks going on?
Still
okay.
Slicks, yeah.
So they do have wets there if they so wish, but out come the slicks at the last minute. Yeah, they're putting them on with the fuel going in. So yes, you can do that. So the tyres are on, new slick tyres on, fuel going in for Picciarello. Now this could either be, I mean, if the rain comes down hard.
Yeah, but it depends where it comes down, Peter, because we were saying this earlier about it can be one part. It does appear to be on the GP circuit at the moment, although I am getting reports that there are spots of rain at Westfalenfahrt. But of course, that could be, if you think about the layout of that could be the left-hand side of the circuit there. Westfalenfahrt, Dottinghauer, Tiergarten, pit straight, GP circuit. Over to the right, where you go over onto the Nordschleife, might not have the rain yet. With the bulk, that's the bulk of your lap. So you sit in the pits and say, "Oh, I'll put wets on," and you can't now. The Falcon number 3 car having to move down the box a little bit to allow the 119 entry in to rotate to its box.
Yeah, it's one of the Cup 2 cars.
Yeah, it came in behind it really quite quickly. I was thinking, oh, it needs to stop, which it did. But then it's been asked to politely move down. That's the Click for Scheidringer team. 119.
So confirmation then from our brilliant pit crew. The number 3 race leading Falcon Porsche has put on slick tyres. So they are hoping that rain is going to come to nothing, or at least be only in very small areas. I mean, I don't know if you want to come around the corner at Schwalbenschwanz, that very fast right-hander into the left, and it's and all of a sudden it's damp. That would be quite disconcerting on slick tyres.
Certainly get your attention.
It would, yeah. It's Kevin Estra's favourite corner on the circuit. The first right-hander of Schwalbenschwanz. It's his favourite. Maybe not today. So Piccarello goes back out onto the Grand Prix circuit then with those dry tyres. He'll be really trying to get some temperature, and just while he's trying to do that, he's going to go through that damp part, Snowy.
Indeed. Just watching the car, looks as stable as anything. Wiper on, intermittent, yeah. So it's not a full wipe. So I'm suggesting that heavy rain on the GP circuit has lessened already.
It's just maybe just like one of these just little cloud bursts that poor old Martin Rump got caught out at the last moment. And of course, all that information will be being passed back. The pictures we get, they'll have them up in the and much more in the pit wall, in the garage, and they'll be on the radio to the driver saying, "Be careful at that particular area." Which Alessio Piccarello is just coming up to now, the final part of the Grand Prix circuit past the Vito chicane. There's a dry line there, just trying to pick the way through there, and then on to the kind of most difficult part. It doesn't. The helicopter's maybe getting a little bit of spots of rain on the lens of the camera, but I mean, if it is rain, it's very, very light for now.
Well, I think it's become very, very light. That was the point. Just a matter of 5 minutes ago, it was heavy. Yeah, so there's obviously an intermittent option on that Porsche wiper, as you'd expect, because it is just flicking occasionally.
Yeah, it is. That's right. It is an intermittent option. Coming down through towards Hocheichen now, and onto the Kittelbacher Ho, just gone through Hatzenbach, and then towards Flugplatz, where you need absolute trust that the car's going to do what you ask it to do. And it has. As he comes now through absolutely flat out into top gear for Schwedenkreuz, one of the biggest, bravest corners anywhere on the circuit. So fast left-hander, and the full drive, 255 kilometers an hour, 260 maybe, and then on the brakes into Arenberg. Judging by the body language of the Piccarello-driven number 3 Porsche, Snowy, it doesn't appear to be holding him back. He seems to be into a groove quickly. Yeah,
not at all. Just come look at some sector times. Yes, sector 2, 108.5. Bastian was 108.6, so on par.
And that tyre's heated up very well then.
Yeah, you can't take the first sector was a 401, obviously that was a pit out. So that's why I looked at sector 2. So yeah, I mean, that's got operating really quite quickly, hasn't it? And efficiently. Yeah, I wonder if it's a particularly soft compound which heats up a little bit quicker and handles these kind of greasy conditions quite well. Well, you could afford to run a softer compound with an hour to go, because it hasn't got time duration. So they could afford to do that if they have such an option, couldn't they?
Yeah, and that's again when you're running a program like this, which is so specific to the Nürburgring, and we don't really, because so many other GT series, nearly all GT series around the world run on a control tyre. This is one of the very few series where you can run whatever tyre you wish. So for Falcon, they are building tyres specifically for this exact purpose and for this exact racetrack. So they may well have a tyre that's low temperature, even drying track, slick, which is designed to work exactly in those conditions. I mean, to be honest, this isn't unusual NLS conditions, is it? Either at the start of the year or indeed at the end of the year. It's only really in the summer where the temperature gets a little bit high.
Quite so, yeah.
So it's really handy to have that kind of tyre in your armoury, if you like. And yeah, Vulcan, they appear to have one that really works very, very well. And likewise, we must say, of course, I keep forgetting, the Scherer Sport car, which we've seen on Michelin tyres since, as far as I can remember, and it's running on Yokohama, so it's a new tyre for them, and it appears to be working very well also. So 46 minutes left on the clock then, as we head into this business end of the 55th Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. And now the stint is showing, I think we might have an issue with the timing screen again, because the stint is saying that there's 8 laps on Piccarello's stint. Well, it's definitely not. He's on the first lap of the stint, but Nico Bastian has still got potentially 4 laps left on his stint, certainly maybe even 3 so he could then pit very late on in the race and have quite a short final pit stop now. So yeah, so Nico Bastian is too far back for it to make a difference, but yeah, interesting one. How if he pitted with 24 minutes to go, he would only have 94 seconds to pit, whereas Piccarello had nearly double that. So that's a minute and a half in terms of minimum pit time between the number 3 Vulcan Porsche and Nico Bastian in the 15 Scherer Sport Audi.
To look at the progress of the sister car that we had all that drama. What did I say? It was 16th. It rejoined, didn't it? It's 18th now.
Yeah, I think it's actually just said its personal best sector in sector 1.
I saw that come up. Yeah, 106.4. So I wonder why maybe that was just settling down where they were on the lap on the chart. It actually left the pits on 16th, but by the time it's settled and everything caught up, it's 18th. So I wasn't far off it being lucky to be inside the top 20. So what's it got in front of it? 30 seconds, 34, 52, 15. Yeah, it could get another 2 or 3 places in with, what have we got? Just under 45 minutes to go.
So yeah, with 45 minutes to go, it's once we get the number 15 and Nico Bastian over the line, we'll get an idea of what that gap is and where they're gonna kind of filter out. But we've got a good marker now to get an eye on the number 3 Vulcan Porsche, because of the kind of light minty bluey green on the front of the car and then the dark blue on the back. There's some dark blue gaffer tape on the front right of it, so we can easily identify the number 3 now with having the dark blue gaffer tape on the front right of the car. So
and
even
the
on a
different
race,
colour mirrors.
and that also, Snowy, yes, if you're a swot like you doing all your homework, yes, of course. But the mirrors are quite difficult to spot from a helicopter, unless
not if you're low
razor. Well, the helicopter shouldn't be going that low. Yeah, getting chirpy now with 43 minutes to go. Have you been on the lemon drizzle cake?
I wish.
So
I'm just a sponsor, I just supply it.
You just benefactor.
Indeed.
So, yeah, looking at it's around, yeah, still 4 or 5 minutes or so between Nico Bastian and the race leader, number 3 Vulcan Porsche of Alessio Piccarello. There will be we believe, about a minute and a half come back to the Scherer Sport Audi team of Nico Bastian, because they will pit much later in the race. They will have a much shorter minimum pit time. So that's and you wonder actually, Snowy, if Scherer Sport Audi, if they hadn't had to make that very, very early pit stop, things might have been slightly different.
Well, most definitely so. And I was, as I said at the time, I didn't quite buy into it, as the phrase I had of it. It just seemed a slightly odd thing to do, and the fact that they were so casual about it all. I just wondered if it was a little bit of gamesmanship, which happens up and down the pit lane, no matter what category or class or position you are. But I just wondered if they were pulling something a bit blind, and I was waiting for that car to suddenly reappear, re-emerge, if you like, and there's a front runner. It hasn't, so maybe it was genuine.
Could have been, yeah, could have been. You never know. You never know. So car 150, Jimmy Broadbent coming through. Adenauer forced at the moment in heavy traffic at the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4. We've had a full season in this Bilstein liveried machine, including a tilt at the 24-hour race earlier on in the year. Just coming up behind the TCR machine, and a Porsche Cup car comes through. There's all sorts of mixing up to do as they come through Metzgersfeld 2 and down into the right-hander of Kallenhardt at number 150 car. Where is it sitting at the moment? Still sitting first in class at the moment, so looking good at the moment for that that number 150 Bilstein car. Always a fan favourite. When you see all the comments in our stream on YouTube, it's always a lot of support, a lot of love for Jimmy Broadbent, for Steve Brown, and indeed Manuel Metzger. 41 minutes to go then, and now when we should be, yeah, we're not far off getting a pit stop for the dynamic Porsche, which sits in 4th at the moment, so it's not necessarily going to threaten the Scherer Sport Audi in 3rd, because the dynamic Porsche will have to pit quite soon, and therefore will have a longer minimum pit time than the Scherer Sport Audi will have. So Scherer Sport Audi looking on for a podium at the moment, all being well, but is there going to be a Porsche car on the podium yet again for the 2nd time running?
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
minutes to go then in this penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. And with the conditions that we started off in, the rain and the gloom, we've got now a dry racetrack, and it's Nico Bastian who is really lighting up the timing screens, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, exactly. Just I said they'd try and do something, didn't I, with it? It's we thought it had dropped out of the order, and to the point that we almost, to say we'd forgotten about it would be very unfair, but it just didn't seem to come back the way we thought it would. And I was convinced they had something up their sleeve with the intel and experience in that team and Stifler, etc. All of it together combined. I just thought there was something up their sleeve, and it looks like they have. I don't think they're going to challenge for the lead necessarily with this far out to go. Well, they've got, what, 36 minutes to go? But extraordinarily quick now. It's certainly got the pace, and a strong second position would be a great result for the work they've done. And I'm still intrigued to what that first pit stop was about. So, because it was the second lap, wasn't it, Peter?
I think it was the end of the first lap.
Well, yes, okay, yeah, fair, yes.
But we surely...
Being pedantic again, okay.
We thought there was something wrong with the car, because we saw Stifler coming in thinking, what's going on? And unless they'd taken damage, because they did look at the rear left.
Well, remember the left rear had. I was describing that venting, wasn't I? After the left rear wheel, after both rear wheels. But on the left-hand side, we've got those vertical ventings, and that was loose on its bracket at the bottom. But those Audis are also quite known for that. It's a bit of a weak spot. It doesn't take much, as in it can be a piece of debris on track that breaks that bracket, and that bit often flaps. How many times have we seen the GT3 Audi R8 LMS with that area of it flapping on the bodywork, and the car hasn't been anywhere near off track or anything? It's just picked up a bit of something, and there it is loose. So that wasn't overly surprising. The two aren't necessarily connected. But here it is in a very strong second position with the race with half an hour to go.
I think they can be very pleased. Yeah, I think they can be very pleased, and it's a new era really for Share Sport PHX. They've they equalled Mantai's record of wins in the Nürburgring 24-hour earlier in the year, and it's a brave switch, because like we mentioned, Michelin Tire, they've won. No one has beaten them over the last decade at the Nürburgring 24 hours. So to switch away from that established winning tire brand is a big risk. But it seems that the pace is right there, particularly in these kind of conditions. And Nico Bastian, bear in mind, never raced an R8 GT3 car before, and you would never know it. He's well,
you said he was class, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting speaking to a few of the drivers who have switched to other brands from Audi, and they've kind of commented that the car is actually quite nervous and quite twitchy and quite difficult to get on top of for certain drivers, but it doesn't appear to be for Nico Bastian right now. But the gap back is still very much in the favour
now, Peter,
of Falcon. Go on.
Latest penalty in, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a black and white, black flag, orange disc for no GPS signal for Shearer Sport car, but it's not the number 15. It's the 116 GT3 in Cup 2. I could hear your heart rate change then, didn't it?
You should be reading children's stories. It's just building up the anticipation like that. Oh, what is it? What is it? What's
yes.
Well,
guess what it is yet?
I've got the penalty screen in front of me, and I'm going, I don't know where he's reading this from, but I don't have it in front of me. Well,
so another GPS signal issue. So that where is that car at the moment? Actually, in 116. It is in 11th position.
So that's frustrating, very frustrating. Yeah. Now, one thing, and now this is something which I don't know if we will have ever had before in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. This is a bit of trivia for you, Snowy. Have we ever seen an alternatively fueled car up on the podium overall?
Not overall, no. Maybe class-wise, but I don't think so overall. I'm pretty confident to be able to say not overall.
Because the Fugal car, the 105, is an alternatively fueled car. So the Fugal Porsche, yes, it's a Cup. Effectively, it's a Cup 2 car. It runs with different fuel and different tires, so it can't run in the Cup 2 class. It's sitting third overall at the moment. So the Fugal alternatively fueled Porsche it's certainly in the conversation. It will depend how things work out with when it pits and how long the minimum pit stop time is, but it's thereabouts for a potential. I mean, as far as I'm aware, that would be the first time an alternatively fueled car would get on the overall podium at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and if that were to be the case, that would be a really historic moment.
To be celebrated as well.
Yes, definitely.
Put the marketing team in overdrive.
Get the marketing team on it. Yes. If that is to be the case, there's a lot of ifs and buts there, but yes, that is very, very true. If they could get up on that overall podium, they are under threat from the number 54 dynamic Porsche, which may, in the SP9 class, which may well get by them. So after all the excitement we build up, it may be 3 SP9s on the podium as per normal, but with 30 minutes to go, plenty to shake out as things go on. There's our race leader on to the Dortinger Ho now, with in fact, no, not quite yet. It's just heading on to the latter part of the Nordschleife. In fact, it's our Cup 2 leader. Yes, our Cup 2 leader coming up to Tiergarten now. The number 148 was qualified on pole by Tobias Müller and running very, very well at the moment. They've had their last pit stop. They sit in 6th overall at the moment. The race leader, Alessio Piccarello, has just come through sector 3 with a personal best time, so he's heading towards the kind of second part of the Nordschleife right now, and we'll get a bit more of a look on where they shake out. Of course, the Sherisport PHX car is still to take its last stop, so yeah, so really Piccarello and Vulcan Motorsport in a very strong place right now. As I say that, the dynamic Porsche comes in from 4th place. So 29.5 minutes to go then here in this 55th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy, the penultimate round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2024. And we've had it's been a fair old hiatus, hasn't it, since the beginning of August, Snowy? The teams might have to chip off a little bit of rust this morning going out and qualifying.
Just a bit. You don't forget which way it goes, though. Hopefully, but no, you're absolutely right, because as I said, we had there was a rival series. There were going to be 2 series this year, NLS and NES, Nürburgring Endurance Series, and that didn't attract quite the entries it wanted to, so it got canned. So they were splitting the date, so therefore there would have been something else in between. So it was indeed it was the 3rd of August we last had a round of NLS.
Plenty of time to enjoy the summer holidays, and then come back in the autumn time to get the race car back out of the garage. So as you do. So with what have we got? 30. So with around 30 minutes left on the clock, the dynamic Porsche came in, so it has 111 seconds of minimum pit time to serve. And the question is as well is, can the Fugal Porsche get home without another stop? It's done 7 laps on its stint. I think it will need a quick splash and go, which may determine whether it ends up on the podium or not. We're also expecting a pit stop from the number 6 Advan Mercedes AMG, which sits in 4th at the moment, which it will be coming in shortly too. So plenty to shake out there.
Yeah, and just on that little note, you mentioned quite a big gap or hiatus, as you've just said, for this series. Then, of course, we have this is the penultimate round. We do have NLS 6, the final round of the year, in effectively a month's time. On Saturday, the 16th of November, will be our final 4 hours of fun around the Nordschleife for NLS in 2024.
And they, well, you really want to be that last round. You want to be invited to the Frickadelli party. I've heard it's absolutely legendary. The Frickadelli end of season party. It's the stuff of legend. I'm reliably informed.
You've got until March to recover then, because it's 22nd of March that all the dates were confirmed a few weeks ago actually for the 2025 season. So it kicks off again on March 22nd, and then 26th of April, 10th of May, 5th of July, and of course we've got the 24-hour in between, 16th of August. That one that we said we had that big hiatus. Then there's actually 2 rounds in September next year on the sort of 13th and 14th, 2 back-to-back, and one on the 27th. And our last one next year, NLS 8, is effectively this weekend, the 11th of October sorry, not this weekend, this time next year, the 11th of October next year. So 8 rounds of NLS for 2025, all in the diary, all booked in already. Can't wait.
Wonderful. And also...
And a 24-hour.
Well, the 24-hour is going to be fascinating this year, because...
Mars Bar City.
Mars Bar City. 5 years ago, we had a back-to-back with Le Mans into the Nürburgring 24-hour 1 week after the other. That's going to happen again next year. So
it's a triple, isn't it? Haven't we got 3 24 hours in 3 weekends?
Spa the week after.
Yes, I think it is. I'm sure it's a triple. I think it's the first time in history. I'm sure it's a triple next year.
Could they not just spread these dates out a little bit more? That would be quite nice.
No, sleep's overrated. You can sleep when you're dead. It's fine. It's your job.
I love sleep. What, sleeping?
Well, in your case, yes.
Yeah, I love sleeping. It's nice.
That's where you're the pro, I'm the am on that one.
If you're can you imagine being a factory driver there, going from Le Mans to Nürburgring to Spa 1 week after the other, 3 24-hour races in a row?
I know, but what a fabulous documentary to make, or podcast to make about that. You know, the road to those 3. Look at that, fabulous, wouldn't it?
It would. Well, Porsche did one 5 years ago where it was called Porsche. It's called Endurance, and it was basically a fly in the wall of going from Le Mans to doing Le Mans and then doing the Nürburgring, and the differences between the 2 races. Because yes, they might be 24 hours, and they're on a racetrack, but that's about where the similarities end. They could not be 2 more different events and competitions if they tried. It's just so different in every possible way. And all the better for it. I think that variety is brilliant. There's no point having everyone having the same style.
No, absolutely.
Everyone have their own style. That's good. And then you go to somewhere like Daytona, and it's completely different again. A 24-hour race there is so different in the way that it all works. So, are we going to see? And I believe, I'm just going to say, I believe for the first time, an alternatively fueled car getting on the podium in a Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Yeah, I'm just checking through on that. We had, because Neste Renewable Diesel was, they've won the 24-hour race twice, but that was back in 2016. That was different, obviously. We've had Bonk Motorsport used different systems.
But did they get the overall?
No, I don't think that's exactly what I'm just trying to look at here. And of course, we've had Teichmann Racing use a synthetic fuel mixture. I'm just going to...
Well, while the cogs turn and there's no rain,
we could be here a while.
I'll carry on. Yes, yeah, Falcon Motorsport leading the way strongly with their driver Alessio Piccarello at the wheel, who's been a part of the Falcon team for several years. As a Porsche affiliated driver, he's around in lots of different teams, but he's definitely a big part of the Falcon family here at the Nürburgring. They're hugely involved here with the Tyre Development Centre, testing here on the Nürburgring, racing at the Nürburgring, but also the drift show as well. The Falcon drift cars put on a show for the fans on track this morning before we got racing, but also they do a big show at the Nürburgring 24-hour. And actually, when the Grand Prix circuit was built here back in the early 1980s, it was opened with a drift show of Opel Mantas. So drifting has always been a part of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and indeed this wonderful paddock. I do remember watching it from the bar last year, because we'd finished for the day and we were having a well deserved beverage, and we were watching the drift show. It was great fun.
Just going back to the cogs have been turning whilst you were doing that, Peter, and I think you're right. It's there've been class podiums and class positions, and first and second, the Bonk and Teichmann and whatever, use different alternative fuels, etc., and synthetics. But I think this could be. I'm not going to jinx it, but if things would stay the same for the next 21 minutes, then yes, this could be the first time one's on the podium overall. Is the key word.
Well, at the moment it's just now the Fugle car has just taken a pit stop and has gone back to 6th place. So it might be mute after all. So great work, Snowy, and everything, but it might not be necessary after all. Mind you, there's still plenty that could shake out in 20 minutes time. The number 6 Team Advan Mercedes has just come into the pits. Taken in by Dennis Fetzer, the young 23-year-old who's already had 5 Nürburgring 24-hour starts in that short time. They just pitted from 3rd place. Can they hang on to that 3rd place? They might well be able to. They're on their outlap at the moment. Could be tight there actually, how that one plays out. But got Piccarello in the Falcon Motorsport car in the lead, 15 Scherer Sport Audi in 2nd, and then Fetzer just brought in from 3rd place the Advan Mercedes. It will depend where they shake out after the pits compared to the leading Porsche Cup car, the number 148 now that's in the Cup 2 category, Black Falcon Team 48 Losch, which is driven right now by Noah Nagelsdijk. That's a mouthful.
It certainly is.
So 3 minutes and 50 seconds the gap. I can't recall, Snowy, a gap quite as significant as that in a Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race.
No, it's not easy. I'm looking at the sister Falcon car, which is currently running in 13th. So is it going to get into the top 10? Probably not now. Without doing all the gaps in front, which I can't read because I haven't got the information to make it. It is entirely finger in the air exercise, that one is.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 50 seconds the gap at the front at this moment in time, and we still need to actually see the number 15 Scherer Audi, Nico Bastian, come into the pits. So that may well then put the number 6 Advan Mercedes of Dennis Fetzer up into 2nd place after a pretty eventful day, a crash in qualifying, a quick repair, and then a drive-through penalty for bumping under either behind a code 60 or on the race start. And it could be that we could end up with a 1-2 of cars that crashed in qualifying.
Well, it says no points in qualifying, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Well, it does, but...
It does. It certainly does here. Certainly does here. I think if you put yourself on the back foot, you just don't get the time back. We see that so often in the 24-hour race. If you're, even for a 24-hour race, if you start 20th, you miss the bus. It's gone. The train's left the station, and you spend the entire 24-hour race chasing and chasing. But we saw one of the Rover BMWs being a bit like that one year, where they qualified outside the top 20. They ended up finishing 2nd, but they had race-winning pace. But because the qualifying didn't go well, it was all for naught.
Yeah, you spend your time catching up, don't you? If you don't look out.
So Noah Nagelsdijk coming through, ex-Müller out, up over the crest towards the Lauda links, and a little bit of confusion there with one of the BMW M240i's, a car that's a class of car that's really served well. It's had various iterations. It went from a 235i to a 240i, and of course the new version of it, due in 2026, is being tested today in competition conditions by Max Hesse and now it's just escaped me, Max Hesse and Jens Klingmann.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
What surprises me is that it's a four-wheel drive car. It's quite unusual for a one-make racing car, really, for many racing cars of that style to have it four-wheel drive.
Yeah, it did say with the option to do it. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's introduced in four-wheel drive in this form. It said the press release is there's further information to come out. It still hasn't clearly. There's no spec available from BMW to what engines in it or stuff at the moment, unless I haven't had a chance during the commentary to dig a little bit deeper on the internet to do that. I'm sure it's out there, and of course that's now going to open the floodgates to everybody to tell me, oh, it's got this, and it's got a 5.7 litre V8 in it, and it's in the wrong class. But I exaggerate for clarity. It's an option. It would be the first time xDrive is the BMW version of four-wheel drive. It would be the first time that xDrive has been used. Now, what have we got? Oh, now we've got a Porsche very heavily damaged on the front there, facing the wrong way. Now, where's that? That's not one of the Müller cars, surely, from the colours I'm seeing there, is it?
Not sure.
Is that her act?
Yes, because it's then very fast downhill from.
Yeah, no, it's actually that's the Shearer Sport car that had the what that car is there. Yeah, that's the 116 Shearer Sport Porsche I mentioned. Had the GPS. When that had Jos Menten at the wheel of that was in it a few minutes ago. So I think that's off there. I say last minute's drama is 15 minutes to go.
It's pretty last minute.
Yeah,
having competed all day.
Whatever it is, I'm thinking is that just subject to confirmation. I think it's the 116 entry Shearer Sport Porsche GT3 Cup that's in the Cup 2 class. That would have had to say Jos Menten at the wheel. That's a pro car. And it's facing the wrong way with a lot of debris on it, and it looks like it's clattered down the barriers for some considerable distance, had a hard impact off on the right and rotated round and facing back up the track. So that's why there's a code 60 there. They're coming up to Hoa Act, actually.
Yeah, if that is at Hoa Act, I think the grip level there has been pretty sketchy all day.
Yeah, so you come out to Caracciolo Carousel and then up to Hoa Act. Yes, sorry, Peter.
You think, of course, when Klaus Bachler went off there earlier, was that as a result of very, very low grip? Or indeed, because he went into the barrier pretty hard, and there's a lot of coolant and stuff and fluids in the front of the car. Has that then leaked then all over the circuit, and it's just not, the grip's not quite there? Maybe it could well be a factor. Now, quick driver change. Interestingly, Nico Bastian has jumped out of the number 15 Shearer Sport Audi at they're just about to come out the pits now. Frank Stippler has jumped in, so that's strange with 2 laps to go, effectively. Yes, to make that last switch.
Because quite often people like those teams, Shearer and Falcon, we've seen them do it quite often when it's a 4-hour race. They have such an equal and well-matched pairing. They put one driver in for 2 hours and the second in for 2 hours.
Yeah,
just split it equally, half and half.
Very odd. Yeah, very, very odd. Perhaps Frank just said, I'm bored sitting here drinking coffee, I want a shot. Are you going to say no to him? Are you going to say no to Frank Stippler? Probably not. So what that means then is that all things being regular, that is 3. Now, at the moment, it is, as we now finally get the cars through over the start-finish line. Actually, we do have then a Porsche Cup car back up onto the podium. The number 148, the leading car in class, the Black Falcon machine. It is right now sitting in 3rd overall, and by my reckoning, it can make it to the end of the race without stopping. So it then comes down to the gap back to the number 120 machine running in Cup 2 as well. That's the Avia WNS Motorsport car. Oh, which has just had an incident. Oh my word, the Avia WNS car has spun around, and that is indeed the 2nd place car. That is on the Grand Prix circuit, just coming out of what would be out of the Schumacher S, and oh dear me, it's got into a real disagreement with the number 420 Cayman.
And the 94 is off on the other side as well. That can't get that going on the grass. That's a Cayman on the grass there. That's the 940.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so Nielsen Baumann very, very wisely reversing it off to get it onto track to get some traction. Now gone back forward again and looped it round. So once you've got going, the rear wheels rotating there, no TC working on that. I don't think there was any contact. I think they were just sort of arguing over the same bit of track and couldn't, 2 into 1 wouldn't go, but I don't think there was contact between those two.
Not. Yeah, there was a disagreement and a confusion there. So that was, it's all that drama because there was only 7.1 seconds between our race leader in that class, the 148 and the 120. So he's clearly pushing there. Oh, there was contact, a lot of it.
Oh, so right, we've seen more of it now, yes.
What do you make of that, Snowy?
He just got harpooned, didn't he?
So this is the 120 got harpooned by the Cayman. Right, okay, so yeah, coming up to the left-hand corner, the Cayman on the inside, the Porsche Cup car on the outside, the faster car, Porsche Cup car, and yeah, just got driven into there, it seemed. That's really bad luck there. Now, driving that car is Daniel Blickwell, and he's kept going. He hasn't gone into the pit, so, but that could, I mean, it was only 7.1 seconds from the lead, and that's certainly going to make the life very much easier for car 148, your race leader in Cup, and of course overall podium sitter as things stand. Now, with 10 minutes to go, there's about 30 seconds back to Dennis Fetzer in 5th place overall. So I think it's going to be very tight, you know, Snowy. If we actually see that 148 Porsche Cup car get the overall podium, they could well be caught here by the number 6 Advan car, possibly.
Yeah, well, drama right to the end, and just there's a lovely, lovely camera shot back down the pit straight now, and it's bright autumn sunshine. Ridiculous. Never would have believed that earlier on.
Thanks to Oliver and our hard-working pit team, there has been an alternatively fueled car on the overall podium, which finished 2nd, the year 2000, Abt Audi A4 Quattro with natural gas. Christian Abt and Christian Menzel. Excellent knowledge. Excellent knowledge. Well done.
Thank you, Oliver.
Yes. And I presume A4 Quattro, would that would be a DTM car, would it? Too early for that, maybe.
I doubted DTM would have been in then. Or in this race for that matter.
Yeah, the DTM cars came in about 2002, 2003 with the Astros. Remember the V8 coupes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great knowledge there from Oliver and our pit team. So, of course, that's in the 24-hour first year, 2000. Yeah, so that's very, very interesting stuff.
I should know, I was in that race.
There you go. What were you driving?
Mitsubishi.
What kind of Mitsubishi?
Evo 6, 5, 4, 6, 7, whatever it was at the time, 7 I think.
Quite a good car for the Nürburgring.
Yeah, it was fun. If you're doing like 24-hour, yeah.
4-wheel drive?
Oh yes,
Yeah, very handy. Very, very handy for this place.
Well, no, it didn't rain. So it wasn't.
Ah, well, yeah, you were doing your rain dance, so that's why you love the rain so much. Exactly. Your Mitsubishi would come into its own at last. So just under 8 minutes left on the clock. and our race leader right now is just about halfway around the lap. So when Alessio Piccarello reaches the line, that will be him heading on to the last lap of the race. He's due in just under 6 minutes till he gets to the start-finish line. So yes, it will be one more lap to go when he reaches the start-finish line. And I mean, who could have... There's lots of things we couldn't have predicted. A, the fact that it's been dry for 3/4 of the race, and B, the Falcon Tyre Porsche actually even making it to the start, having ended up hard on the barrier. Another car that's been hard on the barrier is a Porsche Cup car off.
It is confirmed. It is the 116 car. That's it.
Yeah, that's the car we're in. Yeah. So Hoa Act has bitten hard today.
I think going back to your comment about the alternative fuel car, it would have been the first. It would have been the series of VLN, as it was called then in 2000. It's not the 24-hour. That year, because I always remember this, that year 2000, it was won by a Porsche. One of the drivers was somebody called Bartels, never heard of him. Some bloke called Maylander. He does quite a lot of F1 now, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's usually at the front.
Exactly. Yeah, he's led more F1 races than anybody else.
Yes, when you think about the drive, well, we were talking about the Prios, the Prio family outing with Ben Barker, as well. We thought, has Andy got to get his permit? But of course, he won the race in an MV GTR as you went away
in 2005. Has he got? But in reality, the question is still valid because he will have to get his permit. So last week, the number 4 Porsche in for a splash and dash. So having got up to 11th. With all its fresh bodywork, it's come in for a little splash and dash, no driver change, no fuel, no tyres, obviously fuel, because that's a splash and dash.
Yeah, it's I can have a story of what could have been for that car. Unfortunately, it's just a couple of incidents mid-race. Without that, they'd have been right there. Because while the sister car, the number 3, was struggling away on dry tyres, they still had the wet tyres on. So they had the opportunity to be on the right tyre for longer. But there's a couple of little mistakes, couple of little things happening here and there. It's just what this place is like, isn't it? It's just never your turn. It doesn't work like that here. It's a tough old place. Fastest lap of the race right now is and it might well stay that way given we've got that code 60 at Hoa Act. It's, what are we, an 8:01.545. That's only 8 seconds off the very best qualifying time we've seen this year. So it's right on pace now of what we'd expect in race conditions. That's in traffic too.
Very impressive.
Yeah, and set, of course, by Nico Bastian, the Audi debutant. I suspect it might not be his last. I think he's more than proven himself, but a little bit of nerves, and I'm sure in the Falcon garage. And are they close? No, there's a question. Are they close? No, they're not quite close enough to back off completely, and then not have to go an extra lap. That would be something to think about. But no, it's way too late for that. They're coming around Schwantz at the moment, and then up towards the Kleine Carousel after that flat-out run through Beloff S's. I just can't fathom what it's like going through Beloff S's in a GT3 car.
Oh, awesome.
I bet it is.
Even better in a Group C car.
Yes, yeah, quite right.
Your feet hanging out the front, in front of the front wheels.
Better or
just better on every level until it goes wrong.
Well, just over 3 minutes to go on the clock, but of course it's a long lap around here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and Alessio Piccarello took over just after the halfway mark from his teammate Klaus Bachler, and coming through Antonius Bucher now for the penultimate time. Will just be one lap to go for the number 3 Falcon squad, and have, you know, this will, if this lap goes to plan, as 4 wins out of 7, it would be. I mean, is this the best season Falcon have ever had?
I think it probably is, you know. It's certainly a very impressive season, whatever, however you look at it. There's been a few elements that have helped that, but I mean, they've not. They've overcome a few things this race alone, haven't they? With both cars. Never mind this race leading car. I'm just going to leave it at that at the moment. 26 laps completed. It is on to the last lap now, but of course that's another 9 minutes, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. I think the only thing I would say is that they're probably disappointed with how the 24-hour went. Many, I think, left.
Which will stick, because that's the one everybody wants to win.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is.
Even though it's not part of the championship.
Well, exactly, yeah, but it's of course a crucial part of preparation. Is if you're strong in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, you put yourself in a great position to challenge for the Nürburgring 24. And it was interesting, you know, looking at the pace going, you know, pre-Nürburgring 24. You looked at the sector times, and the Falcon Porsches looked really, really strong. But it just, come race week, things didn't play in their favour, and it didn't go their way. But in terms of their NLS performances, absolutely superb. You know, 4 out of 7 wins. If Alessio Piccarello can make it through this last 20 kilometres or so, and the gap, I cannot remember a gap as big as this one, as we've seen today. Big gap back to Frank Stippler in second at the moment, and oh, it's going to come down to the wire. Do you know, Snowy, for that podium at the last timing point, it was 24 seconds between a third placed overall, your leader in Cup 2, car 148 Black Falcon, and fourth place overall, car 6 SP9 Team Advan by HRT Mercedes. That's going to be very, very tight to see who, and at last lap by, there was about 20 seconds between them, so it's going to go right down to the wire.
Quite extraordinary, nothing we could have predicted earlier in the day. Quite extraordinary.
So Piccarello now on to the run down towards Schwedenkreuz, and then on the brakes hard for Arenberg, and he's actually in a rare bit of solace there. There doesn't seem to be any traffic around. Down towards the foxhole he goes, down that absolute helter-skelter, hitting almost the fastest you'll go in the entire circuit at the bottom of the foxhole there, then quickly up the hill towards Adenauer Forst. Now there's a little bit of traffic for him to negotiate, but right now, Snowy, what do you think is going through his mind right now after the day they've had?
Probably. I'm not a religious person. I mean, he may not be as well, but probably a bit of prayer, as on please, some urgency. Well, just keep it going. Don't anything happening. No curveballs, no unexpected elements. It's something you've got to look out for. It's that last lap, isn't it? It's not done until you cross the line. You can't rest on the laurels because you haven't earned them yet.
No, not yet. And they do have very impressive laurels here at the Nürburgring, proper gold leaf laurels. This circuit, this 25-kilometre masterpiece, has unique challenges in lots of ways. And one of them is, of course, having marshals. You need a marshal at every single post, and they must be able to see one another, and they've got to be there to deal with any kind of incident, to wave flags, to warn cars of what's going on. So a huge thank you to all of the marshals who allow us to go motor racing, and is not really many more demanding racetracks in the world in terms of sheer numbers of marshals than here at the Nürburgring. So a huge thank you to all of you out there around the circuit. And luckily it's dried up because when we came in this morning it was pretty wet and gloomy. Alessio Piccarello goes over the bridge at Adenauer, which is a part of the circuit that's always absolutely packed come 24-hour race weekend. And you even get tents in the Aldi and Lidl car park, so limited is the available space because so many people come along. Good place to be, actually. You can go in and you don't have far to walk with your shopping bags.
Did you just see that there from the helicam shot? So hence now fervent flashing of the lights. He just nearly got caught by. I'm guessing it's not
a car. Porsche Cup
it's
car,
Cup car,
yeah.
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, coming up the Kesselchen.
Yeah.
Alessio Piccarello.
Again, he was behind a back marker. He just sat behind it. He being Alessio Piccarello, our race leader, and just sat behind it. I mean, just what you were asking me a few minutes ago, and Peter, what's going through your mind? And it's exactly incidents like that, because you can't let your guard down. You're on the last lap of the race, but you haven't won it. You've done all the hard work. It's so easy to cross the line, knowing the length of this circuit, the flag has, the time has stopped, the clock has stopped, but the flag hasn't dropped yet as he heads up to the carousel now. And that was coming up to, fairly fast part of the circuit there. There's a back marker in the way who's also got another back marker in front of them, and it suddenly holds him up, and he goes to go past, Alessio goes to go past, and it's just, almost two wheels on the grass, and it can be as simple as that. And it's a part of the circuit where there's a strip of grass on the side, so it would take nothing to connect with the barriers. So right down to the code 60 now for that. Just something to make my heart stop there, because that's the 116 Shearer sort car. They've never recovered from that part of the track there. They've left it where it is. Green flag now, so it's clear to carry on and continue. So this is at was that Hoeract? I said that was at
Hoeract, yeah, exactly. So it's that always makes your heart jump when the race leader on the last lap goes slow. All of a sudden it's because it's going through a code 60, because of that incident there for that stricken Scherer Sport Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, we've got the 140 Pro Sport Aston stopped as well at an approach to Callanard, I think. Yeah.
Oh no.
And also slightly further up, so that becomes, there's an incident there, and a 120 becomes a 60. So that's the 140 Pro Sport Aston, which is in the SB8T class, so GT4 car turbocharged, and the other car in that involved or stopped at the same part of the track, and I'm guessing the two might have come together. It's often the case, isn't it? It's the 950. Which is the Schmickler Performance Cayman, and that's a little bit further up, just stopped as well.
That's really, really disappointing. At the last lap of the race, it's just absolutely galling as Alessio Piccarello comes through. Schwalbenspons, the Falcon team, they can maybe start to smile now. It's been an eventful day. They were on pole by 15 seconds. Then Klaus Bachler was going quicker than that, and he put it into the barrier. I think he's having a bit of a laugh and a joke right now with the crew in the pits, and the crew did an amazing job to wheel that car onto the grid at the very last moment, within 90 seconds to spare before the grid was cleared, and it would have been too late. And Klaus Bachler, he repaid the team with a fantastic opening stint, handing over to Alessio Piccarello, who flashes the lights as he charges down the Dottinger Hole past the last few pieces of traffic, making sure they know full well that he's coming through race leader and about to be race winner, coming through, down through Antonius Bucca and up the hill from the Tiergarten, past the Marshall Point there. Just two more corners to go, and Alessio Piccarello and Klaus Bachler are going to win for the number 3 crew, for Falcon Motorsports and for Porsche. Checkered flag, and it's a win for Falcon.
A very richly deserved one as well. They put some work in for that, didn't they, with that qualifying incident to put the car. I thought it would be lucky to start the race on the grid. I thought it would get into the race. That was never really in doubt, but I thought it would be a pit lane start, which just makes you work all that much harder. But a great job to get that car out, and it's had some repairs and stuff gone through it, and it's looking a little bit battle-scarred and grubby, but more importantly, it's on the top of the podium, which is exactly what they wanted. Not quite the result for the number 4 car. That had its issues, not in qualifying. It had its ones in the race, but what a day for Falcon and Falcon team and the tyres and those cars.
And for Klaus Bachler, it's just one of these seasons where it seems to come right. You know, he's the newly crowned World Endurance LMGT3 champion, where Manthey have been so strong all year long, and that's his third win in the in his career in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. They don't, you know, you don't accumulate wins at, you know, even someone like Frank Stippler, 15 wins, and you think how long his career here has been. So a third win for Klaus Bachler and a second Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series win for Alessio Picariello for the double European Le Mans Series champ. Two young drivers who have come up through the Porsche pyramid of various guys. Gone through Porsche Junior programs as well, and yeah, now up there and trusted to run in a long-standing Porsche customer program. You think, you know, the Falken Motorsport, they can kind of pick whichever brand they want to go with, but they've stuck with Porsche over several years, and well, it's really come good.
Yeah, just while the rest of the cars tour the way around, just that little incident, the Aston, there was the Pro Sport Aston, but the 950 was take that car I mentioned, take that out of the equation. That's the Schmickler Cayman I mentioned isn't involved in that. It was just a glitch on the timing. It was there, I promise you, but it's actually now completed the race as well. So that's it was static for a minute unless it got going again. But it is definitely the Pro Sport Aston out.
So, waiting for confirmation if we're going to see the number 148 leading Porsche Cup car on the overall podium, or if we're going to see the number 6 Advan AMG of Dennis Fetzer up on the podium after having a pretty eventful day as well. I think we will do, because last time they crossed the line was 0.122, still in the favour of the number 148 Porsche Cup machine, but the sector times are very much in the favour, multiple seconds in favour of the number 6. So I don't know, Snowy, if we're going to see the heroics of a Porsche Cup car up on the podium yet again. It looks like the SP9s have they've restored honour eventually, by the looks of things so far.
Not quite sure there. I've got...
Because Stippler has not taken the checkered flag yet, by my reckoning. Neither is Nagel in the 148, neither is Fetzer. They're still out there, I think, but I could be wrong. No, they're going through sector 3 at the moment. It's just actually so large was the gap between the number 3 Falken Porsche and everybody else. They're going to get time to have a chat, have a cup of tea, maybe coffee. Alessio Picariello jumps out, big hug for teammate Klaus Bachler. They've done the job, and the job well done for Falken Tyre. Alessio Picariello, when he was a karter, he always used to, if he won, he would get a treat from his parents. They would stop at the Friture in Belgium for chips and things like that. You'd never know. Look at him now; he's a fine specimen athlete. Maybe might not be stopping off one of those tonight.
Karting, then, did he?
Well, clearly he did, because he's look where he is.
No, as I meant diet-wise, as it has had no effect on him. You're missing my pun. Go with me.
I'm with you now. Sorry, I'm just a bit slow. I can't keep up with the man of your intelligence. So, Picariello and Bachler, they're going to be looking back, going, where is everybody? We've parked the car up. The engine's cold by the time anyone else has come to join us. Frank Stippler just now, he'll just be coming onto the Dottinger Ho now. Will the Audi man for Scherer Sport? I mean, it hasn't been the result they maybe. Well, is it? Having been parked up after the opening lap, second place for Scherer Sport Audi.
Yeah, exactly.
On a new tyre brand.
That's a
good result. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's an amazing result from where they were. Because I honestly thought, given their breadth of experience, where they got a trick up their sleeve and they were going to surprise us. So maybe they had second pulled it off. I mean, it is a huge gap, but yeah, second is still second when all said and done.
Yeah, and the fastest lap of the race too, proving that that their new tyre package has speed around it. So yeah, over the line then comes Frank Stippler to confirm in second, and it looks like it's going to be Dennis Fetzer for Team Advan by HRT on the podium, as already only at the Nürburgring, the drivers they've already got a refreshing beverage given to them by their team. Their driving's done, and the team already beginning the celebrations.
Well, they have earned it, haven't they?
They have definitely earned a refreshing beverage. So, and that would mean then, if the Team Advan car comes through, we'll have two Advan or Yokohama cars on the podium alongside Falcon. No Michelin car on the podium, which we don't say that often here at the Nürburgring.
Well, I was going to say, there's a statement in itself, isn't it? Yeah, you don't see that very often.
So it is significant, because when you see a brand dominate for so long, yeah, very, very impressive. And 3 different brands of car, Porsche, AMG and Audi, all on the podium. 2 cars, particularly the AMG and the Audi, that have been around for many, many years. And that, guys, the 992 Porsche came on stream just coming to the end of its 2nd full season now, and really hitting its stride, as well as over the line then comes Dennis Fetzer, and indeed it is 3 SP9s on the podium. So the heroics, they were nearly there. They were nearly there. We nearly had the Cinderella story once again, but yeah, the SP9s have just got that big overall pace advantage. So it's number 3 Falcon Porsche from number 15 Scherer Audi, and rounding out the podium, the number 6 Team Advan with HRT AMG Mercedes. But an amazing job, and again confirming then your winner in Cup 2, car number 148. That is the Black Falcon Team 48 Losch car on pole, and they win their class in 4th overall. That is a 4th win of the season from 7 starts. Pretty impressive indeed.
It's not a bad average, is it, at all? And they had to work for that one.
They did, and despite that heart-stopping incident with a pretty significant clash with a Porsche Cayman GT4, the number 130 Avia WRS Motorsport crew, they still came home 2nd in class and 5th overall. I mean, they were lucky to get away. They were unlucky to be thumped by the Cayman, but they were very lucky to get away without any significant damage there, Snowy, I would say.
So sorry, guys, I was going to say, only now are we getting the 2nd place car into Parc Fermé. That's how long it's taken.
Yeah, such was the dominance of the number 3 Falcon Porsche. And yeah, the 15 Scherer Audi comes in, had to pit after lap 1. That kind of put them a little bit behind the 8 ball, and they were in the pits for maybe longer than they would have liked to be. If we were being told the right story, that it was just tyre testing, I think as a tyre test goes, it's a pretty successful one. Another successful NLS race, another podium, another laurel for Frank Stifler. And I'm sure he'll climb out of this Scherer Audi like he's just been doing somebody's taxes. Because he's just the most chill guy ever. Never gets, well, I was going to say he never gets flustered. Well, there's actually evidence on YouTube that he absolutely does get flustered, but code 60s or not, he doesn't like code 60s. Apart from that, he's unflappable. Is Frank Stifler. So what's this feeling like, Snowy? I've never experienced it. Getting into Parc Fermé, everyone looking around you. What's it like?
Well, you're very kind, mate. To be honest, I was always pretty low-key about it, as in there's so much thought and effort and energy gone into getting there that it's like these people that when they win Wimbledon or stuff, when they don't really think about it until years later. You sort of do it, and you do to get this sort of mindset of like, yeah, great, you get involved with your team, and yeah, brilliant, thank all the right people, because you couldn't do it without them. And it's then about an hour or so or 2 hours later, if you're driving home, for instance, and you're not there long, or you're onto another. A lot of these pro drivers have a quick hard out and they're away somewhere else because they've got a schedule or a flight. And it's not until you sort of get on that plane or drive or whatever, then you suddenly go, oh yeah, I'm just an ordinary, Joe Public again, driving down the road or in a queue at an airport or sitting on a plane, and think I've just done this, and it's sort of like, oh, it can be quite an anticlimax actually.
I wonder if it'll be an anticlimax tonight for.
I have to sleep here tonight, so if the mechanics won, I will drink it. I will clean it and drink some beers with them. No problem.
You can do it. Klaus, ein Tag mit Höhen und Tiefen.
And then we switch to German for Klaus Bachler, of course, Austrian born. Apologies there, we didn't get all of the Alessio Piccarello interview, but I think we got the most important bit, Snowy, that he said he's going to clean up the trophy and fill it with beer to drink with mechanics.
Yeah.
Good lad.
That's a team player, quite right.
That is a team player, yes. Brilliant stuff. And that's, again, it's something that's, the Nürburgring's a special place. It's a raw, gritty place in the best possible way. I mean, if you go, again, use Fricadelli as an example. They go to race to win. They put an amazing program together with a top car, top drivers, great crew who made no mistakes when they won the race for the first time last year. But they're there to enjoy themselves too. And there's just, I don't know, it's hard to put a finger on. You have to go and see it for yourself. But it's something uniquely Nürburgring, isn't it, Snowy? Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, it is very. I mean, it's easy to say the word unique, but it is, and it's actually quite difficult, which is our job to portray what is so extraordinarily special about this circuit. And it's why it draws people back, and teams where they want to drive it in different category cars. It is something special. It really, really is. There's nowhere else on the planet like it.
Not at all. And what a great job from the Haupt racing team as well. Nico Bastian pointing at his teammates, saying, "No, he did all the work, not me." I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. As I'm sure we'll be hearing from Nico in his mother tongue, in German. And the Yokohama caps on. Of course, a double podium for Yokohama. They'll be, I think, for Yokohama, they'll be absolutely delighted with that, Snowy, to be up there on the podium. 2 cars, 2 different brands, 2 teams, and proving that they're here to stay at the Nürburgring.
Indeed, indeed. I still can't believe that it's bright sunshine in the background compared to what we had earlier and what we were expecting. That which we mentioned we drove through on the way in this morning, and the qualifying. I honestly, forget the race. I honestly believed qualifying was going to be red flagged. It was so wet and there were enough incidents.
Well, I would think if you're saying that, I would think that then it's on the edge as it is, because that was my first thought when I saw it. I thought, oh, that's a bit on the edge. But I thought, I wonder what Snowy will say about it.
Well, but, just from the point of view, it's not so much that it's dangerous, but there comes a point where you've got a 4-hour race. And there's not much of a gap between qualifying and race here, time-wise, in the schedule. You've got a 4-hour race, and everybody that's put their effort into it, and spectators and everybody else in sport, like, well, if you're starting to have so many risks, and with that far off, not far off the end of it, quite often, stop it and get everybody into the race, call it quits. Why risk it? There's nothing to be proven. I did just think that was a possibility. But this outcome weather-wise is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, it's always nice. I love this time of year as well. In autumn, you get the
it's my favourite
colours. Yeah. I really like it a lot. I'm a big rallying fan, and it's when you get autumn with the leaves on the ground, it makes it really tricky and interesting to watch. And of course, the Nürburgring is basically just like one big tarmac rally stage that goes round in a circle, more or less.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Yes, others might, but
for those who joined us on the, now we might get this interview in English. Hold on. No, we did try, folks. We don't like to talk over anyone, but of course, German TV doing a great job speaking to all the crews and all the drivers.
Struggle a bit from the back.
Oh, here we go.
We struggle with some grip, but then at the end of the stint, we recover a bit the gap. So we did a good job to close the gap.
Congratulations, P3.
So that was Michele Beretta there of the number 6 Advan Mercedes. That's all our podium finishers covered, if you like, with our German TV crew. So that leaves it to us to say goodbye here from everyone here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels from the Nürburgring. For myself, Peter Mackay and Peter Snowden, thanks so much for listening. Thanks for watching if you joined us on the live stream. And remember, one more round to go of this wonderful championship, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Bye for now.